we've got one Aston Martin, two Porsche 911s, and two Ferraris, and two Mercedes, one SLS and one AMG GT.
Dropping out of our first timing page screen is the number 200 Corvette, which was leading its class, but now moving up is the SP3 leader, car number 102. That's Bob Herbert in the better place of the two JR Motorsport BMWs. Let's see where 200 dropped down to. Oh, quite a long way.
Yes.
Am I being colourblind?
No, 200 has dropped down to 51st place overall.
Gosh, so that's been in a long while, because that was pushed off the pumps.
That's right, it's been in the pits for 52 minutes now, Martin, so... yes, long cars that have been long in the pits. That car, 52 minutes in the pits, and also the car number 120 has been in the pits for more than an hour now. That's the WEC Motorsport BMW.
That came in from a gravel trap on the, or from stopping, didn't it, out on the circuit on the end of a tow rope. So actually, maybe that's one that we need to send a busy beaver down to investigate.
That will be Joe.
Yeah.
Current Beaver, that's the 200 Corvette we're talking about.
And the 120, the black Cox, and Cox, not the Fox BMW. 99 we know is out. 222, the Seika rather. While he's going by, he could possibly inquire as to its likelihood of reappearing.
I think not at this stage. It's,
I think not either.
It participated in the first hour, and we haven't seen it since.
Participated in, what a very, very damning phrase. Yes, it stopped at least once in the first hour, didn't it? Joe's down in the pits. Can you give us a verbal update on 200, Joseph?
Yes, I can. And while I'm doing that, we'll try and find someone who we can talk to. But as we can see, the Corvette that was pushed down the pit lane, having a problem restarting after refueling, looks like a huge catastrophic job or catastrophic failure of some sort. The car's on its jacks. I'm clueless as to what it could possibly be that's stopping it. They are working on the rear of the car. The bonnet's up, the wheels are on, and I always am reluctant to impose. Plus, I'm going to lose my microphone if I step back into the garage. Yes, just about to lose it there. I'll find someone who can speak English and tell us exactly what the issue is. But right now, the 200 isn't going anywhere. Still a lot of race left, though, and it's spirit of endurance racing to get the car back out there. So I'm sure that's what they're doing, because it looks like they're not packing things away. They are working feverishly to get this car fixed.
Yeah, nobody at the front, so we're guessing it's not engine. They're all at the back, so it's either a fuel feed problem or it's a Corvette differential. Bit hanging off the back of a black Honda Civic. There is a bit hanging off the back of the Synchro Motorsport team, by the way, is a sort of after hours, absolutely not an official Honda Motorsport program by a bunch of guys who work for Honda, I believe, in Swindon. So Synchro Motorsport's black car trailing a bit of bodywork. Doesn't look like a majorly important piece of bodywork owing to its nature. Did we just see the Ferrari? No, it didn't pick up a place, did it? But unlapped itself from Chantal Kroll, the number 53 car. That wasn't for position, was it? No, they're not on the same lap.
No, they're not. No,
they are now on the same lap.
They are as a result of Oliver Kind's, of Raj Alexander's pace. And so that's 5th, 6th and 7th places.
So that means that Chantal Kroll... so if Iraj Alexander, who's in 7th place, has now got himself onto the same lap as Chantal, who's in 5th, so too is Oliver Kynes, who's in 6th.
Yeah, what's the thing to look out for is that Iraj Alexander is right on the tail of the Wochenspiegel Porsche number 29. So the battle is on between Kynes and Alexander. They're very close together, circulating with Chantal Kroll about a lap ahead.
Straight down to Joe Bradley for another update on the 200.
Martin, you said fuel, you also said differentials, because they're at the back of the car. Well, the feedback from the team is complete electrics failure. They're trying to find out why the battery's not connected to the car. That's what they're doing, and they still haven't gotten to the bottom of the problem, so they're still looking as to why the electrics are failed.
Well, clearly the battery is not connected to the volt bone. I don't know, it's a thing. 76 Synchro Motorsport Honda, we pick it up again. No, we should know a lot about these guys, because we're talking about the super slimline Martin Byford, who is slimming down to try and get back into his period Formula Ford to go out and race in the Walter Hayes Trophy, or is he going to go and do the... What anniversary is it of the Formula Ford Festival this year?
Oh dear, 70s. No, it started in the 70s, so
30th?
it will be... No, if it started in the 70s, it was in 76, so it'll be the 40th this year.
So Martin Byford, Alan James, and former mini racer Dan Wheeler. So where are they? Let's find them. Dan Wheeler is at the wheel, 36. He's not 76, he's not that either. He's 36th position in car 76. So Dan Wheeler currently driving the Synchro Motorsport Honda. I haven't caught up with Dan, actually. I'm not sure the last time he drove a race car. He sort of retired for a long while to have business, wife, children and so on, and then went back to mini racing, because he was a Mini 7 racer beforehand, returned to mini racing, returning to Joe Bradley, or rather more importantly, returning to Martin Short, is a green and black BMW, so clearly whatever ailed it still does.
I'm just way up there. Dan Wheeler, by the way, was at the Silverstone 24 Hours. I'm not sure if he was with Synchro as well. I'm sure he was in the same car.
May well be. I wasn't there, so I...
With Martin Byford.
Yeah, I wasn't there. I don't have the knowledge of that, so...
That's why I helped you out there, mate.
Number 35, B2F Porsche Cup car. This is a 991 Cup car. And this car is currently... is that Pascal Collon driving the car, number 35? Let me have a quick squeeze. It is. So that is lying in 21st place in a... Well, it's been a tightly contested 991 class all the way from the start, except the leader has always been several positions up the leaderboard. No matter who the leader has been, he has always been several positions up the leaderboard. Currently it's the number 78 car of Charles Putnam, who took the lead away from, I seem to recall, the B2F car early, or was it 73? No, I think it was a BTF car early in the race, and now has the lead.
62.
62, yes, indeed, thank you. 62 MSG Motorsport. Now, that was the car that got backed off into the wall on the main straight, and we wondered whether we'd see it again. During the last Code 60, I saw it going down the pit lane, completely brand new looking. So perfect bodywork. They'd fitted a brand new rear wing, so the bit of rear wing that flew into the pit lane and nearly collected, well, didn't nearly collect Joe Bradley, but he saw it when he was going down there to start his shift. That was taken back by a marshal, but that'll join the pile of bits that they don't need any longer. So 62 is currently, despite that off, still in second in the class, and the 73 HRT performance car, which led at the beginning of the race with Kim Andre Hauschild, that is now in third place. So behind them, Alex Osborne's number 68 APO car is running in fourth position. That's the car he shares with James and Paul May. So again, that is a three-driver lineup. They must be starting to feel the pace already in 20th position.
Race leader Bernd Schneider in the 24 Hours of Barcelona, heading through to complete lap 183, enjoying a 17-second lead over Peter Cox in the number 11 Ferrari. Robert Renauer now running in third in the Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and then it's Johannes Kirchhoff in the 34 Audi, who's steadily crept up there into fourth position in the number 34 car collection machine. Oliver Kites still in fifth place in the number 29 car, and that Mercedes looks very well planted indeed with Bernd Schneider at the wheel. Zero body roll heading through turn number 3. There is Peter Cox trying to chase him down, but last time around about 3 seconds slower than Schneider's pace. And Schneider, who has a few more years on some of his co-drivers, maybe looking for bragging rights as to who can react well or best to these trying conditions.
Wonder how many years Peter Cox and Bernd Schneider have raced each other. APO's Porsche having a looping spin, lost a bit of bodywork, or ran over somebody else's bodywork, I think, in the background of the shot as he recovers. So that's Alex Osborne. Was I sensing there was a puncture? No, I don't think there was. I think that was just maybe getting tangled up in somebody else's traffic. So that's corner 7, 8, and up the hill to 9. And so on the exit of 7, had a looping spin around before he got to corner 8, facing the wrong direction. Backing it in might be very sexy on a motorcycle, not quite as good in a 911. Possibly easier to achieve, whether you want to or not. Number 11 Ferrari of Peter Cox lying in second place. 18 seconds the margin to Bernd Schneider. Bernd Schneider last time round 1:55.6, Cox a 58.0. Still so many cars running though, still so much traffic out on the circuit that you can lose a couple of seconds very easily. And as we heard from the Mehmet Ogilvy drivers, Nabil Moutron was saying, you know, we will always take the cautious route in traffic. Everybody knows that we're not going to come diving up the inside of them, because the only way that we're going to get anything out of this is by finishing the race, and that means not getting involved in silly incidents.
And the change as well that we were expecting to happen has happened. I don't think we mentioned it. Oliver Kainz in the Manthey Porsche getting ahead of Chantal Kroll in the Hoffa Mercedes. So the Porsche's now running 3rd and 5th in the 24 Hours of Barcelona.
...184 laps done in the 24 Hours of Barcelona. This is round 6 of the 24-hour series and the International Series. After this, one more race to go in Brno, which is now a 24-hour race, although points awarded after 12 hours. And Bernd Schneider leading the way then by nearly 20 seconds now. He is able to lap more consistently quicker than Peter Cox, although last time around Cox got half a second back again, but that gap is extending rather than compressing. Schneider back to Cox then, 20 seconds. Then it's Robert Renauer in this car, the 911 Porsche. We had a change very recently for 5th position. Oliver Kainz getting ahead of Chantal Kroll. Johannes Kirchhoff still in 4th position in the number 34 Audi. And class leading the 991 division of the race is still Charlie Putman in the number 78 Porsche, and he has the cushion of 2 A6 AM cars behind. There's a Lamborghini not on the track, and that's the number 12 car, which has come to grief, being the Leipzig Motorsport Super Trofeo version of the Huracan.
Yeah, and he has had quite a significant spin there, hasn't he? In fact, he's not spun from the track, he's gone all the way down the inside on the grass. And that is at corner 1, so he's come down the main straight and then gone right instead of being on the driver's left. He's gone right down the right-hand side and straight across the grass where turn 1 turns right and then left. He's just gone sort of straight across, and I wonder whether he's picked up a puncture. He didn't look as though he was moving off with a great deal of alacrity. Of course, if he's picked up a brake issue, he won't be in a hurry to speed up either, will he?
Just take a moment or two just to feel the car, I'm sure.
No kidding.
To work out whether anything has changed, and something significant may well have done. We'll maybe catch a glimpse of that car on the rest of its lap, see if there's a tyre down or suspension issue. There's the 10 car that's recently slipped into 6th position.
Well, it's now moved up to 4th, actually, because the 2nd and 3rd, it won't do, because it's on different laps, because Bernd Schneider and Peter Cox have stopped together at the fuel pumps. Not on the same pump, but at different fuel pumps. Pump 4 is out of order at the moment.
Yes, and I think there's actually still...
Pump 3 is coned off also.
Yes, pump 3 is coned off, so you have to pick your moment carefully with only 6 fuel pumps altogether for petrol. If 2 of them aren't working, that makes life difficult. What is interesting, though, is that Bernd Schneider was a much earlier pit stopper in terms of his stint length than Peter Cox was. Peter Cox, we were expecting to come in maybe not quite just yet, but Bernd Schneider, very much early pit caller. I just wonder if with a car in the gravel, they said, oh, let's make the pit stop now, and then we'll be all right to come into the pits now, then we'll be able to get a full tank of fuel if there's a code 60. But of course there hasn't been a code 60. The Lamborghini has got going again, and down the pit lane now comes Bernd Schneider, having taken on fuel, but not a full tank of fuel, only because he didn't need it. I wonder if there's going to be some extra work done on the HTP Mercedes, or whether they're just sending him on his way. We'll keep an eye on that one.
I'm apparently confusing my 62 and 63 Porsches. I think I must be, because to be second in class, having smitted the pit wall, the 62 MSG car will be doing very well indeed. That is second in its class. 63 was the one that hit the wall, and I think it was Marcio Basso who was at the wheel, wasn't it? Just Johnny, you were here when that happened. So I shall go and hunt for where they are on my timing screen, because I'm now sort of getting the hang of being able to do that, and they are a long... Well, Paul's going to get there before me, because they are
if you want me to.
On page 3, and it hasn't...
Giulio Martini, they're in 58th place overall, 8th in class.
And Jonas stopped, as opposed to moving or in the pits. Didn't catch up with what happened to the WEC Motorsport BMW. It was car number 120. Dave Michael and Jason Cox and George Cox-Haynes. George Haynes, not sure quite what happened to that car, but as Paul documented, we were talking about it a little bit earlier, that's been in for about an hour and a half now.
Yes, an hour and 40 minutes. In fact, the Corvette's been in over an hour as well. Now, Wim de Pundert has taken the 41 HTP Mercedes back out again, but Bernd Schneider, his stint was under an hour. In fact, it was under 55 minutes. So whatever the problem was, maybe there wasn't a problem for Bernd Schneider, but the car has gone out again. It was a normal length of pit stop, in fact a slightly shorter pit stop because there was less fuel to put into it. But I just wonder whether Bernd was suffering with the heat, and that's why he cut his stint a little bit short.
Also in the fuel station is Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, the number 34 car collection Audi is receiving fuel. Wim de Pundert, as you said, has gone out. Yuri Pizarnik has gone out in the number 11 car. Coming back on track, is it Rick Breukers in 303, our TCR leader? And he seems to be motoring along quite happily with no major problems at the moment. In fact, he's no longer the TCR leader, because 127 has got back in front. This changes constantly. That's the Team Bleekemolen car. Sebastian and Michael Bleekemolen, Melvin de Groot and Rennie Steinmetz, and it's Steinmetz who is leading at the moment.
Just 1 second separating those two, Martin.
Down with Martin Short's Roll Centre ABBA team is Joe Bradley.
Yeah, out of schedule. The car has just been taken over by, I think it's surely behind the wheel again, but he's come in. Now, as he came in with a problem, there's been a bit of heat soak because there was flames licking from underneath the car. An exuberant marshal has put that to rights, and the team are concerned that the marshal, who is overly keen to fire his extinguisher off, he's walking around the car now. Thankfully, there's been no further flames to encourage the marshal to douse the car any further with powder. So we're okay there, and now we've got a laptop plugged in. So the tales of war continue for the 246. This is the car, remember, that won the 24 Hours of Silverstone. However, weather conditions and track conditions completely different in Silverstone in April to the Circuit of Catalunya in September. Let's have a word with Richard Neary, who was got out the car and did the old poolside thing. In fact, Richard has taken up a position with a cooling fan. Richard, do you have any idea why Martin's brought the car in?
Yeah, he smelled something burning, so he brought it in so we could do a download. We don't really know what it is, he just smelled. He thought it might have been some electrical burning. So we've come in precautionary check, really. And
were there actual flames licking from underneath?
It was just a bit of excess fuel in the exhaust system, just because he turned the ignition off while it was still fueling. They were all panicking over nothing.
Yeah, I know, they're always very keen, aren't they? I'll leave you to a very important job, as we can see. Blasting cool air into the cockpit of the car to keep Martin Short cooler than he would be without it. It's heat building up in that car as he sits there. We'll keep an eye on this one. This car's tales of woe, as I said, and character building 24 hours of Barcelona for the Abbott team.
Well, it's certainly been testing, hasn't it, Joe? Yeah, and we still have 17 hours and 15 minutes to go yet, and many teams up and down the pit lane will have to work through problems, similar problems, I'm sure, during that time period. That's what we love, though, about endurance racing. You race it, it breaks, you try and fix it, you race it a bit more, it'll probably break again, and you fix it. And it was good to hear from Richard Neary, who sounded pretty nonchalant about it all, actually. Yeah, it's a standard issue, and we'll get it straightened and send him again. Over the line goes the number 35 B2F Porsche. That's in the 991 Cup car. Joe's telling me there's a distinct stink of petrol with the 246 car, the one that we were just down with at Roll Centre Racing. So it may well take a bit more time to sort that problem out. Maybe need to get it in the garage to fully diagnose the issues. There is the 35 car. We were briefly on board with it. That's what it looks like from the outside, being overtaken by one of the AMG cars. That's not the 41, though, is it? Working its way into turn 4. It's the 41 car that's currently second, driven by Wim de Pundert and Chantal Kroll.
Yeah, I think that was the 10 car we were just looking at. Yeah, it was going past the B2F car. So that is third place, Chantal Kroll. Pro-Am Am class leader, rather, not Pro-Am class leader. Confusing far too many series there in one slip of the tongue. So this is the B2F car, number 35 machine, still on the first page of our timing screen. And it's Pascal Collon at the wheel, lying fourth in the 991 class. James May in the APO Porsche is just in front of them, and the 2468 motorway BMW goes back into the garage. So more work for Martin Short's Roll Centre Racing team to do. Driver, engineer, team boss, and folk singer come pond swimmer. TCR leader now in 23rd place, René Steenmetz in car number 127. So he has got back ahead of our leading, wretched thing, our leading SP3 car. And there's been a change for the lead there because it was number 103. They must have just stopped. Mark van der Aar is at the wheel of that car, but Bob Herber in 102, his long-time rival and current teammate in JR Motorsport, has come in from the lead, and I would assume the lead will go back to 103, Mark van der Aar, in that identical JR Motorsport car. Rick Broiker's second in TCR is behind them, so that's 25th, 26th, 27th. Rick on the pumps at the moment. And Sammy Moutron in the Mehmet Ogilvy TCR car number 1, is up to third in the TCR class at the moment because he's gone by Laia Sanz in 325, which is the car run by Spanish Vaporo Motorsport, Catalan-based team.
Chantal Kroll in third position, enjoying, I was about to say a little bit of clear air, but actually she's got one of the Altran Peugeots to negotiate next up, and that car gives Chantal plenty of room. That was the 205 she was putting a lap on, and right behind it, Jiri Pisarik in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So that gap is coming down considerably now, and Pisarik will be with Chantal Kroll, possibly at the end of the lap. It'll be trickier to overtake that car, but I wouldn't imagine Chantal will put up an awful lot of defence and allow the number 11 car through into third position. Chantal coming towards the end of her stint in that car, Johnny, obviously still needing to keep her lap times tidy, but she's been out there for very nearly an hour and a half at the wheel of the number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes. We never established for sure, did we, why Bernd Schneider's stint was under an hour. We kind of speculated that it was that Bernd was feeling the heat a little bit, but if Joe
or have we gone back to Nick now, I don't know, can just establish that, it would be interesting to know. I mean, partly from the point of view of that really putting a scale on the intensity of the heat out there. If Bernd felt that he wasn't performing at his normal fast self, as far as the Ferrari is concerned, that, as we said, has gone to Jiri Pesarak as well from Peter Cox, and all of that pit stoppery has, of course, allowed the 911 Porsche to establish itself back in the lead again. Robert Renauer, who's still only 45 minutes into his stint, has been able to establish a useful little bit of a margin at the moment of a lead, and is on his own on the lead lap. He's lapped the entire field at the moment. Going through once again, that's happened before, of course. Remember, Joe Osborne was a lap ahead of the field earlier on, and following that 12-minute pit stop for the Barwell Lamborghini, that car, the Joe Osborne Lamborghini, Joe is back in it, but it's down in 13th place at the moment. But it means that we've got a good bit of time still for Robert Renauer to be out in the leading 911 Porsche.
So Jiri Pesarak has managed to get by Chantal Kroll pretty swiftly there, and we're expecting Kroll in the next couple of laps there. And after, yes, as Paul was saying, a 90-minute stint in still searing heat. So she'll be wanting to dip in the pool at the end of this. The 10 car slipping to 4th position. Iraj Alexander in the 53 Ferrari is 5th, ahead of the number 33 Car Collection Motorsport Audi. And at the wheel of that right now, Johannes Siegler. So what's happened to the 34 car that was well placed earlier on? Edelhoff now at the wheel of that in 10th position. That's Gustav Edelhoff as opposed to Max. And 2 cars ahead of that 34 car now pitting. The 33 Car Collection, so the sister machine, and the 55 Massive Motorsport Aston with Roland Poulsen at the wheel. That's come into the fueling area as well.
Gustav Edelhoff's not long taken over that 34 car, has he? Because Max Edelhoff brought it in 2-3 laps ago, maybe. Not an awful lot more than that. Paul was just showing me 18 changes of lead between 4 cars in 2015. 16, 18, 15, 18?
18 amongst
18.
6 cars.
Among 6 cars.
I've got data from last year. What I can't do is to go back any more than that with the data I have.
And how are we placed so far this year?
So far this year we have had... I did look it up a moment ago, but it might have changed again. Yes, it did. Because
11,
we
12, 13?
12 we're at
12
the moment, amongst 5 different cars.
OK, that's not so bad. We need 1 more change of lead to tie, 4 more changes of lead in the next 18 hours, and 1 more car to get involved, and we've tied that.
Yes, I'm not quite sure which is the car most likely to get involved. The five cars that have led thus far are the 52 Barwell Lamborghini, the 911 Herbert Porsche, the 10 Hoffer Mercedes, the 58 Sportec Lamborghini, and the number 41 HTP Mercedes. Those are the cars that have led thus far, and I can't really see any of the others. I suppose
most likely to. Number 11, Scuderia Praha Ferrari, that's currently lying in 3rd. So
yeah.
They've yet to lead any part of this race. Robert Renauer has completed 192 laps. It is 6:53. 17 hours of the race remain here in the 24 hours of Barcelona. So we have completed 6 hours and 53 minutes, fresh into the pits, or the opposite of fresh, probably exhausted into pits. David Iraj Alexander in the number 53 car. 33 is in as well. The car collection car, the Felbermeyer livery car. We have 4 of our top 10, or cars that were in the top 10 when they came into the pits, all on pit road.
Straight down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane.
I'm with a young man who, if this guy's feeling the heat, then all guys like me don't stand a chance. Rick, people have been getting out of their cars in an absolute sickly state with the heat. How are you finding it?
Yeah, a little bit the same. I mean, it's very hot in the car. We don't have any kind of air coming in. So, yeah, it's really hard to do a long stint. but it's okay. Just sweating a lot, but I'm feeling all right.
That's because you're young, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I saw your dad in his underpants earlier, having just got out of the car, but that's another story. Rick, tell us, you recently drove a Lamborghini at the Spa 24 Hours, completely different car to the Seat you're in this weekend. Tell us a little bit about your Spa 24 Hours went.
Yeah, Spa was great. It was a completely other event. We had some bad luck with the setup. We couldn't find the right setup, and we were much slower than other cars. On the end, we managed to get the lead for some time in the night, but on the end, last 20 minutes, my teammates crashed because of aquaplaning. So it was still a great race, but yeah, of course, I'm a little bit disappointed that we couldn't finish the race.
And last weekend, you were in something a little different.
Yeah, last weekend I was in LMP3 in Paul Ricard. It was also a great experience, but we had some problems with the setup and qualifying, so our pace and the race was okay, but the qualifying position was not. And the result was a little bit disappointing, but my pace in the race was really good.
Rick, I know this is an obvious question, but LMP3 prototype, GT3 Lamborghini, or Seat Leon touring car, which do you prefer?
Yeah, it's all fun in a different way. I mean, I really like the Lamborghini because I drove it a lot. And also the LMP3 because of the big downforce. It's really special to drive. And the Seat, I just like it to do it with a team. And yeah, with my father, of course. It's very fun to drive here.
I knew you were going to say that. When are you next out in the car, Rick?
I think in 3.5 hours I will be back in the car.
What do you do now? Give us a little bit of insight into the racing driver's life. You're obviously going to try and stay cool, but what do? Do you have something to eat? Do you sleep?
Yeah, of course I'm going to drink and sleep and eat a lot to be prepared for my next stint. And maybe I will also try to sleep.
Okay, thanks, Rick. Good luck.
Well, interesting. That, don't forget, is a 3-driver car, and we're on board with the third of them at the moment, Klaus Kresnik. So Rick saying he won't be back in for 2.5 hours means that either Kresnik now or Dad Ivo afterwards are going to do a double stint, because normally it'll be 2 drivers. No, I suppose so, in rotation. So they're not going to double stint yet. 2 drivers, vaguely 2 hours. So he'll be back into the pits in 1.5, ready to go back into the car. So I suppose that works. 58 Lamborghini, the all-gold coloured car, is back in. It's had fuel, but it had to be push-started off the pumps. It did actually catch and fire. David Alexander, 7th placed, as he leaves the pits, leaves the fuel pumps and heads to the pits rather, in number 53 Ferrari. That is the Spirit of Race, the all-white Ferrari. But slight worry for 58, having to be push-started. 55 has just left with Casper Elgaard in the massive motorsport Aston Martin. At one stage, Paul Truswell, that almost looked like it was going to be in the battle to lead the race, but then they had a problem and dropped way down the order, and then they are now 7 laps off the lead.
Yes, they did have a longer pit stop, and as well as that, we heard, I think it was from Casper Elgaard, that the car itself didn't really have the pace in it. And as I was saying earlier on during the race, if you've got pace, then you can overcome a problem. If you haven't got pace, then you need absolutely rock-solid reliability in order to move your way up the list. And the evidence of that, without trying to hex it, is the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, which has in the past been very reliable. Looks like it might be so far again. But that has been rock-solid reliable despite not having the pace by design. But the Aston Martin just didn't have the pace in it for whatever reason, couldn't quite get the balance right. Now they have a problem and they can't really catch up again. So as you say, down there in the well, you just changed the screen, that's why I can't find them.
They're in 13th place. 13th. Now, on our timing screen, we're told that pumps 3 and 4 are out of order. Clearly, the number 208 Peugeot is being fueled from pump number 3, and there's a very good view of what it is. It is a petrol pump. I mean, we always say this. It is just a standard 4-core tissue petrol pump with 2 hoses to service 2 cars. Now, 208 is making a routine stop. Sister car 205 with Mark Rostan at the wheel Well, he's no longer at the wheel because he got out of the car as it was being pushed into the garage, and that is the car that was in third in the A3 class, still is in third in the A3 class, but it's in the garage, nose in.
What's interesting is that not only are they standard issue as you were petrol pumps, but they're temporary. They're on wheels. They're brought along by the Creventic organisation, or they're hired in, probably more likely, by the Creventic organisation, and they're put there just for this race, and they're actually, you can see, if you look very close in some of the TV pictures, you can see they're on little caster wheels, so that at the end of the race they merely wrap them up, roll them along, put them back into a trailer and take them away.
Got a pit lane reporter change. Nick Damon back on board, and you're watching the work being done on the 205 Team Altran Peugeot.
Yes, the worst place, it's at the engine. They have taken off a bit of a ducting. They're trying to cool the car down. They are digging down. Now, what I have seen on 2 or 3 cars already is that they've had problems with fan belts breaking and various belts, but that's not the case here as the belt comes off. They're undoing some pretty chunky nuts, and my guess is the leaf drives. Oh, what's the problem? Oh, it was the belt, I'm right. There we are. It is the fan belt that's gone. That's not the third fan belt we've seen that's broken down. So, oh yeah, you can see bits of it, look. It's all wrapped around in the area. It's completely shredded itself in the bottom of the wishbone. So that's interesting. That's 3 or 4 parts now that have thrown a belt at these temperatures. Now, I'm not massively technical, but I didn't realise that higher temperatures made a greater chance of belt failure, unless the expansion means they're running under more tension.
Maybe that they're using things like air conditioning an awful lot more than they might other do. But
well, they do get more elastic, I think. So it's not it's not the tension. It's just they become more elastic.
They're not the only things. Nick Damon, the master of understatement. I might not be the world's most technical man. Casper Elgaard has vacated the pump. Somebody's spewed a bit of whatever there, haven't they? I wonder if that was coolant out of a car that just objected to sitting, having been thrashed for 6 hours, sitting boiling its little socks off while it was filled with fuel. Coolant being just as slippery, in fact much more slippery than fuel. And that is not a diesel pump either, it is a petrol pump, so they will do a degree more cleaning up and mopping up while they're relatively quiet. That's pump 6, so not sure who was there. Talking about cars that may or might not lead, Robert Renard, 2 laps at the moment ahead. Is that actually 2 laps or a lap and time?
No, it's 1 lap and time.
Ahead of Wim de Pundert, so 9:11 and 41. But Yuri Pizarnik, looking to move up into second place, has taken, oh my goodness, 3.5 seconds out of Wim de Pundert on the last lap.
Yes, he's just
the number 11 Ferrari.
17 seconds behind the Mercedes, so that's the gap between the HTP Mercedes and the Scuderia Paraha Ferrari, 17 seconds. The gap in terms of time, first to second, is 3 minutes and 48 seconds. So if you reckon a lap at around about 2 minutes, it is very nearly 2 minutes. It is very nearly 2 laps, Martin, but not quite. 3 minutes and 48 seconds separating first to second. And of course, the advantage that Renault is going to have to come into the pits fairly shortly, because he came in last time during the last code 60 period, and that will bring him in round about 7:15, 7:20 local time. So in around about 12 or 15 minutes, I would say.
Third fastest car on track on the last lap, Yuri Pizarnik in the number 11 Ferrari, and he is their AM. Normally, I sense he may be being repositioned for future seasons, should they decide to come back with Scuderia Praha, and certainly we hope they do. Particularly because, bearing in mind he's in a 458 and not a 488, which will be capable of greater speed. 58 comes back out of the garage, engine cover has gone back on again. We've noticed the last couple of pit stops that we've seen that they have taken the engine cover off and topped up the lubrication system with pressurized oil containers. Away he goes. Nick's had to change his shirts, look at that. Black, very slimming, Nick, so he's standing up straight. 68, the APO Porsche, James May at the wheel, third in the 991 class. Charles Putnam 78, the Star-Spangled Porsche still leads, and second is still 73. And Stefan Bonus at the wheel of that car, and they are just about a lap ahead of the 68 APO car, but only just about.
Just whilst you mentioning about Jiri Psirak being the AM driver in the Ferrari, if you're in a pro class team, you do have to have an AM driver, but there is no minimum driving time for the AM driver. That is established by setting maximum driving times on the pro drivers. So that's how they kind of do that. Car stopped out on the circuit, and that's the
straight out of pits and straight into strife. It's just left the pit lane, and I don't think it even made it to turn 4. I think that is the run from 3 to 4.
It is indeed absolutely spot on, Martin.
So, wasn't that fixed, I'm afraid. Whatever it was, it wasn't. Now, an additional problem here for our organisers is that I watched the car being push-started by the team off the pumps when it stopped before it came in for its long pit stop that it's just had. So, it's not going to fire up. Unless that was what they were trying to change. In fact, initially, when Nick diagnosed what was going on when they went under the back engine cover with a lump hammer, remember that? I thought, oh, Nick is a classic car owner, will obviously know that they're going to smite the starter motor, which has got jammed in between two stools and won't turn over. In fact, they didn't. They were knocking the top-up tank on, or the catch tank on the top of the cooling system. Car's got electrical power. Doesn't seem to have much fire in the hold, really, does it? Unfortunately, we're not quite close enough to hear if he's able to crank it, or...
Do we know that it has power or not? Because if it's actually got the engine running, you just can't get into gear.
Well, its dash is illuminated, so it's got electrical power. The side lights, the side markers are on.
Although he doesn't seem to be trying to get it into gear, does it?
No.
It's more frustration at not being able to do anything at the moment.
I think despair.
We
Code
have
60.
to go to code 60 as a result of that, no doubt.
No question. That's not pushable from where it is to anywhere sensible, so it will be towable.
That is now our 6th period of code 60.
All of which is knocking our record lap read slightly into touch. Here comes the tow vehicle. And again, unlike other forms of racing, they will make every effort to get the car back to the team. In fact, they will get the car back to the team. Whether it's been heavily shunted or burned out, they will at least allow the team to take a look at it and see whether they think it is continuable with, worthy of their attention. It won't be just dragged away and dumped in the undergrowth for future generations to discover. As a barn find one careful owner. So the 58 car going back with no power.
But the quicker they get it out, I mean, this is the beauty of code 6.
Well, while this is happening, the number 10 car has come in from 4th position. Chantal Kroll, we saw an hour and a half ago getting into the car. She's out and Nicky's down there.
And Roland Eggerman's getting in, so they are rotating. Obviously, being in the AM class, the AM drivers, and there are, well, 3 of them who are very much AM drivers. The Krolls, senior and junior, and Roland are the AMs. Are getting a lot of time in the car today. Now, it sounds most likely they're going to try and get the fast boys in overnight when they can actually use that speed, because they've got enough grip in the tyres to actually get the car to do 155s. So they have kept Christian Frankenhood out since the first stint. I think Kenneth Hoyer did the second stint. Since then we've run, I think, Chantal, then Dad, Chantal, then Roland again. So it's been each rotation, absolutely standard stop. Now they came in quite some time ago, so they would have got a full fill of fuel, which is hard to say fast, a full fill of fuel, because they came in before code 60 was called. I'm not sure whether Chantal has gone to throw herself straight into a... no, she hasn't. She says she's sitting down. So I'm going to try and annoy her. Hopefully we'll get some... oh, she's got her shoes off. First thing, they all do this. First thing is get the shoes off, because it's so hot. And the shoes are straight off. It's remarkable. We've seen this with so many drivers. The first thing you do is get the shoes off.
because the feet are just boiling hot. It's crazy.
That was a fantastic stint, an hour and a half. Was it really hard?
It was really hard, and I was waiting desperately for the fuel low sign. I just didn't come.
You had some good pace at the start as well. So is the car now handling a bit better? Has the track come to the cars more?
For me, it was better this stint. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do 1.5 hours.
Brilliant. I'll let you get the rest of it off as well. Thanks very much. And obviously, round the back somewhere, not in the swimming pool or anything. But that is, I've seen more feet today than I've seen at a summer's beach, I can tell you.
Well, the reason for that, Nick, is the temperature of the body of the car. Now, bear in mind, she's just got out of a front-engine car, so you've got this 600-700 horsepower furnace in front of you with near molten exhaust running around the side of the cockpit. Now, that heats up the front bulkhead, the floor, the roll cage, the pedals. Literally burning the skin on your feet through very thin race boots is a genuine issue in really hot race cars. So the very first thing they do is get the boots off, and it also helps really cool them as well.
Yeah, the other thing is that it's much harder to get airflow into the car in the footwell.
It's impossible.
So your feet get hot much more quickly.
Straight back to Nick.
With the HTP car, that's a Bert Schneider new style SLS, so it's not called the SLS, it's called the SL, is going into the garage, being wheeled in. They've done a driver change. By the way, I do know all about heat soak at the front because I owned a TVR Griffin. That only had just a Rover 3.5 V8, but that effectively was to pump all the heat on your feet from about the first minute. And driving through London in the middle of the summer, you knew all about it. But I'm not sure, look at the damage that's picked up on this machine. I've never seen that before. That's had a bit of a coming together. That was cracking mechanic there, just yank it out and bang all the problems there on the front left, taking through the dive planes down. Who got out that one? That wasn't Maxi, that was one of the other drivers, wasn't it? It was
Wim de Pundert.
Wim de Pundert. Well, Wim is at the back again, so as is my wad. He's not taken his shoes off yet, which is slightly
I'm suggesting he'll be getting back in.
No, a different driver has got in.
Okay.
Not burned. So see if I can go with Vim's looking a bit hot and bothered. See if I can just grab a drink.
It's probably Maxi Boot getting into it.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'll just wait for Wim. And he's going for water. He's got a choice of Coke or iced tea or red berry, but it's just the water. Wim, can you go a quick word? He's got his drink. I just put him slightly out because I think you can hear me, but I can't hear myself.
Well, we can hear you comfortably, so...
A bit of damage there on the front end. What happened?
I made contact with a Porsche open in the chicane open. So I have opened some damage on the left side of the car open, but it's shit open. Because he was braking so early up and couldn't do anything open.
Is it more than just bodywork then? Is it also deranged the suspension slightly?
No, it's just up and only bit bodywork open, so there's no problem open. They will fix it open.
And it's difficult out there. You're looking very hot, and you're one of the more senior drivers. What's it like doing a stint out there?
I think it's nearly 70 degrees in the car up, but it's so nice up and to do up. Really nice up.
Thanks, Vin. So 70 degrees, that's a new top temperatures. Now they had 65 before. That, of course, is lovely metric degrees for our friends who live in Fahrenheit countries. So 70 degrees, what's that? 170, 165?
140 at least, closer to 145, I think. Damage on the front of the number 208 Peugeot 208, which we hadn't seen before. Now, we've just had a code 60. What happens without fail at every code 60, Paul Trustwell?
The Robert Renault Porsche comes into the pits.
Yes, they weren't alone, but as is their want, as soon as there's a chance to come in a code 60 and take fuel, they took fuel. So they came in, came through, came back out in front. But now the Scuderia Praha Ferrari is second.
Yes, and I mean, what happened with that particular one was that a big sharp intake of breath as the car collection Audi goes to the grass on the left-hand side of the track.
I don't think my intake of breath was half as sharp as his was either. That was more luck than judgment that I think it came back on.
Yes, that was Gustav Edelhoff, who is very quick and has good car control, clearly. What I was trying to say was that Robert Renault was, in any case, coming towards the end of his stint, I did say that he would be in within the next 10 or 15 minutes, and he did indeed. Was granted a get-out-of-jail-free card in a sense with the code 60 being awarded. The problem that you've got, of course, is that the car hasn't got a full tank of fuel, even though it was probably more than half empty at that point, because Robert had come in anyway to top it up early on his stint. But it does mean that Robert did a kind of a stint and a half, so he's probably fairly tired as a result of that. And Daniel Aleman is now out at the wheel of the car and continues to lead the race, Martin.
Daniel Aleman does lead the race in the 911 Porsche. In the 11 Ferrari, Jiri Brzarik is desperately trying to close him down. Well, here is a little look again. Well, you be the judge. Did he catch this, or did it fall into his lap? I'm not quite sure whether he pouched at her, but as you rightly say, Paul, that was the number 34 car collection car of Gustav Edelhoff. We're on board again with Klaus Kresnik, aren't we, in the number 303 Seat Leon. Right in front of him is one of the 997 Cup cars. Wim de Pundert comes back into the pits in number 41 and immediately drops back down the order.
No, that car is in the pits already. Remember,
okay, well, in
because
that
we
case,
just heard from...
right, he suddenly dropped onto the same lap as everybody catching and dropped 3 or 4 spots, correct?
Yes, that was the bodywork damage that we had described to us by Wim himself.
Yeah, so he caught a Porsche in a position where he couldn't get out of harm's reach. Doesn't seem like there was any damage done. Didn't see any other cars coming in.
And already 8 minutes in the pits for the HTP car. So just as the Barwell Lamborghini lost places with a longer pit stop, we now have another of the favourites, the HTP Mercedes, losing places with a longer than normal pit stop. And so still Porsche leading from Ferrari, from Porsche at the top 3 places, and then Mercedes in 4th place, and then the Mercedes, but the one that is still in the pits at the moment, in 5th.
Green flag racing once more at the Circuit de Catalunya. Shadows starting to lengthen and cars starting to drive into the glare, and this is where you see all the muck that's on the screen, little bits of damage from stones, all the black marks from bits of rubber. You can see all the bits of rubber that are worn off the tyre. You don't see this so much in the road because tyre degradation, tyre wear is over a much more extended period. But here a racing tyre will have worn almost all of its surface away in an hour, and that rubber goes somewhere. It doesn't evaporate, it doesn't stay on the tyre, it gets rolled off onto the road in the same way that you'd sort of roll blue tack off a wall. That's exactly what happens with the rubber, and so that all lies around the side of the circuit. And that means when you move a little too far offline, suddenly instead of nice, flat, grippy tarmac, you're running over a gravelly car park, not made of actual gravel, but made out of effectively rubber gravel. Joe Foster in 78 is the Stars and Stripes Porsche, going by the number 44 Peugeot RCZ. And Joe Foster is leading the 991 class, now in 12th place overall. And if the number 41 Mercedes doesn't leave soon, he will move ahead of that and into 11th place overall, which is really a very good run indeed so far for the MRS GT largely American crude car. So they are 1 lap behind, or were 1 lap behind at the beginning of this lap, behind the 41 car Wim de Pundert. So when they pass the line again, if 41 is still in the garage, as seems to be the case, then they will go on to the same lap, and another 2 minutes and 1 or 2 seconds later they will go past them. Because in fact, Joe Foster, this is why he's so far up the order. His last lap, 2 minutes 0.74, and the car that is in 6th position, number 34 Audi that we just saw bouncing across the gravel, 2 minutes 5.0, but ahead of Joe Foster, we're seeing 58s, 57s, 56s, and only the leader, Daniel Alleman, doing a 1 minute 54 on the last lap. Third place, though, actually quickest lap for that car, a 1 minute 52.9 for the number 29 Porsche, and that is the Manthey team car with Jochen Krumbach at the wheel, and also setting the fastest lap of the race for the car, Dimitrion Jalbert, who's at the wheel of the IDEX Sport Mercedes car number 17. So the Frenchman has just set his, or that car's fastest lap, and in fact in the top 20, 1 in every 5 cars has set its fastest race lap on the last lap. "20 minutes past 7 in the Circuit de Catalunya, 7 hours and 20 minutes then of the 24-hour race run. We're approaching the 8-hour mark fairly quickly, and fuel stops will get to us before the before we get to 8 p.m. With 16 hours remaining. Daniel Alleman leading the race. Car number 35, the B2F 991 Cup class car, is currently in 4th position in the category. No, dropped down to 5th position in the category, in fact, behind the 62 car. And that category had been led by 78 Joe Foster's car. Here's our overall race leader, Daniel Alleman, car number 911. 205 laps completed already. Paul Truswell, we are 205 in. The record is 669.
669, and we're scheduled now for 673.
Well, that is what you told us about an hour ago. So despite a couple of very brief code 60s, we don't seem to have dropped our overall pace an awful lot. Wim de Pundert has now dropped down to 12th place. Joe Foster in the 78 Porsche has now moved up into 11th, and his next target will be the 33 Audi. And to give you an idea of what the difference is between the 33 car collection motorsport car and the number 78 MRS GT Racing Porsche, Foster's last lap 2 minute 0.9, and Schmidt's in the Audi 1 minute 59.5, so he's about 0.6 a lap slower. 58 recovered to the pits and will be pushed around. It's not going to make it around the corner. Is it going to make it around the corner? He's going to make it around the corner on full lock. 58 had just left the pit lane after a long stop and got as far as the straight between corner 3 and corner 4 before stopping once more. Could it be really that it came in? No, because it was pushed off the pumps by the team and then went into the garage. It can't have been empty. How can it have been empty? However, it has been recovered from the track and is being taken back to the fuel pumps. Unless he drove straight into the garage without stopping at the pumps, I don't understand how it could have been in the pit lane and been empty. However, they have not taken it into the garage, they have taken it to the fuel pumps. So, well, as Sherlock Holmes famously said in one of the stories, when you eliminate the impossible, what remains, however unlikely, must be the truth. Well, it's not impossible that it was pushed off the pumps having not had any fuel at all and didn't have enough to even complete a third of another lap, but blimey, it's not very likely. Ferrari by Ferrari around the outside of Yuri Pizarnik. The second place number 11 car goes 53. So this is the Spirit of Race Ferrari. Number 53 car of Tom Dyer still. So this is a long stint from him. Paul will tell us how long in a minute. He's in 5th position. He's just driven around the outside of Yuri Pizarnik, who's second. Dyer's last lap, a 1:55.7. Pizarnik's a 1:57.8.
Yes, I hope that this is accurate. Some of my driver IDs are not working properly, I accept it. But Tom Dyer looks like he's doing a double stint. He did a double stint earlier on, having taken the car over from Iraj Alexander, and he seems to be on a double stint this time as well.
Does look like it, doesn't it? I tell you what, he is threading his Ferrari through a large gaggle of cars like a knife through butter, and he's just left Jiri Pizarnik behind him. Really quite surprised. As my colleague Tom Gamel would say, Jiri Pizarnik probably had his pants pulled down on that corner. He was just outdriven around the outside. Pizarnik was on the racing line, give or take, and he left Tom Dyer enough room to just drive past him. So Pizarnik still in second, and in the end he is still 3 laps ahead of Tom Dyer, and if it was a 20-lapper that wouldn't be an issue. But Paul, it's not a 20-lapper, we've got the better part of 20 hours. All right, not quite, but 16 hours to go. You might need one of those 3 laps to finish on the podium or win the race.
You might as well push as hard as you can. I mean, that's all good running. I mean, the trick that Spirit of Race have pulled, if you will, in the 53 car is that they're running as an AM neutral car rather than the AM Advantage, which means that they can run at 153, which is probably just about as quick as anybody's going. It's as quick as anybody is going at the moment. So it's not a bad way to run it, because it gives you an extra fuel allowance that you can put in more fuel. You can't run it to the maximum, but you do get more fuel, and you do get a weight reduction compared to the pros. You have to carry more weight than the Advantage, so it's kind of in between the AM Advantage and the A6 Pro, and that's why they call it AM neutral, because it kind of gives you an in-between position. But it means if you can run to 153s on that, then that might as well be your pace. And Tom Dyer, as I say, did a double stint earlier on. It's just done another one. Martin leaps to his feet and tells us,
I can see dust. And that's all. And people running towards where dust is, and where something obviously was. Something has gone straight across the gravel trap. Is that 1 and 2? It's 2-3-3. Now this is the Cayman that came in with a left rear puncher earlier on, much earlier on in the race, turned sharp right into its garage, and the carcass of the tyre just carried straight on down the pit road like some floppy bit of, oh, it wasn't 2-3-3, unless this is not a replay and that's live, and that is an Audi that has just looped around under braking. That is the DriveX Audi, and that is live, and he was just catching 2-3-3, who was chastened and recovering from his own incident. And is there oil maybe on the circuit there, or something down by the curbs? So, Nick Damon, I think we need to get down to the 58 garage and find out what is going on with the gold Lamborghini, because I'm sure when it came into the pits, I saw it being pushed off the pumps, and yet it seems to have run out of fuel.
It was pushed the pumps. It's just driven past me under its own steam. They've changed the drivers, and that driver had only done a lap. Now they're starting and they've stopped. Man in a different coat's going, you're doing something wrong there, putting the gear.
I think they've got classic car issues, and I'm not sure they know how to fix them.
Let me see if I can speak to Roberto again, because we've spoken to him before already, to find out what the problems were. Roberto, what happened on that lap?
No benzene, no. They forgot something. We have problem with the fuel inside, to put the fuel inside. It's broken something. We changed, but we couldn't make a full tank, and everybody forgot in the stress. So
bad luck, never mind. So there you're right. They're out of fuel, and now there's another problem. I think we've got a problem with the filler, and they're trying to see what's going on. Carl briefly leapt into life after Roberto hopped out and the other drivers got in, and the engine's come up again. So in the excitement of fixing the initial problem, they forgot to put fuel in it.
Yeah. We are going to have more issues with that car, aren't we? Thank you, Nick Damon, for that report. Number 49 DriveX Audi is still in the gravel, still facing the wrong way, and we are still, I'm sure, waiting an imminent code 60, because I'm not really sure I'd want to be recovering that without one. 233 makes it back, and we'll head to the Manthey team, because this is their GT4 Cayman, which really, look at that. The whole left side is flat. It has been against something firm, hasn't it? That's what the marshals were recovering. And I wondered whether the left rear was sitting down, but looking at the left front, maybe it's not. I think he's just coming in because he's lost it, had a half spin, and he's just slapped hard against the tyre wall. It's probably not a major issue, except for a body shop. You need Mr. Pull Dents on that one, but it looks a right mess. However, he drove it in slowly, but he drove it in, and now he is being fueled. So may not be the longest stop for that car. Talking of the longest stop, though, Wim de Pundit's number 41 Mercedes still receiving attention for what looked like a fairly insignificant
bit of bodywork. 21 minutes currently in the pit lane, so he's certainly spent almost twice as long now as the Lamborghini spent, and as a result of that has dropped out of the top 20. No, not quite, but it will be very soon.
Top Dutchman, again, returning to last night's theme, is Patrick van Glabbeker, because now the SP3 class leader, which is now car number 102 from JR Motorsport, one of their 2 BMWs, that is back up onto page 1 of the timing screen. He might not strictly actually be... Wim de Pundit's not Dutch, is he? He's Belgian. Do we have any Dutch? De
Pundit is Dutch.
Oh, right, okay, so... All right, well, currently not top Dutchman, but top Dutchman from the Supercar Challenge. Patrick van Glabbeker now, anyway, the SP3 leader is on the first page. TCR leader is moving nicely up the first page into 20th place overall. René Steenmetz in car number 127, that's Leon. As 233 heads to Manthey Motorsports' hard-pressed crew. Yellow flag remains out at corner 4 of the Circuit de Catalunya, and there's the reason why, because also remaining out in the gravel trap at corner 4 is car number 49, the DriveX Audi, and it is I've lost my line, Saad El Faisal. The Saudi driver is at the wheel of the car, patiently waiting a tow, which he will receive, and then head back to terra firma. And you would suggest, from the way the car is and what we saw of it, it spun under braking as he dived into the apex of turn 3 and then ran out wide backwards into the gravel trap. So he should be back into action fairly swiftly. He may well come into the pits for a checkup. Number 1, Mehmet Ogilvy's TCR class Seat Leon has come into the pit lane, and that car, I think, was in 3rd place. Nick Damon, what do you know?
Well, I know I was busy looking at the damage that had been done to the Porsche Cayman, but I then saw this little monkey sneaking in round the back, and it's up on the the medium jacks. They've actually taken it into the garage. They're removing vast amounts of pickup from all sorts of areas, and it looks like they're doing a brake change. Now, I'm not sure whether that was particularly on cue, but the driver, is that Phil Quaife in the car, one of the Mootrons?
Is that the voice of the Mootrons? I'm not sure.
If he was helped out of the car and didn't seem very happy with life.
Sammy
Mootron.
So,
well, if he's been battling a brake issue, he may be needing new underwear.
Yep. It's a brake change that's going on now, Martin.
Yeah.
And Sammy Mootron looks absolutely as tired as you can be. Let me go and see if I can...
cheer him up, yes.
Yeah, let me cheer him up by talking to him, though he looks like he might actually be dead. No, he's alive. He's still alive. Sammy, are you okay?
Yeah, no, it's slight seating position issue, so my whole body's kind of cramped up a little bit. It's still a little hot out there, but I think it's more to do with the vibration from the pickup and the seating position. So it isn't heat, it's just slightly physically tired at the moment, yeah.
So it's not just an easy drive around the park then?
I used to think it was until this stint. No, it was just, you try and get in and out of the car so quickly, I don't think I got myself. The seat wasn't pulled quite forward, so I was using a lot of my core on my shoulders, and that takes its toll after 2 hours.
So all these repairs are just,
standard. Yeah, this is all part of the plan. We all knew it was going to be a hot start to the race, and it's hopefully going into a cooler night, so we want the car as best prepped to run through the night hours as possible.
Sammy, enjoy your rest.
Yeah. Well, the last thing you need, if you drive from the Midlands to London, as Johnny and I do occasionally, and your seat's not in the right position, after half an hour you're fretting around and you're moving about and you're getting the electric buttons and get it to move forwards and backwards and up and down. Can't do that in a race car because you're strapped in as tight, so tight that even if there were an adjuster you couldn't reach it. And of course you're busy trying to hurl the car around the track. And physically you have to be almost welded into the car to resist the stresses and strains. And so being in the wrong position in the seat sounds like something it should be no drama at all, but it does cause massive physical issues, and you know, shoulders cramp, legs cramp, and we all know how painful it is to wake up with cramp. Try driving with it without being able to stretch out. That's murder. Now they will lose third in class, I'm afraid, because they were within a lap of the car of Jaime Font, number 325, who has in fact gone by them. So that is third in TCR and up to 29th place, and they dropped to 31st. But as we've seen with a number of cars, routine service items are being routinely serviced while they have other issues to deal with. And just to bring you up to speed with our Corvette, Gert Beisel has gone back out for a few reconnaissance laps. Hopefully the battery issue has been solved, and we did see that on screen a few moments ago before we heard from Sami Moutron. Daniel Allemann still leads the race in the Porsche number 911. Second, Yuri Pizarnik in Ferrari number 11, still off the lead lap. Third place, 2 further laps back, number 29 is Jochen Krumbach in the Manthey Wochenspiegel Porsche 991 GT3R. So that's the top 3 in A6 Pro. Fourth place is this car, the A6 AM leader. That's the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes. Friends of the show and breakfast neighbours, the Hofer Racing team every morning. Roland Eggerman doing his first stint in that car, Paul tells us. So we did have 2 stints from a couple of their drivers. Michael and Chantal Kroll both did long stints. And then Roland Eggerman getting in to take over them. Tom Dyer in 5th position, and Tom Dyer still going very quickly. Last lap of 1:54.1, behind him in 6th in the number 17 car, the Mercedes of Dimitrion Jalbert, that is in 6th position. And looking into the garage at 233, I'm sure Porsche body panels don't come cheap, Nick Damon. I'd rather repair your TR4, and I'm not saying this lightly, than repair that Porsche.
My TR4 passed its MOT with flying colours. There's only a bit of rust, let's not talk about it now, one of the outriggers, doesn't matter. Yeah, whoever crashed the 233 has effectively done every panel. Front wing, light, bumper, valance, door, rear. The rear wing is really squished. He's also even squished up the light plates, but he's broken the window. That's a cracking accident, that is. As we surmised, he's gone skidding down a barrier somewhere. Do we know who it was who did it? Who was driving at the time, Paul?
Yeah, I can tell you from memory because I remember naming the guilty party at the time. I think it was their Saudi driver. No, that's
Christoph Breuer.
I can't see Christoph, but interestingly, they are going to carry that. They're mending the bits they need to mend, which are the wheels, the brakes, the radiators. So they probably decide the fact that it looks awful, don't care about that. We'll just repair it and off we go.
Well, yes, it looks like a complete bag of bits, but there's nothing major. I mean, the only worry slightly is the cooling radiator there in the left front corner, which is, I think, what they're changing now.
They're changing now, and they're also they changed the rear left brake caliper as well. They've changed the rear left brake caliper, and they are also quite actively looking at the bits. I think they're going to have to change the front right light as well, because that is not looking very well, to put it mildly. But, you know, I'm sure the one person who is smiling a deep smile about this is the man in charge of Porsche Cayman Spares at Weissach, who's expecting a very big order to make a large amount of money come Monday morning.
Well, lots of work going on that car. Worth looking at the moment, as you can see. The lights there down in the front bodywork, in addition to the standard lights. Lots of coolant down there as well. Maxi Buch in the number 41 Mercedes I think this is sort of a major landmark. Paul pointed to the screen to say that they have left the pit lane. However, they are in 20th place and only just ahead of the TCR leader.
Yeah,
that's quite a fall from grace.
Yes, that was very nearly a half-hour pit stop. 29 minutes they spent in the pit lane. Of course, they did have the period of refueling as well, which has to be added on, but very nearly half an hour lost in the pits, and so that has, to all intents and purposes, I mean, they're better fighting the way back up, and I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't manage to get themselves up to the top 10 by the end of the race, but it is going to be a tall order for them to be able to win it from back there, judging by the reliability that has been demonstrated by some of the cars up at the front ahead of them. A full lap of a lead for the race leaders, and let's say in terms of the schedule of the pit stops, we will be having the second placed car of Jiri Pisarik into the pits in the Ferrari before the Porsche needs to come in as far as the fueling situation is concerned, and it's going to be close as well to see whether or not the other Porsche, the number 29 Wochenspiegel Team Manthey car, can stay out longer than the Ferrari. If it can, then we'll have a Porsche 1-2, and I don't think we've had one of those in the race thus far.
No.
So we'll see what happens with the fueling, but as I said, wouldn't be at all surprised to see Pisarik into the pits before Krumbach with the Manthey car, and as I say, that with the Wochenspiegel car is, how far is he behind? Yeah, he's a lap behind the Ferrari, so even when the Ferrari comes in, it may well be that the Ferrari manages to get out again before the Porsche can get there. So that's, I'm perhaps counting my chickens a little bit there. But what we are beginning to see is something a little bit reminiscent of what we had at the Paul Ricard 24-hour race, with the 911 car not having any problems, and establishing itself in the lead, whilst those around it are beginning to have little problems and spend a little bit longer in the pits from time to time. So a lap of a lead it is at the moment, and that could easily go up, as I say, because the Ferrari will be in before we'll expect to see the Precoat Herbert Porsche in again for its next stop.
Caught a glimpse there of Lim Keong Wee in the GDL Team Asia Lamborghini Huracan. It's another Super Trofeo spec car. Melvin Moe was certainly troubling the top 10 in the very early stages of this race. They're here with 4 drivers, Lim Keong Liam, Lim Keong Wee and Nigel Lawrence Farman together with Melvin Moe. So 2 guys from Singapore, Malaysian, and Nigel from Hong Kong in the A6 AM class.
Cars in 15th, being chased down by the Barwell Lamborghini. Delayed after leading 2 or 3 times early on. Joe Osborne back at the wheel of that car. A6 Pro category, he's 4th in the class and lying in 7th place overall, having completed 211 laps at last count, which is 5 fewer than the race leader. Look at the dashboard on the Race Logic readout there of Milos Pavlovic, and you can see his lap time counting up as he comes across the line, sector times and so on. So it gives him the full lap time, tells him if he was plus or minus on his own previous best. So that's how the drivers get a little bit more of a feel, if particularly in cars like, say, the number 10 Hofer Mercedes of Ronald Egerman, who's back in the pits again, who are bound not to exceed a predetermined
delta time,
lap time, then it won't be on their previous best or their previous lap. It'll be on the time that they must not exceed, so they can see if they're minus, which is danger because they're ahead of where they should be, or plus, which is safe, and how far they can push it towards the end of the final sector.
And that car is an AM car as well, Martin, so it is limited to 1 minute 55, so just as the Hoffa Racing Mercedes is, so they are constrained by the same lap time. What they normally do is to base it on sectors and go like the clappers for the first 2 sectors and then slow down in the 3rd sector if they need to, but it means if they come across traffic in the first 2 sectors, they can still go like the clappers. Johnny?
Straight down to Nick in the pit lane.
and that has necessitated an out-of-sequence pit stop. Now it's happened. I'm walking down there as fast as I can go. And they are having to work on that left-hand side as well, because it was very, very low. So the car was actually dragging on the ground on that left-hand side. So it's another of the leading cars hitting an out-of-sequence problem, as everyone just tries to let the 911 win really easily. There's all I'm missing duct tape, everybody. I'm missing a duct tape incident. And obviously Hoffa Racing had the best duct tape ever, and a couple of years ago in Zandvoort they had to duct tape down their skull wing doors. But yeah, so there's been a lot of damage at the front. There's a puncture as well. Egerman's not got out of the car. Now, I'm not sure what is cause and what is effect, whether there's been an accident at the front. No, it looks like, yeah, I think it's more likely to have been a puncture which then caused the damage rather than the damage that caused the puncture. But that's an extra stop they don't need.
Car back on the move and rejoins in 6th position. Roland Egerman at the wheel there of the SLS. Daniel Alleman continues to lead after 217 laps, Paul. Yeah, it turned out to be not too long of a pit stop because it was such a short stint, not so much fuel to be had to put into it, and it was only just over 2 minutes, the pit stop then for Roland Egerman. And we'll just see how long he stays out there now for the remainder of his stint, because it would be a good indication of how good the tyre wear is. That car we know can go for an hour and a half. In fact, Chantal Kroll did very nearly an hour and 45 minutes in it earlier on. And so we'll see how long Roland stays out behind the wheel.
What about temperature now? Because just about vertical with our eye level, or level with our eyes, at the top of the grandstand is the sun, which is now dropping behind hazy cloud. And in the booth, all right, we have got air conditioning on, but when it's been burning in through the window, there's been a very definite temperature drop in the last sort of 10 or 15 minutes in the booth, because the heat of the sun is really dramatically starting to fade now as dusk starts to approach. Yeah, quickly before that is reflected, I wonder, in ability of drivers to survive longer in the car.
Yes, I think it will help them. 20 minutes past 8 is sundown, and dawn tomorrow morning will be at 20 past 7. So 20 past 8 sun goes down, 20 past 7 tomorrow morning the sun comes up. But yeah, it is starting to cool down, and that will certainly help driver longevity. Let's just ask our man on the spot in the pit lane. How is the temperature, Nick?
Well, I've taken my sunglasses off because the sun's gone in. The temperature's dropped slightly, but it's still really, really muggy. It's still up about 72% humidity, according to one of the weather stations in one of the garages. The temperature has dropped down apparently from 31 to about 28.5. It's going to carry on dropping now the sun's gone down, so it's still a bit uncomfortable, but I think we're about to have a few good hours, because according to my weather forecast app, it's going to drop down to about 22, 21 overnight, which is almost sort of ideal conditions for racing in.
Lots of work going on at Presenter.eu. The Stanco Motorsport team have just turned around Luigi Stanco's 112 car, sent it off, really in a hurry to get it moving, because sweeping in behind it and straight into the garage was the team car 212. So they just pushed, or made 112 get out of the way and go back out on track as 212 came in. And that all-Danish crewed number 212 car, that has had a couple of issues. It was the better placed of the two in their class, and now has dropped down to Thomas Soderholm, has brought the car in. They're 41st and 3rd in the A2 class. Oh. And in fact still ahead of their teammates, so 112 has had more drama than I gave it credit for, or has been more of a nuisance than I gave it credit for. And Stanco jumps from the page I found him on onto the page I left. He's got up to 46th position, so he will overtake his teammates in one lap, and they are not going to come out of the garage in one lap, or they wouldn't have gone in if it was such a minor job. So little inter-Nissan battle. We also saw, while we're hearing from Nick, interesting shot of the KTM Crossbow Coupe. Everybody who's aware of a KTM is probably sort of imagining a little open two-seater with twin rollover hoops behind the driver and passenger's head and so on. But the coupe, as you can see, is a very different affair that looks like a Darth Vader escape pod from the Death Star, with a cantilevered front, much in the style of the Nova kit car of the 70s that was built on a VW chassis. There was a sort of swoopy Space 1999 thing that had a whole clamshell that lifted up as its roof, windscreen and side windows. That's what the KTM Crossbow does. Number 10 Hofer Mercedes comes steaming down the straight past one of our Cup class Porsches, driver of which is indicating furiously, go by me on my right, please. And again, we saw that a couple of times from cars being passed in traffic. It's very reassuring that while there is still some light, and you can see the driver doing that, because it means you know he's seen you, even if it's not your favourite side to go or by on, at least he knows you're coming.
And very often when you're in a slower car, you're often saying to the guy behind, come on, come past, because
Yes.
you're doing your own race, and what you actually want is for the guy to come past you. I know, you know you've seen him, but you have to somehow confirm that to him that you've seen him.
And there's always another slight issue, is that generally the slower the car, the longer its braking distance is likely to be. So you want this guy to come by you and not stop dead when you're halfway through your braking distance and got nowhere to go. So yes, hurry up and come by.
Yes, quite. I remember talking to Owen Mildenhall on the flight back from somewhere where we'd been together, and he was saying that he actually ran into the back of an Audi R8 at the Nürburgring one day when he was driving something quite small.
But GT cars say that all the time at Le Mans, don't they? Prototypes whistle by you at the last possible moment and then stop dead like a brick wall. And I'm on the brakes and I've still got another 50 metres before I'm going to be slow enough to get off.
This was beyond
them.
the braking area there. This was in the corner. Anyway, interesting situation on the track. I'm not quite sure if we'll be able to see it or not, but if you're listening around the track, because the Maxi Book Mercedes has kind of rejoined, and it's right behind the race-leading Porsche on the racetrack. Now, as a result of its earlier problems, it's fallen back so that it is, some 16 laps behind. So, this is not a race for position, but it's just going to be interesting to see the performance differential between the two of them, because they are close to each other on the track at the moment.
In the pits as well is the Felbermeyer Audi. This is the car collection car number 33. And Peter Schmidt, I'm struggling with the Schmidt in that one. It is Peter Schmidt, yeah. He took over from Johannes Siegler, and I imagine that he will hand the car over, actually. I'm not really sure that what we're feeling in the air-conditioned booth in terms of temperature change is really being reflected, and the other car collection car loops around again, the 34 car. We saw Gustav Edelhoff more through luck than judgment get away with one earlier on. He's got away with this one as well because he has spun. That is 14-15, or is that turn 13? Can't remember. They're two very tight right-handers towards the end of the lap. Either way, he's gone round in one of them. I think that's 13 before they run down into the little left-right flick-flack at 14-15. He's got away with that. He is fourth in class, which is the A6 AM, and 8th overall. Our top 9 cars now are A6 cars, and in 10th place is our 991 class leader Joe Foster, but he's just come in for fuel, and that likely means that he will drop behind Oliver Ditzler in the number 12 Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, at least temporarily. So lights on around the track. As we saw in nighttime practice, there are lots and lots of lights around the track. They're the sort of don't fall down the steps in a grandstand sodium light type for spectators rather than illuminate the track for racing drivers type. But there will be a lot of background illumination. No, not very much on-track illumination at any rate. 33, the Felbermeyer car has now headed out with Horst Felbermeyer Jr. at the wheel. Joey Foster still on the pumps, and that is, well, they're in the battle for 9th place with Oliver Ditzler in the number 12 Leipert Motorsport Mercedes, Lamborghini Huracan, Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, and those cars all within a lap or two of each other, and I think possibly Edelhoff's number 34 Audi might be in danger of dropping back into their clutches fairly quickly.
Maxi Book has really been gunning it and has done a 154.357 on his last lap, which is some 5 seconds far. No, sorry, I exaggerate. 3 seconds faster than the race leader is going, but he has actually unlapped himself from one of those laps. So Daniel Alleman in the 911 Porsche, having been overtaken by the HTP Mercedes, but of course having had that half-hour pit stop. It's all for nothing. Well, it's never for nothing. You always keep on trying because you never quite know what's going to happen, so you might as well push. But Maxi is pushing and going very nicely, and that Mercedes clearly, now it's repaired, there's nothing wrong with it at all. But as I say, it's the damage has been done, and even though it's going very rapidly, the Daniel Alleman quite happy to let the Mercedes go past him.
No point fighting battles you don't need to fight. We're in the last hour, possibly.
Joe Osborne is another man who's carrying on fighting. Remember, he had a 12-minute pit stop earlier on, but because clawed his way back into the top 6 in the 52 Barwell Lamborghini, and he's lapping 54.002. He's lapping still quicker than Maxi Book. So there are, as the night, I won't say the night, as the sun sinks towards the horizon, people are beginning to go a little bit quicker, and we are seeing faster lap times coming up.
Down to the pit lane, and Nick, who's watching a stop for the 78 Porsche.
Another Porsche having a pretty much perfect run to go with our leaders, the 911 car. This is the Espinal Foster
MRS GT.
Xavier Masson MRS GT machine. In the 991 class, so leading its class and now creeping up the top 10. That's so fast, I was nearly in the way actually, but now they've the last-minute attempt to change the fuel. Charles Espinal got in, Joe Foster got out. He's done really well. Joe Foster's walked out in a way which makes me think he's not actually suffering particularly badly. So I shall wait for him to whip off his helmet and then see if I can grab a word with him. Shouldn't be more than a few seconds. As he's let's take his glasses off first. They're all these very exciting helmets. I've lost my cameraman, which is never good. Hang on, Mr. Cameraman. Hello.
Remember when you chatted to Charles Espinal, expecting him, like everybody else, to complain about how hot it was? He said, well, after VIR last week in the summer in Florida, no, it feels lovely.
I shall... Mr. Foster now is he's unhooking himself for a few seconds. He's got a very nice unhooker. And the glasses. Now I can see who's talking to him. That's good. Hi, Joe. You don't look too hot. It's this running in America obviously prepares you well for this.
Yeah, I know. You're used to Sebring or Coda or other tracks that are really hot, Road Atlanta, VIR. This is definitely hot, but the food's better, so I like it. It's starting to cool down a little bit now. It's about 10 degrees cooler track temp than it was my first stint late in the day. Still quite slippery, but it's fine. It's the same for everybody. At this point, MRS cars running fantastic. Obviously, as you've seen from where every driver is doing their job. At this point, we're just trying not to break it.
You say we've lost 10 degrees of track temperature. How much air temperature? Only a couple of degrees, I'd say.
You know, inside the car, it's still 130 or whatever, so I can't really tell the difference, but I can definitely tell by how long the tire lasts before it goes off that the track temp's coming down. So it's definitely going to it'll be real fast about 3 tomorrow morning.
Is that when you're in again?
I don't know. I could definitely use a lap now. I think I'm midnight to 2 or something like that. And whoever's in then, it doesn't matter. They'll go fast because the car is fantastic.
Joe, thanks very much. Go and have a drink.
Thank you.
I'm not sure Marion's going to be thrilled to find out that the food is better here than at Marion's. So I'm not sure I'd fall on that side of the stool. But hey, whatever and whatever.
It was a shorter stint from Joe Foster on that lap, only 38 minutes. So that's possibly part of the reason that he was looking reasonably fresh, as Nick was saying. Whether that was intentional or whether that there was some other reason why he came in a little bit earlier, we didn't actually find out. But maybe Nick can follow that one up for us. Approaching 8 hours into the race. This always happens, doesn't it? You kind of get to the stage where the initial stage kind of goes away, and then all of a sudden these hours just tick by, like kind of 20 minutes goes by, and
this is where we settle down now into the meat of the race. This is sort of almost like we've got the first few corners out of the way and we're a couple of laps in, and now we can really settle down into it, and this is where it all starts to really build itself. But of course we're heading now into the better part of 11 hours of darkness, so and it's going to be quite dark as well. So if you leave us now and don't come back until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, it might be a very different complexion to this race. Precoat Herbert Motorsport leading at the moment. The 991 Porsche looking for its 3rd consecutive win in International Endurance Series races.
There's the Alemann Porsche heading towards the end of this lap. Also catching a glimpse of the 82 Porsche as well for the SP2 class. That's the Team Isa Brakes Spanish entered Porsche 991 Cup car. Leader across the line though, with right behind it Roland Eggerman, who is 5 laps down now in the number 10 Hoffa Racing Mercedes. They have a slightly different agenda though, being an A6 AM car. They're 3rd in that division behind Dimitri Engelbert and Tom Dyer in his Spirit of Race Ferrari 458, the American driver. 4 Porsches all heading towards turn number 3 and in various different classes. Porsche as well.
Yeah, we're getting towards the end of Jiří Pesirac's stint at the moment. So I said it earlier on, it'll be interesting to see whether or not it's Pesirac who comes in first or the Manthey Porsche. Well, one of them is going to have to cough first, and I think it will be the Ferrari that comes in. But I suspect, if all goes well, and it's just a routine stop from the Scuderia Praha team, that they'll be able to turn that car around and get whoever it is that's going to take over from Pesirac, which will probably be Matteo Malicelli.
Yeah, it was last time.
Which is how it switched last time. Will be able to get out before Krumbach or the Manthey Porsche is able to catch up. But as I say, getting towards the end of this number 11 Ferrari's stint, car in 2nd place, as you can see, if you can see a screen, the number 2 on the side of the car, the Spa 05 system there, which provides the position of every car in the race and makes life very much easier for spectators around the circuit and people watching on TV, of course, because you can quite easily see the car that you're watching and what position it's in.
Down to Nick Damon with an update on the number... which number was it? Sorry,
52,
Nick?
it's the Barwell machine. Joe Osborne hops out, Richard Abra gets in. The big light 7s on the side, showing the comeback from that stop caused by electrical gremlins. So the car now appears to be running okay. That was a very high quality standard pit stop, that one. And we'll probably try and go over with Joe in a few seconds.
Thank you, Nick. We'll head back to you just as soon as we can. Jiří Pesiric heading up towards then turn number 3. This is lap 225 for the Ferrari for Scuderia Praha. And behind him in 3rd position, it is Joachim Krumbach in the Wochenspieler Team Manthey Porsche. So just less than 16 hours to go in the 24 hours of Barcelona for 2016. Daniel Alemann leads the way in the Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche 991 and has a lead of a couple of laps on Jiří Pesiric for Scuderia Praha. 3rd position, it's Joachim Krumbach for Wochenspieler Team Manthey, and 4th place, the best of the A6 AM cars, Tom Dyer in the Spirit of Race Ferrari 458 for the Swiss outfit. Straight down to the pit lane and to Nick Damon.
With the car that came in 7th place overall, Joe, you're now on an official recovery drive. How far can you recover?
Definitely the 911 Porsche's been metronomic in the last 2 rounds of this, so we need them to have a problem. I don't think we've got pace to catch him over this. Podium would be cool. Let's see if anyone else gets a bit of bad luck like ourselves.
So the car's now 100% again?
Yeah, definitely. It was a real small glitch somewhere in between the steering wheel and the wiring loom. So it was a steering wheel loom change we had to do. It's just a fiddly job for the boys, hence why it was 12 minutes really, I think.
Sun's gone in, that means the track's cooling down. Are you feeling it beginning to improve during that session?
Much cooler now. Earlier it was horribly hot. Now it's just a bit humid, it feels, in the car, but it's fine. We can do a couple of hours quite easily with the car as it is now.
And can Richard push the tyres from lap 1 now, or is he still got to be careful?
We've got to stay off the curves for the first 2 laps. Otherwise you can break the tyre wall just with the wire when the pressure's too low, but we got to push it hard now. That's the good thing as a driver perspective. When you're behind, you can go flat out, and you've got an excuse if something goes wrong at least now.
Best of luck, Joe. Thanks a lot, man.
Cheers, guys.
Good to hear that they are not being hampered anymore. It was an interesting little stint, unfortunately, for Richard Abra, who was the man who came out and then suddenly found that the pace was dropping off on the 52 Barwell Lamborghini, which rides in front of us now as we're on board with Tom Dyer. And Tom Dyer goes by. Tom has completed 223 laps. The Barwell car has completed 221. So Dyer puts another lap on it. Tom Dyer up in 4th place, Barwell car down in 7th. Yeah, so Richard Abra had the gear shift go a little bit AWOL, all a little bit wonky. And they were then prepared to make changes at the end of that stint, and so he sort of struggled through with it, and unfortunately did cost him time. See the Spirit of Race 53 car at the moment. Tom Dyer just adjusting their telly, rear view camera telly, in fact. So now that the sun has gone down a little bit, we've not actually been able to see anything in that camera before because there was so much glare coming through the rear mounted lens, but it's actually quite a decent picture. Of course, at night all you see is lots of lights coming towards you. 2nd place car, Yuri Pizarnik taking fuel. Again, you can see, if you see just by the mechanic's head on the right hand side, the one in the balaclava, you can see the heat haze, or in fact it's not a heat haze, is it? That is petrol fumes spilling out to the open top there. So it's got a filler cap on the top because that is the overflow bottle. Oh my lord, that's Nick is in 7th heaven all of a sudden.
Hey, come on, married man, children. Sorry, Robert or Albert? Sorry.
Sorry?
Are you Robert or Albert? Alfred. Robert. First of all, how did last stint go? And obviously you got very hot.
Yeah, it's still very hot, but now it's getting colder and colder. That's good. It's good for driving. But now I'm watching the pit stop of the Ferrari, so yeah, it's easy.
And were you in a sauna where we interrupted you?
I like this style.
It's good, yeah, it's not very fireproof. Best of luck, thanks Robert. Yes, as Albert is the 3rd brother. It's either Alfred or Robert who's racing. Albert is the 3rd brother who also looks after Batman.
Nick, I think you ought to insist that they have their name tattooed across their throat so that we can at all times tell which of the brothers it is.
That would be so useful.
That would be useful for all drivers, wouldn't it?
Really, yes, but if one of them just grew a beard, that'd be fine.
Or like
they're both equally... Oh, hang on, wait a second. Robert's less well-shaven than Albert. Albert, Fred, Joe.
well, that could change. That could change at any time, though. If he goes back to the hotel for a shower, he might come back more cleanly shaven.
He looks like he just got out of the shower, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Take 2 bottles. Take 2 Renaults into the shower. No. Anyway, I'm just walking out for the number 11 pit stop, which is the next thing to happen. Yuri Pizarnik will hand over to Matteo Malucci. Yes, it is. So Matteo Malucci will time of his second run in a second when the car, the 11, pops out from the fuel station.
And the
Matteo Malucelli is the name he was struggling for there.
Yeah, Malucelli.
Malucelli.
Yeah, that's all right. No, what has happened is what I wasn't quite sure whether it would happen or not, but because the Ferrari was fairly low on fuel, it's had a long pit stop so far. We do now have the Porsche 1-2 because the Manthey car, the number 29 Joachim Krumbach driven Wochenspiegel car, has got itself into 2nd place. So it's a Porsche 1-2, and I'd say we haven't seen that for quite a long time. And the 911 still leads by more than a lap, in fact by more than 2 laps now. And what's more, Krumbach will be in the pits before Daniel Allemann. So no wonder Robert Renauer was quite happy with the way things are going. It's easy, he said. Well, he just makes it look easy. I mean, it isn't easy, but that's the beauty of this kind of thing, you make it look easy and then it becomes easy as a consequence, and that's so true in a number of things in life, isn't it?
And so much of it is the way that they're approaching it, isn't it? You know, they're here to have fun, and as a result, All right, they're hot and sweaty, and it's murder when they're in there, but they're having fun. I mean, even from the pros, you know, the Bernschneiders and the Peter Coxes and so on in this world, they're laughing about how little grip there is and how much of a struggle it is, but they are having fun. I mean, it's not life or death. It is going round in circles as quickly as you can manage for as long as you can do it. So, you know, the smile on the face doesn't stop when they leave the car.
No, absolutely. But as a trying to make the point that Robert Rennauer is clearly quite happy with the way the car is going, and I won't say he's smug about it, but certainly they have a certain level of confidence, which is which they can go along with. And as I say, the way the car is going at the moment, it is the fastest thing out there, and it's getting to the point, as I say, we may be 1/3 of the way into the race, but its lead is now up to 3 full laps, which translates to very nearly 6 minutes in terms of time. So, you know, they'll be able to come in and do their pit stop without having to worry about you know, losing the lead. And say, in any case, the Wochenspiegel Porsche will be into the pits within the next 5 or 10 laps, I think. Well, no, certainly within the next 10 laps, but it's probably within the next 5 laps. And that will promote the Ferrari back to second. But of course, then Daniel Alama will have to come into the pits. But good, comfortable lead then for the 911 Precoat Herbert Porsche. And let's hope for them, from their point of view, it continues to all work nicely for them.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're making the best of what they've got and doing a very good job at it, enjoying themselves, and the luck definitely seems to be running with them. Jochen Krumbach in second place, number 29. Matteo Malicelli has left the pits, as Nick suggested he would do, in the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. It is 10 minutes past 8, 8 hours in, and 8 less than 24, which is 16 to go. Is that 1/3 distance? It is. The sun is setting on my career and on my math skills, and the race leader is in traffic. Beautiful, beautiful evening here in Barcelona and the Circuit of Catalunya. The driver's probably not getting an awful lot of time to appreciate it, but it is looking absolutely stunning outside. While the race 1/3 distance has arrived, and it is time to send Paul Truswell off because he is running on empty. We will fill him up and he will rejoin us as the race continues. We get live coverage on RadioLeMans.com. Racing from Barcelona. It's 8 o'clock, it's dinner time, Central European time. Well, probably not in Spain, actually. Probably about 3 hours away before anybody really goes out for dinner in Las Ramblas.
Although that is exactly the note that Paul Truswell's just written to me, by the way. Not
dinner,
for
dinner,
us.
dinner, Batman.
Martin and I.
He's
but
off-ski.
Paul is, yes, indeed.
He's off-ski. No, we will take our turn at the trough as well, assuming that he and Joe Bradley and Nick Damon leave any. Yellow flag at Marshall's post 9, which the astute among you will now know is at corner 9. That's Marshall's post 9.2, so I'm guessing that's a newer version of Marshall's post. You're not responding to that way. That left you.
Sorry, straight over my head.
No, it did. That is probably on the exit of turn 9, which is the flat-out right-hander over the brow. and don't see what the issue is as we go through corner 9 and drop down towards 10 in the number 1. Oh no, that's 4 to 5, I beg your pardon, that's why I wouldn't see it. So this is downhill to turn 6, oil slick coming up on the racing line, right underneath your wheels here, down into turn 7. And then starting to climb a little bit through the right-hander at turn 8. Now we're coming up to turn 9. Code 60 has been announced.
Yeah.
So everybody slows right down, or should slow right down, to 60 kilometres an hour. We're through 9. What's on the exit? That's on the exit. It's a Lamborghini and the Bears 4 Racing BMW 235. And
That's
that looks
spot.
like that might have been quite a hefty shunt for the Lambo driver. 14th place made it. Is that Kyung-Wee?
Yeah,
It is
correct.
Kyung-Wee. And look, made a mess of the tyres as well.
In the GDL Team Asia Lamborghini Huracan. And that car originally started by Melvin Moe and was one of the front runners.
Wow.
2 cars heavily damaged there. Boot up on the Russian Bears BMW.
Yeah.
That was running 51st.
So that was...
I might leave that name to you.
I shall go and look on... I can't even remember which car number it is now. The livery...
One of the 200.
The livery is memorable, but unfortunately the number escaped me. 149. So I shall go and have a look for that. It is definitely the Bears for Russia.
It's Dmitry Bogoviansky.
Boglav Lensky.
Are you saying those are L's rather than I's?
Bogiavlensky, yeah. Dmitry
Bogiavlensky.
Bogiavlensky,
yes.
Unfortunately, not the easier to pronounce Liv Friedman or Maxim Aronov.
So cars 149 and 77 have collided with a tyre wall very, very heavily indeed. Remind me where this is then on the track, Martin?
Turn 6.
Turn 6.
Beg your pardon, turn 9. Exit,
Further out. Okay.
Yeah, exit turn 9.
So in fact,
on driver's
the run
right.
down to
So
10.
as you come, yes, it is. As you come over the brow.
And these are the marker boards, aren't they, for turn 10?
So it's 150.
The braking point.
Yes, exactly so. Well spotted indeed. I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, 150 metres from turn 10. So both flat out downhill, and somehow, whether they were both involved, whether they made contact with each other, or they both went off courtesy of something, I'm not sure. However, what I am sure of is this will not be a very brief Code 60, and it was at 2015, because Paul Truswell's not here to write it down. So I will make a note of that and then forget which piece of paper I wrote it on later. So 2015, I'll say, or thereabout. Well, probably a little earlier, wasn't it? 2014. We'll say that. We'll split the difference. Give them that.
Here's Nick Damon with a question.
Well, it's a question because I'm down at the 53 pit, the AF Course Ferrari that sneaked its way into 4th place with the skills of Tom Dyer. They, I think, were in the pits prior to the fuel stop, so they may very well actually have got a free fill because they just hit there. Lights aren't working. 53 has stopped now, and then the pit stop starts for this 4th place car. Tom gets out. It's going to be Alexander Koikny from Switzerland getting in. So this machine, I think, is going to have a real major bonus. They started fueling almost exactly when the Code 60 came out. So they've almost got a half a times fuel. They've got all the fuel on board, and they've managed to get all this done for nothing. And they're already doing quite well in 4th and moving forward. So you kind of think that, once again, AF Course appear to be able to run a car quite well.
Well, with the way their fortunes are going so far in the race and the progress they've made, yeah, you would say the law of probability is that they might have lucked into that one. However, it will be a matter of seconds either way, because if they had just arrived to you when you started talking to us, 2.5 minutes maybe to fill the car, I would have said that Code 60 was probably longer than 2.5 minutes. But again, I didn't exactly note the exact time at which we went Code 60. The team feel that they've had. Do they know if they've had a full fuel? Because they will have been told. The driver will have been told it's Code 60. Well, you can't have all the gas, or he won't have been told it was Code 60.
The team were already in the pit lane waiting for the car when Code 60 happened.
But they might have been in there a lap already.
Yeah. Some of these teams do like to get in there a bit early. Mr. Dyer's almost got his hat off now, so I will shove a microphone under his throat any second now, literally. But they are obviously this has been a very sneaky move forward. Let's see if I can...
Well, not at all sneaky, very well deserved. He's just handed the car over to Alexandre Coigny, who's one of the 3 Swiss drivers. Tom Dyer, the only American on the lineup.
So we'll do a quick word with Tom. He's just going to come and have a word with us. Tom, first question was, have you had an amazing stroke of luck and came in just as the Code 60 went on?
Yeah, I think that was a brilliant call by our lead engineer. You know, I let him know there was a big wreck on the backstretch and we are probably going to go Code 60, if not safety car. So he took that information and ran with it. So yeah, very lucky. Better be lucky sometimes in motorsports.
Well, that was a really impressive session for you there. You were going fast, consistent. Is the track a bit easier now? Is it easier to drive this time of day?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it's cooled off some, so that's nice. You know, the tires don't get abused quite as hard, and it lets you just set them a little quicker rhythm overall without over-stressing things, so it was good.
And the traffic appears to be behaving itself as well.
Yeah, I know. A couple of times I was waving to people, just thanking them because they were getting out of the way and seeing you come in, and everybody's playing nicely so far, so that's really good.
So we've asked everyone, so it's not quite so hot now, so you just go in for a sit down, then wait to go out when it's really fast in the middle of the night?
I think so, yeah. I mean, we're kind of limited how fast we can go, so, you know, you don't want to go too quick and just let it ride, you know. I'm having a great time. This is a fantastic series and event, and pleased to be here.
Tom, pleased to have you. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Well, he may have said sometimes it's better to be lucky in motorsport than quick, but he was not doing lucky laps. He was doing fast laps. He put in a really, really excellent stint. And, you know, it's a great indication of a driver who's done a lot of endurance racing and really thinks on his feet. I'm just going by a big wreck. I'm not just going to look at it and go, wow, that's a big wreck. I'm going to get on the radio and say, I'm coming in for fuel now because I know we're within, let's say we're within 3 or 4 laps of when I should be coming in. He'll be aware of that. Say, right, I'm coming in now because I think we're going to go to Code 60. And engineer goes, right, okay, here we go. Boys, get ready. Helmet on for the spare driver. And they react to it immediately. And that's not just AF Corsa thinking. That's the driver thinking to get on the radio and tell the team, I'm coming in, be ready. And that whole thing works together. And so much of experience or so much of endurance is experience and knowing how to ride, you know, picking the wave out, Johnny, and knowing which one to ride.
Also not kind of going with your emotions and your, you know, natural human element of, oh, that's a bit crazy. You know, you automatically get in racing driver mode. How can we take advantage from this? We are within the pit stop window, so let's get in as quick as possible and leave these guys to pick up the pieces because it might be one of those hinge points of a race.
Yeah, absolutely so, absolutely so. And none of the 4 cars are now in front of him made a stop for fuel. Making a stop is Maxi Book. Now, he has stopped under Code 60, and that means that he will have only had half his fuel allowance, because that's the way that works. Good evening, everybody around the Circuit de Catalunya. Buenas tardes to our Spanish audience and colleagues downstairs. Lights on the track, and it is now 20:08, so it is officially lighting up time.
Nick's watching the pit stop for the number 41 Mercedes.
Yeah, and the key thing there is that the Dutchman De Punier has got back in there. Sorry, De Pundet has got back in there again, who we interviewed a while ago, who was only out of the car about 40 minutes ago. And this must be because they're trying to play the AM driver time limits. So they've basically put in their amateur driver, taken Maxi Book, their professional driver out. There's no point wasting professional driver time under a Code 60. So they put the amateur back in again, take some tyres and some... And that's probably the way that's the best way of doing that. I was going to ask Maxi that myself. And let's see if I can get a quick word with Maxi. He's looking like he's only done about half an hour, so it's really very simple. Maxi, was that just a tactical stop there so that you could get some, so you wouldn't waste your professional driving time?
Yes, it was.
Is that frustrating? You're just getting into the rhythm and you get taken out the car?
It's like it is. I do it for the team. We are all team players. We are doing it for the one goal, and yeah, we see now.
After that delay, what are the aims for the team now? Do you think you can get back on the podium?
It's difficult to say. I think the aim is now to finish the race cleanly, to have a clean race or driving clean until the end, having or showing a good pace, and then we'll see where we end up.
Actually, thanks very much. So he's a happy young man as well. But so yeah, this is good. People are now thinking they're playing tactics. We're seeing some intelligent work at all ends of the pit lane. I'm impressed with this at the moment.
Thank you, Nick. The Bears for Racing BMW, the M235i, is now being stretchered from its landing place. Oh dear, the front left corner of that does not look too pretty at all. Flatbed waiting.
Coming back in a hurry, is it?
Tyre stripped off.
No right,
rim.
no left rear corner either.
No, that's right. So it's made contact, and the door looks okay. So it's almost as if it's been two separate impacts for front left and rear left. There's no wheel at all on that corner, and we haven't yet seen the front of the Lamborghini, the 77, to assess the damage on that car. The 149 machine will go back to the garage though, and the Bears for Racing crew are well experienced. It's Michel Schwab, who is the official entrant to that team, kind of overseeing things. It's an A3 car for the Russian squad, and we'll assume then that Dimitri out of the car and okay. We certainly saw the driver of the 77 run away with no immediate...
limp away
well,
almost, wasn't it?
Yeah. I didn't seem to be too much concern.
He did look pretty winded, though, I have to say.
I think the shock's the biggest thing, yeah.
Yeah, mind you, where that is, exactly, it would not have been a slow accident, and he seems to have missed the deepest layer of tyres as well, or moved the deepest layer of tyres as he went. I rather fear for the Bears for Racing BMW that we are unlikely to see that again. It's ripped off the left front wheel, it's ripped off the left rear wheel, and the chances are that's not confined just to hubs and uprights. It will very likely, if not have destroyed the chassis rails, ripped all the mountings out of them anyway, and if you can't mount your new suspension, it ain't going to stay on the car. So
very similar to the incident involving that Porsche that possibly ran wide out at 16 and looped, spun back across the track and into the tyres. Turn 9 is somewhere where you can do that as well. It's very easy to run out wide and almost follow the alternate bit of track there, and then come back across to driver's right and into the tyre wall. We didn't see the incident, but...
Well, the other thing, of course, is down there, heavy braking down into turn 10, which is a very sharp left-hander. I mean, a real proper hairpin, handbrake territory almost. And very different closing speeds of a 235i almost standard road car and a Lamborghini Huracan at full racing chat, probably in other traffic as well.
I was down there yesterday watching from that grandstand. It's a wonderful place to watch because you get a good view of turns 12, 13 and 12, 13 and 14 as well. That's a bit too early to be braking for turn 10. That's what makes me think it's an incident out of 9.
Yeah.
Which is maybe the BMW running wide and coming back across, collecting the Lamborghini.
Possibly. But again, he may have just been in a battle with somebody. Yeah. Either of them may have been in a battle of somebody pulled out and not seen that there was another car there. And again, it is the closing speed. You know, you're talking about a Lamborghini Huracan or a BMW 2 Series. I know which is going to be going quicker at that point, but it ain't the BMW. With no disrespect to either driver, the Lamborghini will have been honking on down the hill at a rare old rate. So if the BMW, unsighted by other traffic behind him, twitches out, say to his left or here to his right, to go by somebody who's, he's battling with or trying to get by.
Lappery on Lappery, potentially.
Yes, exactly. A slower car, a not quite so much slower car, and a much quicker car. And therein, I'm afraid, lies our potential. And it's not even dark yet. And these things are more likely to happen as it gets dark rather than less likely to happen. Well, time to say, sorry, very quickly, just time to say thank you to all the marshals and the rescue workers, all the other officials around the track, because it's as long a weekend for them as it is for everybody else, probably longer actually, because most of the teams only have to clear up their own cars. Marshals and the track workers have to clear up everybody's cars. So these guys out in all sorts of weathers, whichever racetrack you're watching, all unpaid volunteers largely, all doing it because they love being part of motor racing. And so very big thank you to everybody here at the Circuit de Catalunya and everybody else who's marshalling this and every other weekend.
Yeah, I wonder how many marshals from not the Catalunya area are here to take advantage of a great series that is in town for the only time in Spain through the year. Leader in and second place car in as well. So we've mentioned the timing screen topped by a couple of Porsches. Well, Daniel Allemann has brought his 911 numbered car in, and Jochen Krumbach also in the Wochenspiegel car, the Manthey prepared Wochenspiegel car. And already Krumbach back into the race after a pit stop that was 2 minutes. And the number 10 car has also come in to the feet of Nick Damon.
Yeah, the strange thing here is that they're taking Eggman out, who is one of their amateur drivers, and taking a chance to patch up that damage a bit more. But they're putting Christian Frankenhoop, the guy who I think we'd all say is the fastest man and the most professional, most pro of the team, into the car. So a different concept of running the driver times with the 10 car. So it's all a bit strange, this one, actually. But, you know, it's how their rotation works. And obviously they're working, they don't think it's going to be much longer on the Code 60, but you guys can see better than me how quickly that's likely to go away.
Now, the camera that we have down at turn 9 and 10 has zoomed out to reveal some damage to the tyre wall to driver's left as well.
Quite heavy damage as well.
Yeah.
Somebody has gone off on the left, torn several rows of tyres away, and then 2 cars have ended up on the right-hand side. Now, which went off and then came back across the track? I mean, again, you're going back to your theory, somebody's come across the track, having gone wide on the exit of the corner, and actually that looks to be increasingly the case. Which would have been going quickly enough to rip those tyres off and go shooting across the road? Either, arguably, I suppose, but having not been caught on camera, chances are, until we catch up with one or other of the teams. Now, it might be, and you're definitely going to stand a better chance of going to the 77 GDL Asia team, it may be that the driver has reported on the radio what has happened. The Bears for Racing team, unless your Russian is, you know, pretty decent, I think you may not, but I think you might struggle to find somebody there. So maybe the 77 car, their team will have some information from the driver of what happened.
Remembering front left damage on the BMW and rear left damage on the BMW, and almost 2 points of contact. So that would fit with possible contact initially on the tyres on the left and then back across the track and into the tyres on the right just before the 100-metre board.
Well, the Lamborghini we're looking at from the right rear 3/4, it's still got all its rear lights, so it hasn't been in anywhere backwards. It's still got its rear wing, so it hasn't been in anywhere backwards. So the only impact will have been at the front, either with the BMW leading it into the tyres or only with the tyres as it swerved, spun, whatever, trying in avoidance of some car shooting from stage left across its bows. Which, as you say, the BMW looked to have spun like a top, hitting all sorts of things with at least 2 of its 4 corners. So it may well be that the BMW, they don't know. I'm not surprised, actually, to be honest. I think their driver probably struggled. It was as much as he could do to get his breath back and get out of the car. He did look quite a bit dazed when he got out of the car of the Lamborghini. We didn't see the driver get out of the Russian Bears BMW, but he was out and under his own steam as well, so that we may have to wait a little to find out exactly what's going on or what went on.
911 car back into the race from its pit stop. There has been a driver change there with Daniel Alleman out and Ralph Bone back in again, so they're keeping the Renaults cooled and in a beach towel potentially for a little while longer. Now Jürgen Krombach has come back in again, interestingly.
The other half of his tank of fuel, because under Code 60 you're only allowed to take on half of your allocation.
So no driver change for the 29 Wochenspiegel Team Manthey car, but it looks like it's going to come back in for a bit more servicing, Nick Damon.
Yeah, they've got the trolley jacks waiting for the machine, so they're taking more fuel. Obviously it's not for the other car in the garage, because that's in the garage with major bodywork repair, currently being sorted out by Shane from the local Porsche dealership. Now they've got the trolley jacks, they're going to put the car down. My guess is it's probably nothing more sinister than it's time to do the brake change. And it's, as you know, we're halfway, or we're more than a third of the way through, so they probably think they can get 16 hours out of the second set. So it's time, I would think, to do those little things you can do, you have to do, and take 2 or 3 minutes. But taking 2 or 3 minutes under Code 60, of course, is less time than it really is if you have to do them at full speed.
I think you're absolutely right. And of course, they might have to do a brake change earlier because of how hot it was earlier. The brakes will have not been cooled by as cool air as might otherwise have been the case somewhere else. Also in the pits is our race leader, car number 911, the Porsche out at the fuel pumps at the moment. So right in that, and he came in on lap 235. He is still in. So Jochen Krumbach is in as well in 29, the second place car. Matteo Malicelli then in the number 11 Ferrari is the only one of our lead trio of A6 Pro cars. That's the red Scuderia Praha car. He remains out on track. And 911 came in a while ago, so he should be. Yeah, no, he will. Yeah, 911 was the lead. So which of the two cars? 911 or 29, did you think? 29 was doing the break. Okay.
It's now up on its jacks. It's going to get spun round. Driver's staying on board, as it is. It's grubby but unbowed. A lot of dirt on the car, but no obvious damage ever. It's lost its front left dive plane and its front right dive plane. So they either didn't have any dive planes or they've both fallen off. I think it's more like they both fell off. Tyres off already. And it's got that situation where you put it on 4 trolley jacks, it floats around. They managed to anchor it back down again. But this is a brake change. I don't know how quickly they can do this. They've already got the quick release calipers are off. On the little sticky on that right-hand side, and there's some. Just to make sure our cameraman can see what's going on. It's a brake change, so that's out goes the caliper. That shiny caliper thrown away. That's probably about 5,000 or 6,000 euros worth of engineering just lobbed away. And now the caliper goes back on again. So they're not doing discs by the looks of it. It's just pads. And the quickest way of doing pads is by changing the entire caliper with the pads inside already. So they've pre-gapped them. They've got obviously. The self-sealing joints, so when they pull them out, they don't have to worry about bleeding the brakes. They're break-offs, and they come through, and they'll be plugged back in again, and they've currently done reasonable amount of speed, trying not to walk in front of the manager who's recording all this on one of those very fancy gimbal cameras you can get now. The other side going reasonably well, just doing the final nuts up on the left-hand side. This is front brakes only. Car gets fresh tyres, the old tyres taken off, and you can hear the tyres going back on. And they now prepare to wheel the 29 out. I'm sure he's pumping the brakes just to make sure there's pressure. Just a little bit of a slowdown. They're just trying to hand torque all the wheels. So the wheels are all being hand torqued with they are of course racing wheels. They're centre splined, and the torque wrench clicks, and they've got enough tension on those. And the 29 are about to come out again. So in fact, they've spent more time tightening the wheels than changing the disc brakes or the pads. So that's now out. They're happy with that. And the car will rejoin, still with the bright number 2 on the number board, illuminating. The 208 just swung in front of it. A bit closer than it was. The 208 was possibly going a little bit faster. That was the engine, that was the car driving away. And that, as they say, is how to do it. That's hardly a surprise when it's a team run by Manthey, is it?
Exactly right. They leave us with 2 on the window, but they have in fact dropped to 3rd place because Matteo Malicelli, who stayed out in number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari, has moved up into 2nd place. Ralph Bone has left the pit lane as well, a little before that, in the number 911 Porsche, our race leader. So the race order, 911, 11, 29. Those are the top 3, and that was a change for 2nd place with the 29 Porsche doing that brake change. Now, all of the GT cars, all of the front runners will make a brake change. Often it's around hour 13 or 14 when they've had more than half the race, and then you can get the new ones in the cool of the night where they wear less and they will definitely last you to the end. However, at 1/3 distance, number 29 making a change. So they clearly taking advantage of what everybody who's gone by or looked at the TV pictures will gather is a long code 60. The left-hand side tyre stacks on the run down to turn 10 are back in position. No work going on there. The damaged cars have been removed, and the tyre stacks on the right-hand side, as the driver looks at it, going down from corner 9 to 10, have pretty much been all positioned back in place. And so we may not be too far away. There is still one flatbed truck there, and I think they're trying to load the Lamborghini on it. And the reason it takes quite so long to load a car, unlike when a recovery vehicle comes for your road car that is broken down at the side of the track, is because when your car breaks down at the side of the track, it normally still has all its wheels attached and it rolls a little more easily. They're trying not to rip the car to pieces as they drag it immobile onto the back of the flatbed truck. So it's got a tipping rear bed, which they slide down to the ground and then try and winch the car on as cleanly as possible, doing as little added damage to the car. It's bad enough when a car gets wrecked in a crash, even worse if there's more damage by the time it comes off the flatbed than it was when it was originally in the gravel trap. So it might be another 4 or 5 minutes, another maybe couple of laps behind the, under code 60 rather than behind the safety car. Code 60 came out at 1/4 just about, 14 minutes past, so 7-8 minutes ago. So it's not the longest period we've had. Into the pits now comes the car that was in second. He stops at pump number 2, the red number 11 Ferrari. Matteo Malucelli is at the wheel. And Nick, you talked a few, well, probably not more than 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, about Matteo taking over the car. So this is for them to top up, again on the assumption that we will go green fairly soon.
Yeah, I think it is very interesting how that massive flurry you get with the code purple, and then we had some great tactics going on. I think possibly Hoffa got it slightly wrong by bringing their car in and putting Christian Frankenhout in. Now everyone's topping off on the assumption, they've got the same pictures that you guys have, that we're going to start the next few minutes. But I'm certain that Malucelli won't get out, but I'm sure they would have probably preferred. In fact, Malucelli isn't getting out, he's driving past me now, so he's just taken his 45 litres, or it might be 50 litres.
He might not even have been able, he might not even have had that much room left in the tank. They may just be topping off on the assumption that we'll go green, probably on this lap, or at the very least on the next one.
Yeah, I assume, thinking about it, if you got in before or at the start of this purple sector, the code 60, you're now thinking, right, the car is fueled up, we've not put anywhere on the tyres, we can get, perhaps for the first time, close to that 2-hour period of running. We've dropped at least 12-15 degrees of track temperature, we will have during this particular session. The air temperature's down, so they're now thinking, right, let's give it a go, let's see if we can get that 2-hour stint done, or at least a completely full tank at full speed.
And that then may well be why Christian Frankenhout has gone into the number 10 Hoffa racing car, and he may not have been scheduled to go in now, but they may be reacting to that, going, right, Christian, get in, we're going to leave you in for a full 2 hours, get us into the top 3. Get out there and make the most of this still reasonably decent visibility and cooler temperatures when we go green and really, really push on.
Well, I think the bottom end of the podium is still all up for grabs, 2, 3, 4 and 5. You know, I think even at this point, the 911 car is going to have a problem or make a mistake.
Well, again, whatever Le Mans teaches us, it teaches us one thing, is that we're not going to predict a winner until we've actually seen him pass the checkered flag, whether they've had a good season so far or not. And the 911 team definitely have had a good season so far and won the last 2 races. That doesn't necessarily mean that luck is going to continue all the way through. Matteo Malucelli took fuel, and again, we're probably talking a pitcher or maybe a bottle of fuel rather than 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 litres. That was a top off in preparation. And again, Matteo Malucelli, an experienced professional, may well be in for the next, however long stints they can get, up to the 2-hour maximum that any driver can drive at one time. And these laps do count as well. Going through the fuel station and through the pits, that's all counts as driver time as well. So all this time, there's 2 ways of dealing with a long code 60, and the way quite often is to get some of your gentleman drivers into the car, get some of their time used up when they're not losing any time to anybody else. Even the fastest driver gets no advantage in code 60. And then what the Hoffa racing team seem to have done is to put Christian Frankenhout in preparation for a nice early evening super run. Having trouble still getting the Lamborghini onto the flatbed. And this is the angle of attack of the flatbed is quite sharp in relation to the massive overhang at the rear of the Lamborghini Huracan. So they are desperately trying not to rip it to pieces and yet still get it onto the truck. So we might have still 1 more lap of code 60. Half a dozen workers down there. Everybody, of course, is by now very well aware of what the incident is, where it is, and what's going on. So every lap you come round, there'll be fewer extra bits and pieces, fewer people involved, and eventually you'll see that there's only 2 or 3 people left, and then time to double tighten your seatbelts. Christian Frankenhout comes down into the pits in the number 10 Hoffa Racing Mercedes. Nick, you'll know immediately what he's doing, won't you?
Putting more fuel in.
Yes.
Topping it off, getting that whole 120 litres ready for what I expect will be a as close to 2-hour run as he can get.
Exactly
driving
right.
into the darkness.
Exactly so, exactly so. So he will have as much fuel as they can humanly cram into the tank, because in the Code 60 situation, you can have at any one filling half of your normal maximum. So in 2 stops, had it been absolutely bone dry, he would still be able to have a full tank of fuel. 303 is in as well. This is our TCR class second place machine. And Kevin Kresnik, is he staying in? No, there is a driver change.
It's Rick Broikers getting in.
Yep.
I can tell that. Sorry, Ivo Broikers getting in, sorry, because Rick's looking on, so son watching dad. I do love the way they get these 5-spoke wheels on. Obviously, it's painful to get them off, and they just rip off the wheels in 5 quick spins. But they've got little kind of metal holders, so when they actually put the wheels in, they're spring-loaded, so the nuts are already aligned on the spline. So you haven't got to fiddle with them, your first finger and turn them backwards half a turn, then forward 4 turns. But car up and running. That car seems to be running really, really cleanly.
Yep.
TCR. They don't have many problems. Who's leading the TCR class at the moment, Martin?
Leading the TCR class is the car in front of them, which is one of the Blakemolans, either Sebastian or Michael. Not sure which is at the wheel at the moment, because their surname is too long for the initial to appear on the screen. But it's car number 127, which is the Blakemolan family entered team. So that's a very fine thing to do. We could do until Johnny faded you off.
Fade me up. I'm honest. There's far too much fading down of me going on here, boys.
Do you know what I was trying to do? I was trying to get a first name for Blakemolan with Paul Trustwell's travelling data centre, but it's all locked off.
Well, obviously now.
I need a password. I can't get into it.
I'm going to grab word with Klaus Kresnik. Klaus, that was a very varied session. It was hot, it was cooling down, then you got a Code 60. Enjoyable?
Yeah, at the beginning it was really enjoyable. I had a really good pace, especially because now in the beginning we struggled with the heat, and our car had some heating problems. That means we had less power, and now everything is fine. So I had a nice pace, and then this heavy accident happened exactly in front of me. I even got hit on the rear by one of the tires, so I could avoid the collision. So I hope the guys, our colleagues, are safe and everything's okay. But beside that, was really a great stint. And the Code 60, was very long. And at that moment, that means also we have no cooling inside the car, so even hotter.
Yeah, you do look very hot. Now, we haven't seen a replay of the incident. Can you describe to us what happened between the Lamborghini and the BMW?
Yeah, so we came around to the turn 9. So the Lamborghini, the BMW, and then the third car, they were all more or less close together. And then there was some misunderstanding. So one car was in the middle, one on the right, on the left, some overtakings. And the BMW somehow wanted to give space to the other car, and then got hit on the rear, spinned, and took then the Lamborghini, and
You say you were hit by a wheel. Was that a wheel from the car or one of the tires from the barrier?
No, it was exactly the wheel, the rear tire of the BMW, because it got ripped off and it spinned in. I braked heavily down, and I thought I can easily avoid, and then suddenly the tire made a turn, and then luckily hit me only slightly at the driver's side at the rear.
That is very lucky. Glad you got through it and cooled down. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, there we are. That's what happened. Sounds like, just a misunderstanding with major consequences.
Is he available for hire as a commentator? Because considering English isn't his first language, he described that phenomenally well.
He is the Mark Martin of this race, isn't he? Mark Martin in NASCAR always was the guy who had the onboard of the camera of the accident happening right in front of him. And yeah, so Kevin Kresnik had it all happen in front of him. It was very nearly collateral damage. So they remain in second place. However, 127, the leader of the TCR class, who's 19th overall, has also just gone through the pits as well. So that battle, they're less than a lap apart, the top two in the TCR class. And just for completeness, I will flick over to find that in third in the TCR class is Heimer Font, That is in the Catalan entered car number 325. And Jaime Font sharing that car with Laius Sainz, who also raced in this race last year. Frances Gutierrez Argui. So 3 Spaniards and Eric Abidal, the French ex-footballer in the Vapouro Motorsport car. So that is 3rd in the class. And after their issues earlier on, car number 1, Ramsey Moutron, is at the wheel of the red, white and black Mehmet Ogilvy Seat Leon, and that lies 4th in the TCR class. Lamborghini is on flatbed. Flatbed is now level, horizontal, and the driver is being instructed in which direction to take the wreckage to get it off the track. So they will make a little gap in traffic, a rolling roadblock possibly. Not actually, but they're going to try and turn the truck around and send the car back to the pit lane, but they will need the assistance of some of the cars, because it's going to the big flatbed truck is going to have to make a turn across the racetrack. So hopefully nobody will get held up too badly, but that will bring us within a lap probably of the release of the cars to go green flag racing once more, and this will be 2014 to 2049, 35 minutes. Now that is quite a long Code 60. And as we suspected, seeing all the tyre damage and the 2 cars there, it wasn't just a brief one. That is the longest. In fact, that probably doubles the amount of time we've spent in Code 60, I should think, quite comfortably, because all the ones we've had so far have been 4 or 5 minutes, 5 or 6 minutes, and nothing major or substantial. And in the meantime, the sun has completely set, and the dusk of the evening is really settling down on us now. What about temperature in the pit lane, Nick Damon? How much cooler does the air feel? Are the people in the grandstands wrapped up warm in their jackets?
No, everyone is still turning up in shorts and a t-shirt, apart from me, who didn't know that shorts were allowed in the pit lane, so I'm suffering long trousers. It's very muggy. We're not getting the benefit of the reduction in temperature because the humidity is so high. The cars are enjoying the reduction in temperature, absolutely. They're getting a bit of thicker air, they're getting more cooling, but the human beings are still sweating away merrily thanks to the high humidity.
Race leader has just left the pits as well, Ralph Bone. 911, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which leads the race. I say this in danger of being contradicted, but they never pass up the opportunity, or have never in my experience passed up the opportunity to top off the car under a Code 60. So they came in early, right at the beginning of the Code 60, and they have now come at the end of the Code 60 to top up the tank yet again. And sometimes it means you give up track position, oftentimes it doesn't, but it does always mean that you again extend your opportunity for making strategic decisions, because you will never not have quite enough fuel in. We go green now at 15 hours and 8 minutes of the race remaining, 20:51. So that was a 37-minute Code 60, and the race is being led, or was being led certainly, by 3 laps by Ralph Bone in Porsche number 911, from Matteo Malicelli in Ferrari number 11, and in 3rd place, having just had its brake change, is the number 29 Porsche. That is Michael Sturzberg. I'm getting his R in the wrong place. That never does. Martin Haven, Johnny Palmer, Nick Damon, covering the action for you live on RadioLeMans.com and 24hseries.com, and also echoing around the circuit. If you, when we are chatting with Nick and our guest down in the pit lane, if you can hear his voice echoing around, you're not the only one, so can they. It confused Martin Short so much he could barely even answer questions, hearing himself coming back to himself with a slight delay.
Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari. A couple of Mercedes, 5th and 6th, then a Lamborghini and 2 Audis. So there's a real mixture of car types there. They're all either A6 AM or Pro cars. The top 9 are such, and then the first non-A6 car is Charles Espenlaub in the MRS GT Racing Porsche 991 class car. And it has a class lead over the HRT Performance Porsche number 73. So we've got an A6 AM, an A6 Pro and an SP2 class leading car between the two 991 machines. Porsche Lorient Racing very close to breaking into the top 10 overall.
Yeah.
in the SP2 car, although they've got quite a few laps to try and make up on Espenlaub.
But
it could happen, though, easily.
But yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got only 1/3 of the race completed. They're only 3 or 4 laps out of the top 10. It doesn't take the work of it does take the work of a moment to lose 3 or 4 laps, or a dozen laps, or 20 or 30 laps, or spend a couple of hours in the pit lane. So I think we're very likely to have lost both of the cars who are involved in that incident, both the 77 GDL Team Asia Lamborghini Huracan and also the M235i, the Bears for racing car, that red, white and blue Russian liveried car. That I'm afraid is unlikely to come back from that, as we heard from our on-the-scene eyewitness news reporter, Kevin Kresnik. Not only did it have severe front-end damage, but the wheel that was ripped off the rear bounced off his car on its way into the scenery. So, yeah, fairly substantial damage to both cars. On-board camera showing our 991 Cup car, the B2F number 35 Porsche, and that car is currently in 4th place in the 991 class. Peter May in 68, that's the APO Sport team of Alexander Osborne. That 68 car lies in 15th overall. Second in the 991 class is the number 73 Porsche. That's HRT Performance's car. That has currently got Fabian Engel at the wheel. And do I misremember, or is he the father of Maro Engel? Did that come out at some stage?
I in the broadcast, I'm not sure.
Maybe not this weekend. I may be misremembering that. I may just have made up another Haven fact. So that they are the 3rd and 2nd cars, and 1st in the 991 class is a 78 car. That's the car with the stars and stripes on it. Charles Espenlaub currently driving that car. And it was Charles who started the race in the 78 Porsche. So that is in 10th place overall. He was up to 9th a little earlier, but it's been passed by the number 34 Audi of Elmar Grimm, and that was because I think 78 went in again to top up with fuel later on in that Code 60 session. Yes, they've made 7 stops. I think that is likely to be the case. So once the race order has settled down a little, now that we have had a couple of flying laps off the back of the Code 60, Ralph Bone, the race leader, has completed 241 laps. And that puts him 3 laps ahead of the 2nd place car. That's Matteo Malicelli, the number 11 Ferrari. In 3rd place, 45 seconds behind the Ferrari, is the 29 Porsche. Fresh brakes, fresh tyres, fresh driver, and a full tank of fuel. But again, we suspect that the car number 10, which is the red, white and black Hofer Racing Mercedes, having put in Christian Frankenhout and topped him off right at the very end of that Code 60, is probably going to go for a long 2-hour stint. You would have to suggest that Malicelli and particularly Stursberg may well do the same in 11 and 29. Not sure if Ralph Bone, how much of his 2-hour maximum driving allowance he's got left, but we've had 35 minutes behind the under Code 60, so that's half an hour of the 2 hours up the Swanee anyway.
Although Bone, did he get on board during the Code 60? Daniel Alleman to Bone, and I have a feeling that was under caution.
Yes, he might well be right, actually.
Because we had the 2 Porsches stopped together, didn't we? The 29 and the 911. And Mike Stursberg took over the 29. Do you remember, Nick Damon?
Yes, it was quite early that they did stop the 911, and they changed the drivers relatively early in that Code 60, say 5 or 6 minutes in. And the same with the 29, because when they came in the second time to do the brakes, they didn't change drivers. But they won't have had the whole 35 minutes of loss, but I would say between 25 minutes and 30 minutes to be counting up. And I'm sure if you could unlock Paul's screen, all that information is there waiting for you.
Oh, it will be, yeah, but I have no clue. Any guesses as to what the password is?
Would it be I like cars? I never sleep.
Or data. I never sleep, yeah. And by the way, he's not asleep at the moment. For anyone, doubting the fact that he's not paying attention, he'll probably, here he is. In fact, he's arrived.
I'm going to run
burning.
through my notes off air while you continue to have your conversation.
Right, fine. We're trying to work out what the password is for Trusser's computers. Nick's suggesting is PA55 word. Yes, I think that's a password for somebody else's computers that we know very well. Anyway, the Ralph Bone 911 car leads the way by a couple of laps from Matteo Maglicelli. Mike Stursberg driving the Wochenspieler Team Manthey Porsche is in third. And then the Spirit of Race Ferrari of Alexandra Quani in fourth position and leading A6 AM as we stand. And in fact, that is the car we go on board with if you're watching the feed. Hard onto the brakes into this looping left-hander, downhill into the kink at 6 and then hard braking at 7, taking plenty of curb on the inside, but also the next corner at 8, which is given its very own number. It's just a little bit of a kink and you're accelerating out of 7, so you wouldn't even think about braking there. There's quite a large sausage curb on the inside of turn 8 though that it's wise to miss. And then past the accident scene, which claimed the Russian Bears entered 149 BMW and the 77 Lamborghini. It remains to be seen whether we'll see those two cars back in the race in the next 15 hours, because we are closing in now on the top of the hour. It's 30 seconds away from being 9 o'clock local time here in Barcelona, and 15 hours to go of the 2016 24 hours of Barcelona. Further down the top page of timing, looking at the SP2 leader, and well, second place in SP2 is the 82 car, quite a way back for Team ISA brakes. So at the moment, the SP2 leader is number 64, which is the Porsche Lorient team of all French squad: Philippe Paulette, Pascal Gibon, Christophe Bourret, and at the wheel at the moment, Frederic Ansel. They're very neatly placed in their Porsche Lorient racing car for the SP2 honours. 13th place overall, and in the second place SP2 car way down in 22nd overall. So it's going sweetly for them at this stage. TCR, we've got two of those cars right together on the screen. Still the 127 car leading that, by the way. Team Bleekemolen with their Seat Leon Cup racer. And there's recently been a driver change for the 127 car, with Melvin de Groot taking charge of that. Is there a problem again out on track there with yellow flags now being shown at turn 7, which is that tight left-hander at the bottom of the hill?
We're coming up to it now, aren't we? In fact, with our onboard camera in 53, it was the gravel trap where the Porsche burned itself out. So 7 through 8, we didn't see anything there. Yellow flags were out. Didn't see a car off, so he's either gone a long way off,
or it was only a minor incident, and that car has now... Oh, there is a slow car to the right there. Now, is that the car that...
might well be. The notification
involved?
hasn't been removed from our screen that there is a yellow flag at Marshall Post 7. However, there was a slow car on the right-hand side. You're absolutely right. Yes, it has been pulled in, so...
Yeah, that slow car was heading down to turn 10, and we may have a pit lane visitor because of that, with the car slowly working its way back.
One car on pit lane at the moment is our A3 class leader. This is the number 118, the diesel BMW 3 Series. 320D of MGM Motorsport. Mark Buss, Simon Knapp, Rob Severs and Bas Ventervan. And it is Ventervan who is driving the car at the moment, or not actually driving it, but seated in it in the pit lane. So quite sure why he's not on the fuel pumps. So he is, as I thought he had gone by us, he is down in the pit lane, but obviously that will be an unexpected stop for the team. They can't be doing routine work, so they had a 35-minute code 60 in which to do routine work, and in fact he is the only car on the pit, or not in the pits, but on the pit apron. The number 200 Chevy Corvette is back in. Remember, 45 minutes ago we were told that they had gone out for a couple of exploratory laps in the hope that they had fixed their battery problem. They may have fixed their battery problem, but they haven't fixed the sum of their problems, because that car is back in the garage. So is 233. Which one is that? Let me look at my piece of paper.
Was that the heavily damaged Porsche all the way down the left-hand side?
Yes, that's right. Which looked as though it was getting ready to go out before we went to the code 60, 45 minutes ago. In fact, probably was looking to go out before Paul went off for dinner. So, yes, it wasn't quite as trivial the damage as we suspected. Well, it didn't look trivial. It had a lot of damage, but it didn't look as though it was going to be a major stop. They were changing a cooling radiator on the left front corner, but other than that, it looked ugly, but getting ready to go again. Christian Frankenhout has just gone by our camera car, driven by Alexandre Coigny. It's the 53 Spirit of Race car that is in 4th place, and so that is a change of position. Christian Frankenhout has just taken 4th place as viewed from on board, and there is a rescue vehicle and a very, very slow-moving car at 12. No, at corner 3. Joe Bradley has also taken over on duty down in the pit lane, and he is down at Synchro Motorsport with Martin Byford.
Martin, this race up to now has been all about looking after those tyres out there. We've talked a lot about the heat, but now the sun's gone down. It's a little bit cooler, not that much, you've got to say. But will that mean a different race altogether out there?
Not entirely. Everybody's going to be adjusting slowly to the temperatures as they come down. Obviously, it's not a big step change. It's very gradual. And obviously, you've got a lot of residual heat in the car anyway. So when you're getting in the car at the beginning of a stint, it's already really hot. So by the time we get to 3 or 4 in the morning, it might be quite pleasant. But still now, it's very, very hot.
So what about 4 o'clock in the morning? Is that when we'll see the significant change, or enough for us to notice, that is, at 4 o'clock?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, we're checking the air temperatures. The humidity is still quite high. So as the temperature comes down, the engine's gaining a little bit more horsepower. Hopefully the tyres will last in a little bit longer. We're quite good on tyres. We got to the end of our 2-hour stint and we'd use them up. But we've done it really nicely, so we're kind of looking after them quite well, so we're chuffed about that. But it just kind of allows us as drivers to maybe push on a bit harder through the stint as the temperature comes down a bit.
Now, you guys have given nothing away by telling us you're stretching your driver stints to the 2-hour mark. Is that what you guys are still doing?
Absolutely, we were trying to do that all the time, yeah. We've got enough fuel to do 2 hours, so we're trying to stretch that. The Code 60s don't do us any favours as it happens, so the fewer the better for us because we can get to 2 hours. So yeah, we're good. I think we're plugging away. We're keeping fairly consistent lap times between the 3 drivers, and it was nice to get out of the car. I must admit, after 2 hours, it was. I don't think I've ever been that hot, but yeah, I'm looking forward to the next stint.
And Martin, the Synchro Honda team, kind of dip in and out of the International Endurance Series. Last time I think we saw you was at Silverstone for the 24 hours. Does the news of the new touring car 24-hour series, is that something that you as a driver, so I would imagine, knowing you as I do, that'll be interesting to you. But as a team, can we maybe see you out to try for a championship maybe?
I don't think Synchro Honda are quite set up to do the whole championship. The whole ethos of the team is that these guys are all volunteers. They all work they're all Honda employees who work in the factory at Swindon. So they build and they prep and they run this car in their own free time. So they're not a full-blown professional racing team. So they do a fantastic job, but for them there's really probably not enough time to re-prep a car between all of the races we've got in the full series. So for us, it's probably going to be, as we have this year, got to pick a couple of races. The stateside race has some appeal, and already Honda are kind of asking questions, or we're asking Honda questions to see if we can maybe make that happen. But certainly we'd like to be back here at Barcelona. We'll do hopefully Silverstone, and we'll see what we can put together.
I was going to ask, does Honda know about this? It hasn't like bits of a Honda Civic gone out the back door and these guys build it up under their noses of Honda. Honda are kind of aware of what their employees are doing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big input from them out of the factory. We know that Honda Alabama have a race team, Honda America have a race team, Honda Canada have a race team. Honda UK have a race team. Wouldn't it be great to get everybody together in Texas, kind of big Honda family, and have a good big race together? Even if we're in different categories, it wouldn't really matter. So yeah, we'll see what we can put together.
And let's not forget the fact that Austin is apparently a great party town, but that's not for us, is it?
Oh, I wouldn't know anything about that.
Yeah, exactly. We're professional, aren't we?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why I'm drinking this.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Great to talk to you.
Martin Byford with Joe Bradley. Race led by Ralph Bone at the moment. Porsche number 911. Matteo Malicelli in second place is 2 laps behind him. A lap behind Malicelli in third place. Behind the number 11 Ferrari is the number 29 Wochenspiegel Team Manthey Porsche. That is currently driven by Mike Stursberg. A lap behind him in fourth place is Christian Frankenhout. Stursberg, by the way, just setting the fastest first sector of the car's race so far on this lap. However, he's the only person who is setting personal best times at the moment. Now, that's perhaps not so much of a surprise because we're just off the end of a very long Code 60, so most of these cars will be laden with as much fuel as they could possibly cram in during that period. And some of the drivers may still be trying to bring their temperature back down to manageable levels, having been circulating very, very slowly in what is still a very, very hot car cockpit. So perhaps as the stint starts to drag itself out a little, we're going to see quicker and quicker laps from some of these cars. Paul Trustwell.
Hello, I'm back. And thank you for your little briefing. I think I've just about caught up with everything now, done the paperwork, what you have to do when you've been away on holiday, come back, do the paperwork, check the emails. I haven't checked emails, don't check emails during a race, I get too distracted. However, just a slight correction to what you just said, Martin, because Mike Stursberg in the Wochenspiegel Team Manthey Porsche, although he is 2 laps behind the race leader, he is on the same lap as the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. And as you say, Stursberg going very nicely indeed. He's just under a minute is the interval between Malicelli in the Ferrari and himself. So the gap just under a minute. So that's one to kind of keep an eye on and see if we can... Because when I left you, I just about put the Porsches in 1-2, although I have to admit that the Porsche of the Wochenspiegel team was due its pit stop, but it probably got in just before the Code 60 came out.
Did, and also the reason it dropped behind the number 11 Scuderia Praha car is that it had a brake change. So it did come in second.
Yes.
And then it followed a couple of laps later in by the number 11 Ferrari from Scuderia Praha, but it didn't stay in second place because while it was having its brake change, the Ferrari moved up into second and remains, 59.9 seconds at the last time across the line in front. So it still remains about a minute in front. Actually, their lap time's very, very similar. On the last lap, on the previous lap, Malicelli in car number 11 did a 55.34 or something, and Stursberg did a 55.66 or something. So, I mean, really 0.3 of a second apart. Malicelli's gone in fact 1.5 seconds quicker on this lap, so Stursberg may well have hit some traffic that Malicelli had previously worked his way through.
The other thing which I'm relying on my systems for, and thanks to Al Kamel for making the systems continue to work. I bumped into Christo as I was nipping over for lunch, and so I understand as well that he's listening to us, so I now have to thank him publicly for all the help that Al Kamel provided this weekend. And say, touching wood, although we've got a few glitches here and there, we're keeping on top of things. And one of the things that it's telling me is that both of the Porsches, in fact, the Wochenspiegel team car and also the Precoat Herbert team car, both of them came in twice during the Code 60 in order to get a full tank of fuel, or rather to get 2 half tanks of fuel, whereas the Ferrari only came in once during that Code 60. So Malicelli, although he's got the advantage in the sense of only having done 1 pit stop and therefore only having lost out once, hasn't got as much fuel aboard because they've only been able to put half a tank into the Ferrari.
Well, using Lindonomics, where if you buy 2 at half price, it's better than buying 1 at full price, he has actually lost out because he only had 1 pit stop one pit stop that cost him less time than a green flag pit stop would, whereas the others took 2, which cost them less time.
Yeah.
So there's your... However...
So it'll be interesting, because what will have to happen, though, is that Malicelli will have to stop first, because he's the one that has least fuel.
Yes, and the others, we assume, and a couple of teams have told us, are now basically putting in the quick guys to try and do 2 hours. 9/11 got in within seconds of getting caught by the Code 60, but didn't. So it got a full tank and came in right at the end to top off again. So the team told us that they had managed to get in and started fueling and got a full tank in, and then they came in at the very end and did what they always do under Code 60, which was top off. So they came in, I think, literally on about the penultimate lap, or even the last lap of Code 60, when there was just tyre barriers and left to be repaired, and they did their top off. So Malicelli sort of, Scuderia Praha going to a formula that's not been interrupted by the Code 60s, whereas 911 and 29, the 2 Porsches on either side of them, first and third, have definitely reacted, and probably in a beneficial way, to the Code 60. Brake work going on the front of the 235 Seat Leon. This is the Catalan team that is lying 3rd in class in the TCR category, and Laius Sants was in the car last time I looked. Now, it wasn't a brake change, but there was Jaime Font, rather, is in the car now, and in fact that's now dropped to 4th behind Ramsey Moutron, because they're on the same lap and within a minute or so of each other. So is that an isolated incident on the right front corner, or was there similar work going on the left front corner? There is indeed similar work going on the left front corner, so it may be, in fact, that we did see a brake pad change, but just didn't really see it.
They are pretty quick at doing them these days, I have to admit. And the other thing is, of course, it makes logical sense to do the brake change during a Code 60. However, having said all of that, we're not yet halfway through the race. So if you're doing a disc and pad change and you're not yet halfway through the race, you may have to do another one later on, probably when it starts to get light.
Now, we talked about the 29 car doing its brake pad change, and I suggested, or its brake change, I suggested that because it had been so exceptionally hot earlier on, the brakes may be wearing more extremely than they otherwise would do. When you get them on now, there might be a chance, because quite often they go sort of 13, 14 hours into the race before changing. Well, how many hours have we got left? 14 3/4. There might be a chance, particularly since you're putting them on new now into the cooler of the night time, there might be a chance. But I don't think that would necessarily be a stop that they would have scheduled in, unless they're planning to do 2. It might have been rather more forced on them.
I think it's exactly that, and I think certainly from having spoken to teams, not actually this weekend, but in previous races, both in this series, other 24-hour series, you just don't get enough experience to know how quickly the brakes are going to wear. And so you don't really plan anything as a schedule. You just do it when you have to. And you'll keep an eye on how good the brakes are, and when they need to be done, they'll be done.
Joe Bradley is down on pit road. Joe, the car is going into the garage as well, so...
Yeah. You were doing a great job, Martin, describing the brake disc and pad change that the 325 Seat was taking on. However, when it came to finishing the pit stop, car wouldn't fire, and they seem to have a systems failure. They've tried a few reboots, not to any avail. The car's been wheeled into the garage. Now they seem to have done whatever they've done. I can't think what that might be. They've just lifted the bonnet and tweaked something, pushed something back in or something. Anyway, it's fired, and as you can see, probably from my sturdy cameraman who's right out in the pit lane watching that car leave, there it goes. So the 325, 31st place overall. Not quite sure where it is in class, but I think it's pretty high up. It might not be now, though.
Yeah, it was in 3rd place in class, but lost 3rd place to Ramsey Moutron in car number 1, the Mehmet Ogilvy car, when it came in and had that brake change, and then further little adjustment to get it to go. So either they hit it with a hammer, or possibly turn the master switch off and back on again, which would reboot everything, or at least maybe shock everything into going. But whatever they did a fairly quick. And it might even have been that it is a fuse that they know there may occasionally be an issue with, that they just pop back in, that sort of a thing. But they were fairly clear what they needed to do. Coming into the pit lane, no, not coming into the pit lane again, that turn 13, 14 always confuses me. Our onboard cameras with Ivo Breukers in car number 303. That is the car that lies second in the TCR class. And that car comes across the line as somebody else has had a bit of a wobble at turn 3. Car number 303 coming down into turn 1 and 2.
42 seconds is the gap in TCR, Martin. We were kind of monitoring how close TCR is, but it's kind of broken away. Those two, the 127 Team Blakemolen car and the Ivo Breukers and Rick Breukers car 303, I say separated by just 42 seconds, but they're something like 4 laps ahead of the next best placed TCR car, which is the number 1 Memak Ogilvy racing car.
Yeah, that gap has continued to open up. Memak Ogilvy, they were telling us they've had a number of problems with the heat, overheating all sorts of elements on the car, and we've gone to code 60, so whoever's gone off at corner 3 has made it, or somebody else may have gone off at Marshall's post 4. The 303 TCR car, along with everybody else, comes down to 60 kilometres an hour.
And this is now our 8th code 60. I don't know if you said that the previous one, the long one, was the 7th.
I didn't, because we couldn't break in. We
couldn't break into my password.
We tried to hack your password, and it's not I love cars.
No, it's not actually. No, it's Barcelona. What else would it be? So, yeah, this is the 7th. Sorry, the 8th. That was the 7th. This is the 8th. And the race leader is on lap 253, which is something that has to be written down.
I ventured the theory that a 37-minute code 60, which was how long the previous one was.
38.
38, OK. So I had sort
you were close enough.
Nearly remembered to write down when it started, what time it was, but then I had to guess a couple of minutes later. I suggested that would be as long as all our other code 60s had been put together up until that stage. By quite some margin.
Well, no, you were pretty much spot on. We'd had 37 minutes and 20 seconds up until that cumulative code 60, and then that final one was 38 minutes. So, yeah, you're pretty close there.
Well, you know, like a clock, a stopped clock is right twice a day. I'm not usually right twice a day, but in that instance I was.
Well done.
Car that is off is number 17. As far as I can tell, that is shown as overdue from... well, it's shown as overdue having completed all the laps, so it hasn't completed Sector 1, so it is overdue. Number 17 is the IDEC Sport Mercedes. That is Paul and Patrice Lafarge. Dimitrion Jalbert, who has stepped out of it recently and handed over to Alban Varuti, and it is Varuti who is off at corner 4.
And he was fairly high placed. He was up in 6th place. And I'll go along with your diagnosis that is the car that has gone missing, because it's now dropped to 7th place. It was 6th, it's now 7th.
Yeah. So, and that was a tight battle as well, because 6th place Richard Abra is shown as only 2 minutes behind 5th place Alexandre Coigny. And Coigny is the Spirit of Race Ferrari, the predominantly white Ferrari. Yellow flag's being waved in the pit lane.
That's just to advise there's a car coming.
OK, rightio, there is a car coming. Now then, car number 73, HRT Performance. Was this a Haven fact that I made up? Is Fabian Engel related to Mauro Engel?
Don't know.
No, OK, all right. I sort of had in my head he might be the father of, but I have no idea. Joe Bradley is in the pits. Joe, what do you know?
Well, I'm struggling to turn my mic off after telling you the reason for the yellow flag was just purely... Got a group of marshals here who are cleaning up some oil, using some oil dry, as you see, and getting rid of some slippery fluid from the pit lane, as some of the cars, some out of choice, some out of necessity, are onto pit lane. And I think, is that the Barwell team? preparing. Would that be right? Would the Barwell
52 hasn't come in yet, but it has had issues.
I'm going to make my way up there, guys, so I'm positioned for you.
Do ahead.
We do have
52 coming through. No, it's not the 52 car.
We have, however, our top 2 Porsches, Paul, at the pumps.
Indeed,
Rather
yes.
too many P's in there for my microphone's liking, weren't there?
Fuel only for the Wochenspiegel team car, and that's straight back out again. And missed it. I think it came in before the 911 car, so although it was behind on the road, 2 laps to the tune of 2 laps behind, it also got out and did, as I say, having done fuel only, nothing else to be done on the car, and off it went.
Do you think Olaf Mantai has had a look at what the Herbert Motorsport team have done in recent races and gone, well, if that's sauce for the goose, that'll be sauce for the gander. Let's try topping off every single time we get a Code 60, because that's what 911 have done reliably since the beginning of the race, in which they did at every opportunity at Paul Ricard last time out. It seems to pay off for them.
Yes, and I think unless you're in the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes of your stint, then it is a sensible thing to do. It becomes arguable if you're in the very early stages of your stint, because you just don't get any benefit because there's not enough fuel to top off. But anything over 20 minutes, you've used enough fuel, and given that you can only put in 50% of your allowance anyway, even if you're not putting in the 50%, at least you're getting a full tank. And I think the other strategy, if you will, which the Manthey team has, that the Herbert team has, is that as a team they work extremely well together. They all know each other. They've all driven together on many, many occasions, and they're pretty, not completely equally matched on performance, but they're not so far apart as some teams do. So they don't have to worry about getting a particular driver in the car for the night, or making sure that he does a double stint so that he can have a longer rest. They're kind of happy with the whole team, and that just seems to add to the balance, and that's a hugely important thing, I think, to have a balanced crew.
Well, we went green just over 30 minutes before that Code 60 came out, so they will have had half a stint, so half a tank will have been emptied, and they're only allowed to fill half the tank when they come in. So that actually now probably leaves both of those cars running up against their 2-hour margin. They may well have shorter time at the fuel pumps when they are due a driver change, because they will probably need to come in and do one full. It rather depends when Ralph Bone got in. Ralph Bone will probably have to get out at the end of this tank of fuel, which will be in about an hour, because we had 37 minutes behind the of Code 60. Then another half an hour of him in the car, so that's an hour together.
He's got about an hour and a bit to go.
This tank will get him an hour, but how long had he been in before Code 60? So not very long.
No, he got in as the Code 60 came out. That pit stop that you described.
No, I mean, got
just
into the car
at that point.
Oh, did he? Okay,
yes.
All right, so fine.
So he was in for the whole of the Code 60, but he will have to get out before this tank is actually empty, but that won't worry him, because they can only put in 100 litres in the tank anyway, and I think it should be about right. So Bone, the point being, and we should stress it, is that Bone and Stursberg have both remained behind the wheel of their respective Porsches, and because Malicelli has also now come into the pits in the Ferrari, and he came in just as we were going green, so he's not getting very much benefit from this. And Malicelli wasn't really at the end of his stint, so he's losing out. So this is playing to the Wochenspiegel team's strategy because of the positioning of the cars around the circuit. And very often when you have a short Code 60, bear in mind it takes you 4 minutes and 40 seconds to get around the circuit when it's Code 60. And that last Code 60 was about 4 minutes long anyway. Sometimes it just plays against you and you're unlucky.
Yeah, absolutely, and that doesn't seem to have gone well for them. Josef Kral took over from Matteo Malicelli in the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. He's in third place as he leaves the pits. At least he might be in third place. He may actually have lost 2 spots and dropped to fourth. How close was Christian Frankenhout in the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes? That could possibly put them into a very tight battle, and I'm not sure whether Kral would have been in front of Frankenhout or behind him?
No, Krall was in front of and was at least 3 laps ahead.
Okay. Yeah, he's shown currently as possibly 1 lap ahead. Frankenhout with
as a result of the pit stop, that's come right down, but it was 3 laps before the pit stop, and it's now come down to 1 lap.
Frankenhout with close-ish pursuit from Alexandre Coigny. Alexandre Coigny is in the Spirit of Race white Ferrari. So we have Porsche, Ferrari, Mercedes, Ferrari, Lamborghini, then the number 34 Elmar Grimm-driven Audi, and that is the blue and yellow Felbermeyer car. Number 17 has been rescued from whence it was stranded. Didn't come into the pits, the IDEC Sport Mercedes, did it? So Alban Veruti, who was the cause of our most recent Code 60, has been dragged out of the gravel, dusted down, possibly even not dusted down and sent on his way, and has felt no need to come into the pit lane. And behind him in 9th place, number 33, which is the white Audi with blue highlights, being driven by Mark Basseng, has just set its fastest race lap, a 1 minute 54.990. Fastest lap of the race to date on lap 5 of the race, right away from the start, bearing in mind the first 2 were not at racing speed. First 2 laps of the race were behind a leading car. Jeroen Blekemolen then on the 3rd flying lap, or the 3rd high-speed lap of the car, set the fastest race lap at 1 minute 50.3. And that was not a lap time he adhered to for very long, because he would have had no tyres left long before the end of the stint had he done so. I think the teams recognised very quickly that 56s and 57s would keep the tyres alive for a fuel stint, and 50s, 51s and 52s would murder them probably no better than halfway through. There's no point having to come in for tyres halfway through a tank of fuel. That just doesn't help anybody. So you blunt the attack a fraction and play the longer game. A little bit of R&R going on in the garages, rightly so. Making sure that when cars come in, they are ready to respond. It's all part of pacing yourself, whether you're a driver or the mechanics, the engineers, anybody else who's watching or participating in 24-hour races. You have to have a bit of rest going on at some stage, otherwise it all becomes a little bit difficult to handle towards the end. So I think, Paul, have to have a bit of a resume of exactly who went AWOL, why and where they have got to, so people can catch up. So, for instance, why the number 52 Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini, although it's back up to 6th, is only in 6th and 5 laps behind the leaders. And what on earth it was that happened to the number 41 Mercedes, the HTP car that looked very strong and then suddenly had a long stop in the pits.
Well, the 52, the Barwell Lamborghini, that had a electrical problem behind the steering wheel, which was that there's a mini loom, as it were, behind the steering wheel, which does the various electrical things there. That cost it 12 minutes in the pits, and prior to that, it had a longer pit stop, but not too bad. But it was that 12-minute pit stop, which I say didn't do for it altogether, but set it back. Well, what was probably equivalent to about 9 or 10 minutes. Now you can say that's something around 8 laps, and currently Richard Abra is only 5 laps behind the race leader. We heard from Joe Osborne earlier on, the car now is running very strongly, and so there's no reason why that car shouldn't be able to claw its way back up the leaderboard at some stage. Should it continue to run strongly, and certainly we were given the impression a little while ago that it was, and it seems to be lapping quite nicely at the moment. As you say, Martin, running in 6th place overall and 4th in the A6 Pro category.
Turn my microphone on. Bad news for our Lithuanian fans. Our non-TCR car, the Remo Honda Civic, is in the pit lane, Joe Bradley.
Yes, he's brought the car in with a absolutely obliterated left front. Car looks like it's given in as we've seen earlier on the inside edge, on the inside tyre wall. He's done a remarkable job in getting the car into the pits without damaging any of the bodywork or running gear from the flailing rubber. In fact, the tyres remain pretty intact, just all folding out. And they've taken the opportunity to also do a pad change. We're seeing certainly just a pad change here, no disc, we don't see. Yeah, they have. So they're changing pads on this 143 Honda, and they're not going to lose too much time. They've probably lost a chunk of time getting the car back to the pits at a slow speed. 42nd place overall, already showing signs of battle in various parts of the car, but getting on with it, all very ordered, so the 143 Honda's not going to lose as much time as they perhaps thought when that tyre first deflated. But significantly, again, the left front is the side of the car that does take a lot of pounding around here at Barcelona.
They're having a bit of a tidy-up, aren't they? Lots of tyre debris being removed from the rear wheel arches, because that doesn't help with balance of the car. They're gaffer taping a bit of bodywork back on. This is the Remo car. It was Rimantas Blatsulionis who was driving the car when it came in, and I didn't see a driver change. Joe, was there anybody getting in or out? We've lost Joe. There is a driver change going on as well. That makes sense, since they're doing full housekeeping and servicing. You may as well get one hot and sweaty Lithuanian out and put in a slightly less hot and sweaty Lithuanian in his place. So the Remo car continues, or will continue shortly. Right behind them, the A2 third-placed car, which is the number 44 Peugeot RCZ, and that is the Michel Vaillant livery car, the one with all the cartoons down the side. So 44 has come in, Milan Competitions machine, and Jean-Marc Thévenot was the man driving that car. So at the moment, 42nd, 43rd and 44th are on the pit lane, because 118, which was originally the A3 class leader by some quite considerable margin, and has now dropped to third in the class. That has been in the pits, I think, for quite some while. The MDM Motorsport car, I seem to remember being brought in by Bas van der Ven.
Number
118.
That's been in the pits for 33 minutes.
Yeah, there you go. That came in, and it was right up towards the 24th, 25th position, leading A3. It is now down in 42nd place, no longer leading A3. The A3 leader is the 208 Peugeot 208, having completed 236 laps, and 118 has only completed 223. So it's gone from a sort of 6-lap advantage, possibly, to a dozen laps behind. So that is a very, very long stop for them. 55 as well, Paul, since I'm on page 2 of the timing screen. The massive motorsport Aston Martin, the only Aston Martin in the field, they had a few overheating issues, not least inside the car with the drivers. Christoph Nygaard driving the car at the moment. They are in 28th position.
They had a half-hour pit stop about 2 hours ago now, and I can't see it.
I can't either, I'm afraid.
Yes, it was something mechanical, like a bearing or something like that, but I can't quite remember what it was.
Okay. Our Corvette returned to the pits, having had a few exploratory laps. It had a problem connecting the battery to the car. Things from what seemed to be a full battery didn't seem to be making anything electrical on the car work. They went out for a couple of exploratory laps. It's back in, or was back in the last time I looked, on page 4 of our timing screen, and so that car would appear to be about to join the Elephant's graveyard. In fact, it's been retired as I get there, so it is retired. 99, the team have retired that, although it's not officially shown as retired. 120, that went in on the end of a tow rope and has yet to emerge. That's the Cox and not Cox BMW, driven by Dave, Mike and Jason Cox and George Haynes. So that went in yesterday, pretty much. it seems quite a long while ago. I'm guessing that was probably the better part of 3 hours ago, maybe closer to 4 hours now, that it's 9:30. Yeah, I would think it probably was much more like 4 hours. So that car's been gone a long time. 222, which was our Seika with the TDI engine. That has vanished into the gloom of its garage, probably never to return. 42, Leipert Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan. Again, I'm not sure we got to the bottom of what happened with that car either. He was brought in by Jean-Charles Perrin and didn't move very far. Did that come in broken?
Sorry, which number, Martin?
42. Don't remember that being in a crash.
Stand by, 42.
Stand by caller. 79 we also lost. That's the MSG Motorsport Porsche 991 Cup car. Now, that was brought in by Paul Scheuchner.
I think number 42 must have stopped out on the circuit because I haven't seen anything of it for 8 hours.
Yeah, I don't recall exactly what happened to that one. 63 MSG Motorsport, not 62 MSG Motorsport. They look very, very similar. That was crashed off the final corner by Marcio Basso.
Sorry, the 42, wasn't that the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini that stopped out on the circuit?
Yes, but we don't.
But I don't know why it stopped out on the circuit,
exactly.
but it did stop out on the circuit.
But it's only completed 29 laps, so a long while ago. Considering even 47th has completed 220 laps. 63 OMC Motorsport did that. 130 the TCR car. Which one is that? That is the Zest race car engineering car. Rob Taylor, I thought, brought that in. I'm not quite sure what happened with that Seon. Again, I think a few of these have been undisclosed. Lots and lots of overheatingness. And 149 has the Bears for Racing BMW M235i. That was involved in the crash with the number 77 Lamborghini, which is slipping further down the order to join it in the not also rounds, but no longer runs. Those two cars bringing out the 37-minute code 60 over an hour and a half ago. So that brings us through the dead car yard. Down pit road comes car number 203, which I couldn't identify just from the lights on the side. Oh, it's the Vortex V8 GC10. Now that's had a few off-track excursions as well, particularly when it was very hot and very slippery. And Philippe Grau brings that car in for what would appear to be a routine service. As out front, the leader continues to lap. We're going to get a very quiet period now where there are no routine stops being made because everybody has stopped under the major code 60, and I lost them in the last one as well, to top up with fuel. Drivers are still comfortably within their driver time allowances, most of them, so I think Joe Bradley might as well have a kip, put his feet up and sit in Martin Short's pants.
The car most likely to be coming in, I reckon, Martin, is going to be the 53 Spirit of the Race Ferrari. If that's where Joe wants to position himself, by memory, that's right up at the top end of the pit lane. One of the cars that's run by AF Corsa, and they are currently, it's got Alessandro Cogni at the wheel of it at the moment, and therefore Gino Forgione is probably getting himself ready to get into that car, and because Cogni has been at the wheel of that car for an hour and 24 minutes now, so is due to come in at least for fuel and probably to have a big glass of water or something. So 53 Spirit of the Race, currently in 5th place, so it is by very much so a leading car, second of the two Ferraris that are in the top 6, and as I say, that car will be due in very shortly.
45 minutes of his driving time has been under code 60.
Yes. Now, did he come in at all during that Code 60, or did he actually get in during the Code 60?
If he is due in shortly, Code 60 was at 14 minutes past the last hour. It's not now 18 minutes past. No, it's now 42 minutes past the next hour. So it was an hour and a half ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I think he got in during the Code 60, or if not, the car came in just before the... the car came in just before the Code 60 was announced. So you're right, Coigny got into the car, stayed in it for the whole of that Code 60, and then has been able to race for the remainder, however long we've had since the Code 60 was, the long Code 60 was withdrawn. So
just about an hour, actually.
Probably fed up with it, but
yeah,
he's... coming towards the end. In that case, the car may do a little bit longer because it won't have been using much fuel whilst he's been out there. So whilst I say he's probably got about 4 laps of fuel left, he's probably got more like 10 laps of fuel left because of the reduced fuel consumption during the Code 60 period.
Into the garage has come Ivo Breukers, drove into the pit lane and nosed the number 303 Ray Camel Jordan Seat, the orange car, into the garage and immediately goes up in the air. And having seen one of our Seat Leon TCR cars do a brake change, I wouldn't be remotely surprised to see that happen on car number 303. Now that's the car that was in second place in the TCR class and might remain so as well because they have completed 244 laps. Change. Pressing the remote control endlessly is going to be my overriding memory of the race. The third place car in TCR is car number 1. That is in 28th place, having completed 241 laps. So in fact, it's only a 3-lap margin. So they can't be shilly or indeed shallying around with their brake change. Of course, if they've had to make a change and the 325 have had to make a change, a couple of garages down, the chances are that 1271 and all the others will have to make brake changes relatively soon as well, or at least they are probably not going to be alone in making brake changes. The other TCR cars are very likely to need one fairly much in parallel.
What I can... Let me just see if this works before I say anything else, because I can probably give you whether they've had a longer pit stop or not, and therefore, certainly the 303 has had a...
They had one with a bit of an overheating issue.
Yeah, they had a 6-minute pit stop.
Whether this is a repeat of that or not, I can see a camera at the garage next door. I can't see a Bradley, though.
Number 1 had an 8-minute pit stop, so the longest pit stop that's been had... Well, Bleekeman had a 6-minute pit stop, not the last pit stop, the one before, so they may have already done a brake change, which is a possibility on that car.
OK, down at HTP Mercedes is Joe Bradley, and Joe probably... worth documenting the driver change from Wim de Punert to Bryce Bossy, but they're in 17th position. Any extra work going on down at your end?
Not at all. They're ready. Bryce Bossy is waiting patiently, all suited and booted, now doing some stretches, just limbering up those shoulders, and we've just got a set of brand new unscrub rubber, Hankook rubber, about to go on the car. I'm not sure if this is the car. See, when the cars come towards us in the pit lane, all you get is absolutely wiped out by bright lights. It is indeed the Mercedes AMG GT. Beautiful version of this car. Looks very similar to the older SLS version that has been run by Hofer, but slight variations in design. Facelift. As well as the change of doors.
Yeah, that's the thing you notice most, isn't it? If it's got gull wings, it's an SLS. Correct. If it's got doors, it's an AMG GT3.
And a big radiator at the front.
More conventional hinges at the front. Well, the pit stop's done, the tyres are on. Just doing the last refinements for the driver. Driver netting, door shut. Should hear fire. There it is, glorious. The ground shakes as this Mercedes goes past. Fantastic.
Come back to us, Joe, when you've got Wim de Punert, if you could, and we will then sort of update everybody via him of the issues that the car has had, why it's no longer 3rd or 4th, and why it's down in 18th. And in fact, talking of the Hofer Racing Mercedes of Christian Frankenhout, he is now up to 3rd place, the leading A6 AM car, and not necessarily unrelated is the fact that 29, the Wochenspiegel Team Manthey Porsche, is back in the pits. So that's Mike Stursberg.
Yeah, that's not right. Well, I say it's not right. That's not scheduled by my reckoning, at least, unless Stursberg isn't running out of driving time. The car should have plenty of fuel in it, because they've made a pit stop during the last code 60 in order to get fuel into it. So I'm rather surprised that car is in the pits already, and I suspect there might be a problem up at Team Manthey when the car gets there.
He did fuel, but then that's the thing that good teams do, is they always fuel when they come into the pit lane. Car is up on its air jacks. They're looking at the right-hand side at the rear wheel, so maybe they've had a major vibration reported. It might be a massive lump of rubber pickup on the tyre. May have picked up a slow puncture. Change of right rear. They're taking a left rear tyre out to the car. No, they're not. In fact, that is the garage next door that is laying out tyres. And that's not Scuderia Praha. I'm not quite sure who is garaging just upstream of Olaf Manthey. Funnily enough, actually, Joe was talking about the fact that when the cars come down a pit lane, all you see is a glare of white lights. And we very often have people asking at night time, what are all the coloured lights on the cars for? And I feel a little bit silly saying, well, it's so the teams can tell that it's their car coming. But Joe's just said exactly that. All you get is this glare of white lights. Now, if there's also a bright green stripe down one window pillar, or a bright blue frame around the window, or some different coloured marker lights dotting out the car, you will know what your car looks like at night, and so you'll be able to pick it out immediately when it's coming down pit road. You know it's due, but when you stood there for 5 or 6 minutes, you're not sure exactly which set of lights is yours. That makes you sure which set of lights is yours, and so the team are really ready, not sort of ready, when the car arrives. And the difference between sort of and really, that's what wins races.
So you're right, Martin, about the right rear. That seems to be where most of the attention is. Meanwhile, there is other work going on, putting a new set of tyres on all the way around. But as I say, this is not a scheduled stop for the Manthey Team Wochenspiegel Porsche. And Mike Stursberg has got out of the car already.
Well, let's get down to the other end of the pit lane then, catch up with the number 41 Mercedes team. HTP Motorsport is Joe Bradley. And Joe, who have you got to chat to?
I've got the man who's just stepped out of the 41 Mercedes, Wim de Pundit. Wim, you've just handed the car to your teammate Bryce Bossy. We were wondering, the car seems to have disappeared off the leaderboard. The car was doing really well, and now we're down in 17th. Is there any particular reason or issue?
Yeah, that's true, because I had the car just before the chicane because I was in front of him but he made the turn too early so I was in his way and he hit me and my splitter was down so I couldn't go further so we have to what we did was replace the splitter and it cost us 15 minutes that's the issue that's pretty we'll come back we'll come back for sure.
And how are you feeling? It's even though the sun's gone down, it's still very, very humid and hot.
But I think it's also hot because of the excitement. It's dark because all those cars go 60, and then all the cars at the same moment full throttle It's really nice to do Really love it
Great stuff. You look like you've had fun out there. That's the main thing.
I have a lot of fun really It's a marvelous race Really.
The Mercedes AMG GT. It's a fantastic car to look at. It must be fantastic from behind the wheel.
I think the GT is much better than the SLS because it's shorter you can make up your corners shorter so the car is more my car than the SLS
Great stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Wim. I'll let you get cooled off.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you, Joe. Wim de Pundit there from the number 41 team. And we ride on board with the there we go, Sportec number 58 Lamborghini. Christoph Lenz driving that car. Sorry, I lost my bearings there because somebody was asking me on Twitter. Lanzarote Cam was saying, is that actually made of Tron cycle parts or is it just glow in the dark? It is rather fabulous glow in the dark, isn't it? I mean, if your road car steering wheel and buttons look like that, everybody in Tesco's car park would think you were perhaps a bit too much of a fancy Dan, but in a high-tech racing car, I really quite like that. And it has a serious point as well, because obviously, you know, look at how busy the driver is driving around here. If he has to look down at a completely black wheel with nothing illuminating it to try and find which particular quadrant and button he's looking for, it's not happening. See there, he's got his right thumb on the headlamp flasher. He gives a major blast of full beam, and then the flasher continues to flash as he goes inside the number 208 Peugeot. Team manager of car number 77 has been asked to report to race control, which suggests to me that race control have got some video of the incident with that car and 149, the Russian-run BMW.
Now, Team Manthey, the Wochenspiegel Porsche, has just left the pit lane and it's been taken over by Georg Weiss. So, having spoken to Wim de Punder, the Dutchman, we need to get Joe Bradley down towards the Manthey garage to find out what exactly was going on there with Mike Stursberg, and coming into the pits somewhat earlier than we would have expected him to otherwise. And then the pit stop, well, it wasn't that long, but it wasn't that short either. It was nearly 6 minutes that the car spent in the pit lane. Now, admittedly, part of that was refueling, but by my calculation, it didn't need to come in at that point. Stursberg had done, an hour and a little over an hour's driving, but as I say, the pit stop was sooner than the car needed fuel.
And you see what it's cost them. They were second, third, second, third. Where are they now? 8th.
Yeah, exactly.
So whatever it was with that right rear corner has definitely delayed them. They've lost 4 or 5 minutes that they didn't need to leave. Maybe even only 4 minutes that they didn't need to lose, but they've lost 2 or 3 laps. So Ralph Bohn leads in Porsche 911. Josef Kral second in Ferrari 1-1. Third, Christian Frankenhout in the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes. Fourth is now Alexandre Coigny in the number 53 Spirit of Race, the white Ferrari. Just saying that we were due to settle into a nice quiet period. Somebody on Twitter asked, so obviously there's going to be pandemonium in the pit lane. Well, we had the number 29 with an unexpected stop. A little bit of an early call from the number 41 car. We've now got 10th, 11th and 12th place cars together. 78 is the Stars and Stripes 991 class leading Porsche. Behind it, car number 12. That is one of our AC AM class Lamborghinis. That is the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. And 49 is in as well. William Poole has brought in the number 49 car, which is the DriveX Audi that was off in the gravel earlier on. And I'm not sure whether there'll be a driver change there. Jörg von Berg has got into the number 12 car, and Jean-Paul von Berg has got into the number 12 car. So there is a driver change for the 11th place car. Charles Espenlaub possibly, I think, might be staying in for a second stint in 78. We'll have to wait and see what transpires when he heads out of pit lane, whether the name changes to protect the innocent. But
I don't think he will, mainly because of the 2-hour driving limit, because whilst he may feel capable of doing it, if they're going to do a full stint, it's going to go over his 2 hours, because his previous stint was 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Okay, more trouble, and not reading very encouraging body language from the drivers and the mechanics of the number 157 BMW. Again, that's been a bit of a disappointment to its parents. I think it's fair to say that car. A bit of a blight on the team this weekend. Almost as much of a blight on their weekend as the remote control for our timing screen TV is being on mine, because I now absolutely cannot get it to change the wretched channel. Because I'm trying to find where 157 has dropped to. Of course, finally making it turn over one page won't be enough. It'll be a second page. 157 is down in 54th place. It is our Cup class leader, our Cup 1 leader. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was second in Cup 1. The other car in Cup 1 is the number 235 car, which is still going.
Yes, there are only 2 cars in the Cup 1 class. a rather late addition to the ball, really, because we weren't expecting to have a Cup 1 class because they were lumped into A3, I think they were, earlier on in the weekend, but then they were split out again. But yeah, 157 then down, as you say, 54th position now.
As ever, Paul, the teams are listening, as rightly they should do, to the orifice, to the guru, that is Paul, what was Oracle. That is Paul Trustwell. Xavier Masson has taken over from Charles Espenlaub in the 78 Porsche, so that car rejoins with Xavier Masson at the helm, and that is currently lying in 10th position. It's the MRS GT racing car, predominantly white with the stars and stripes livery sort of down the side across the top. Change also at DriveX, so getting into that car, Daniel Diaz-Barea. Apologies to all the Spaniards who are listening to us. Alex Osborne has taken over 68. Didn't notice the APO sport car sneaking in. I think he took over from Paul May, if I remember correctly, which isn't often the case. I do seem to think
no, it was James May.
There you go.
Sorry, Paul. Sorry, you're right, Paul May.
Oh,
yeah, sorry. It was James, then Paul, and now Alex again.
Oh dear, that's my 2 correct guesses for the weekend already used up, so no point in guessing anything else from now on.
No.
Richard Abra up to 4th place again in the number 52 Barwell Lamborghini. Now that car is the black car with a sort of reddy, well, probably now quite orangey red highlights under the sodium lighting. That's up to 4th place. It's completed 266 laps. The leader is completed 271, so that's a 5-lap difference. Now, you're never going to make that up on lap time, but they didn't lose it on lap time. They lost it on 1 extra pit stop. And so that's where you hope to be making it up. 233 still in the garage at Manthey Racing. 231, the Oklasic Cayman has made a brief stop at the garage and has headed straight back out. So that's the Newbridge Engineering run car. Farid Ali, Simon Axon, Kevin Gleeson and Leighton Clark. So OCC LASIK is Canadian. Farid Ali's optical company, isn't it? We were chatting to him at Paul Ricard about that, and they're... I forget, they had a bit of a troubled Sunday at Paul Ricard, as I recall, didn't they? Let's tempt fate by... Richard Abra's in the pit lane, by the way, has dropped to 5th place behind Alexandre Coigny. Let's tempt fate and find out where 231 is. Farid Ali leaving the pit lane in the car. They're 34th, and there are 2 SP3 cars in front of them. There are 3 SP3 cars. 4th in SP3. Harry Hilders leads that in 102. They could be in the running for a podium in their class, and I'm sure after the travails of Paul Ricard, they might be quite happy with that. They were happy with their racing. They just didn't quite have as much luck as maybe they might have had.
Richard Abra, you mentioned, Martin, coming into the pits in the Barwell car number 52, and that car came out of the pits at the beginning of this stint after the Spirit of Race Ferrari number 53, the all-white Ferrari with Alexandre Coigny. So I was suggesting that car was going to be coming in, the Spirit of Race car, but of course because of the amount of fuel saving they've been managing to do, and also they've gone a little bit further, so they've gone further on their tank full of fuel than the Lamborghini has done.
Colroy's BMW has made what looked like a fairly routine stop.
At the front of the field, hats off once again to Josef Kral, because he did a great stint earlier on in the race, and this is another good one. He's actually closing in on Ralph Bone in the race-leading Porsche, although he is still 2.5 laps behind the Porsche. He is closing in to the tune of about a second a lap, and has been doing that for the last 5-6 laps.
Well, except for on the last lap, where his lap time was a 1:53.8, and Ralph Bone managed a 1:58.0, so that was a gain of 4.2 seconds on that one lap.
Right, so as I say, the gap is coming down first to second, but in a sense, I'm getting a sense of deja vu here, because the the 911 Porsche, which we saw dominating the Paul Ricard 24 hours, has got this cushion, and sometimes when that happens, you just sit on a cushion. It doesn't actually matter. You don't get flustered if you do lose some time. And we did hear, didn't we, from when Nick Damon was talking to Robert Renauer, that he was so comfortable with it. He gave the game away a bit and said it's easy, but he's clearly capable. That car is clearly capable of running when it needs to, as fast as anything in the field. And so if it loses some time at some points, it doesn't really matter.
I think the most valid point, particularly now we're in night time, is when you've got a 2 or 3 lap cushion rather than 2 or 3 second cushion, is you don't have to dive into those holes of questionable authenticity, do you? You don't have to take every single half opportunity. Whereas when you're Josef Kral lapping in the 153s, you are taking, you're trying to do those qualifying laps in heavy traffic in the rain and at night and all of those things. And every half opportunity must be seized, and that can sometimes pressurize a chasing car into errors. Sometimes it utterly focuses them, but sometimes it doesn't go quite as well as they might have hoped.
I mean, it means that they can push on, and that was one of the things that Joe Osborne was telling us, wasn't it? That now they've lost those 12 minutes, they're just going to push as hard as they possibly can. And it's Jeroen Bleekemolen who's now back at the wheel of the 52 car, having just taken that car out of the pit lane, so we can see what kind of lap times Bleekemolen is going to be able to do with the Lamborghini, and whether they're going to be able to haul it. Well, I think they can realistically expect to get into the top 6. They're 7th at the moment, but can they get themselves onto the podium? We'll have to wait and see. Still not even half distance of the race.
Exactly right, and they will hope that they have had their misfortune, and that a similar degree of misfortune to even things out may head in the direction of some of their rivals. On-board camera with Alexandre Coigny. He can't be too far away from the end of his stint either.
No, very much so. I mean, he's been out there for a long time now. I did have it on the screen a minute ago, didn't I? I closed it down because I thought he was going to come in. Coigny has been in the car for an hour and 3/4.
Right.
So it has been a monster stint from him, although much of that, as you rightly said, I mean, over half an hour, in fact, very nearly an hour of that time was spent under code 60, but it still counts as far as driving time is concerned.
Interesting to look at the dash readout in front. Second, third gear, you can see the big readout in the center. That's the gear quadrants, and there's a time ticking away at the bottom: 1:34, 5, 6, 7, 1:38 seconds. So he knows what his lap time is. On the right hand side, held on by some tie wraps and not held on entirely accurately, it seems, is the screen for the rear view camera in the Ferrari. And we had a brief period where we could clearly see what was behind him as sun was setting, and we lost the glare of the daylight in the screen. Of course, we're not seeing it from the driver's eye view, so it might be clearer from his view. But I then suggested as soon as it got dark, all you'd get is a flare of lights behind you, and that's exactly what is being reflected in the image. They've used that as an addition, as you can see, a late sort of jury-rigged addition to the car, in addition to its mirrors, to try and give the driver as much of an indication of what's going on behind him as possible. That car, though, is in 4th place. Christian Frankenhout is in front of him to the tune of a lap or so in the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes. That's in 3rd place at the moment. Number 11, Josef Kral in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. The red Ferrari is in 2nd place, and Ralph Bone is our race leader in the number 911 Porsche. Marshall's posts 12 and 13 are displaying yellow flags, so somebody has gone off between 12 and 13. And we
should be able to see that out of the window, shouldn't we?
We should be able to see that from the onboard camera of our car as well.
Yeah, I can see yellow flags waving in the distance over there. What I can't see is exactly what is being drawn to team's attention.
No, let's see, where have we got to on the circuit here? There we go, yellow flags being waved. We are coming out of turn 12. over the brow, dropping down into 13. There's the car. It has overshot at turn 13 and gone down a little bit of no man's land between the current circuit and the slightly nicer right-hander that was corner 13 on the older circuit. So he's sort of caught himself out under braking, you would suggest, and sort of looped it round a bit. The car was facing in the wrong direction. Elmar Grimm brings the number 34 Audi to the... he's left the pump, so in fact he is in the pits and may be getting out of the car fairly soon. That's the car that's in 8th place, and that is the Felbermeyer Audi, the darker, or the blue of the two car collection cars. No, it's not. It's the other one. It's the white one with the little blue highlights rather than the blue car with the yellow highlights. The blue car with the yellow highlights, the Felbermeyer car, is car number 34, being driven by Mark Basseng. 33 driven by Mark Basseng, and that is currently behind them on the road and about to overtake them. So that will be a change for 8th place between the teams. They were 8th and 9th, and they will be 8th and 9th, the two car collection cars, but 33 will be ahead of 34.
Yellow flags have been extended so that they go down to turn 10 as well now, Martin, whether that's just to make it more secure.
My timing screen says there are no yellow flags, it's gone green.
It has now, yes.
So it's either ahead of real life or reflecting real life. So whatever it was, it had sort of all the hallmarks of being a Renault Clio of some denomination, didn't it, or description, facing the wrong way. I am assuming it is now, he has found an engine and a gear and has faced the right way and has continued to proceed in the approved manner. It is a quiet pit lane. 2 cars, 3 cars on it. One moves off, and I think that Elmar Grimm is getting out. Door opens. Driver change going on at the 34 team. You can see that on your TV monitors. If you're listening online to radiolemans.com, you can always hear and watch the pictures together in sync without losing any of the quality. radiolemans.com, 24hseries.com, the series website of the International Endurance Series, and live pictures will be streamed throughout the night and all the way to the end of the race and through the podium ceremonies tomorrow, so you don't have to miss a turn, an incident, or a single moment of the race. That is the only one of our front runners on the in the pits. Rather hoping that I'm going to a little check on my phone of a photograph in a moment or two. I'm rather hoping that Johnny Palmer comes through the back door soon, because although I've eaten most of a bag of licorice all sorts, it's not going to keep me going through the rest of the night, and there's only 30 minutes of restaurant time left. In fact, only 20 minutes of the eating stint remains open. So my pit stop window is fast closing. 34 has been handed over to Ingo Vogler from Elmar Grimm. The car collection car heads back out in 9th place, but not an awfully long way ahead of the 10th place number 78 Porsche of Xavier Masson, the 991 class leader, and that car has been up into 9th place before being overhauled by first one and then the other of the Audis. Woo! And the B2F competition Porsche Bruno Fratin there having a second stab at getting round the corner. And in turn 12. Two through one is back in. This is the OCC LASIK car. Joe Bradley is down there, and a lot of inspection going on. Wheels being spun, left front corner. I'm suggesting, Joe, and I'm not sure whether the team will know a little bit more, but I'm suggesting that Farid Ali has come in complaining of a major vibration.
Yeah, that was my deduction as well. The team kind of sprang into life, so he's brought the car in out of sequence. Clearly, as the car is just basically, as you described, Martin, having the wheels spun and shook for any play in the bearings or anything. It's probably just pickup. He's probably picked up a vibration. You know what it's like. You pick up a vibration from pickup that it feels as though the car's going to fall apart. And he's reported that, brought the car in, it's had an inspection, and have sent it on its way. So he needs to get on with it.
While we have you in range, Joe, we never really got to the bottom of what happened to the Manthey Wochenspiegel Porsche, which came in for what was a 6-minute pit stop, and it came in early for that pit stop. We got, I can't remember which the driver was who got out now, but I just wonder if you can find your way to the Manthey team just to see what happened. It's Georg Weiss that's gone back out at the wheel of the number 29 car. It was Mike Stuersberg, wasn't it, that brought the car in. And as I say, he'd done, he had driver time left, he had fuel left, according to my calculations, but he was early, and there was a lot of attention going on to the right rear. But if you can ask somebody politely at Manthey Racing, they're usually fairly friendly and certainly very professional, and we might just find out why that car fell back, because it was quite comfortably in third place and vying for second place, now dropped down to 7th. So anything you could find out, Joe, would be very pleased to hear from.
And in fact, Joe could do a bit of housekeeping there, because the other car that was we were questioning was the 232 Manthey Racing GT4 Cayman, the one that looks pretty much like 231. That will be in the same garage, and a 233 rather, and it is probably in the same garage. So Manthey Racing, you remember that was the one that had the massive slap all the way down the driver's side, the left-hand side of the car. We saw them with lots of bodywork damage. They were repairing a radiator at the front, and we thought, right, okay, well, once that's done, they'll sort of put new front and back bumpers on it, and it looked to be good to go, but clearly it was not. Trouble down at 7.
I've got that update on the 29, guys, if you need it.
Go ahead, Joe. You are open to the world.
Well, Paul was right. They were very friendly bunch down at Manthey. And the car's been involved in a coming together out on the circuit and had damage that had to be repaired. So it's something that we didn't see, I take it.
Didn't see any damage to it, I must admit, but as I say, it's dark, and we're only getting limited TV pictures anyway. So, but is the car now in good shape?
Yes, car's back out and running as,
good, yeah, I mean,
as well as ever,
yeah, Georg Weiss certainly lapping reasonably quickly. Yes, Martin?
We saw them working on the right rear, and unfortunately, that's the side that is presented away from us as we look down at it from our area on the far side. Now, Joe, while you're there at Manthey, what happened to their Cayman Club Sport? Because that looked as though it had a hard impact on the left, but we kind of looked when you were down there last, they would change the radiator. We sort of thought maybe that would be going back out, but it doesn't appear to have.
No, it's been in there for 2.5 hours, and I suspect that car is probably not in this race anymore.
Yeah, it's out.
Yeah.
It's still here.
Yeah, but what was the cause of retirement? I mean, we know it had the incident, but they seem to be getting ready to send it back out and doing work on it. Somebody's gone off in a Porsche, and oh no, is that 27? That's not a Porsche. Is that a Mercedes wing? No, that's not a 27. Is that 17? No, that's not shown as off track. I'm trying to identify what has gone off. Joe, if you do find more from Manthey about their Cayman GT4, let us know. Meanwhile, this is down at turn 5. And that is a Mercedes. So it's 41. It's the HTP Mercedes that has gone off. So it wasn't the car number on the roof that was the right way up. That's why I was having trouble trying to work out what it was. It was the number was facing away from us. Marshals are waving batons to call for a tow vehicle, and also to warn drivers to try and stay away. Yellow flags are out downhill to turn 5. Yes, Paul?
I think there is a tow vehicle there already, so they're just trying to warn drivers to slow down, because there is a recovery vehicle towing the Bryce Bosey Mercedes is the one, already having had some accident damage when Wim de Pundet was driving it, and now Bryce Bosey having had his own off, and that's somebody else having a big lock up there as he came into the area. I wonder if they've dropped some oil on down there, and that's making life difficult for the others. Anyway,
yes.
So the Mercedes has been pulled off our camera shot. Unfortunately, it's a locked off camera, so we can't kind of pan it round to see what has happened to it. Yellow flag still being shown at post 5, though, as Martin was saying. And so HTP, I have to admit, I had didn't say high hopes, but I had a sneaking suspicion that that car was going to really take the fight to the 911 Porsche, but problems after problems have struck the HTP team this weekend.
That does rather not seem to be their luck. The all-Danish Stanko Motorsport 212 Renault Clio has returned, and Joe, lots of arm waving from the driver suggesting he's got a bit of a balance or a handling problem, and the team are working on the left rear corner of that Clio.
They are actually working on every corner of this Clio. The rear end's been jacked up. They're looking around. Both of the rear axle wheels have been removed and they're having an inspection. In fact, the axle stands have gone in, and the small trolley jacks, no internal air jacks on the small Clio Cup versions of the Renault Clio, and a lot of visual inspection going on there. Everything looks pretty straight and pointing in the direction it should. Whilst the car is having attention to the rear, they're having a chance to service the front end, the engine, coolant levels, etc., and checking oil. Now then, I can see there's a lovely light being shone. Where is that?
Now, if only you could see what your cameraman is showing us, because he is right under the car with the mechanics.
He is. I'm bent down with him. I'm right on his shoulder.
Right rear suspension
tie rod.
Yeah.
Rod loose.
Yeah, they are attacking both ends of either a tie rod or an anti-roll bar.
Looks like an anti-roll bar link, actually.
Yeah, and they're doing it on both sides, so...
they may be taking the roll bar off.
Well, that would make the car softer and more compliant, but
that would make the rear end grip.
It would greatly increase the understeer.
Yes, it would.
Which is possibly not something you want on a tyre that is already suffering in the heat. However,
Martin, on these small front-wheel drive cars, you need the rear end to rotate, or else you do have to live with a lot of understeer. So you want the rear end to slide, but you want it to slide to the extent that it's manageable, and to the extent where it's not going to destroy tyres. But disconnecting the right-hand rear damper from the right-hand side of the rear axle, whether it's you know what, I've known these axles to bend quite a bit, and it doesn't take much for them to bend. Now the axle just being slotted down, it's a beam axle, pretty standard Renault Clio road car beam axle, even on the race car. These cars were prepared by Renault Sport as race cars. They've never seen life as a road car. They come off the production line and then are passed to Renault Sport, and they're constructed into a race car.
Right,
I think they're removing the rear axle, Dave.
While that goes on, Joe, we'll let you carry on with that. Also in is number 17 from 6th position, Paul. The 53 car has gone out from 7th.
Yes, that's right. That was the one we were expecting, was the 53 Spirit of the Race Ferrari, Alexandre Cogny, having finally brought that car in. It was a huge stint from him, so congratulations to Spirit of the Race. What's his name? It was on the screen a moment ago, and now it's gone. Gino Forgione has taken over that car, and having been in 5th place, he's now down in 6th place because he's inherited 6th place, as Martin was just saying, because Alban Ferruti has brought the IDEC Mercedes, number 17, into the pits. So those pit stops beginning now to unwind, and the next one that will be coming in is going to be, but again, it'll be a long stint, Christian Frankenhout, who's been doing great things with the number 10 Hoffa Racing Mercedes, still leading the A6 AM class, and is in 3rd place in the overall standings, and has a substantial margin over the next car back in the overall standings. In fact, he's 2 laps ahead, and they're getting on, 2 and a lot laps ahead of the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini. So Christian Frankenhout then going very nicely, but coming towards the end of his stint in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes.
So work still continues on that Renault Clio down in the garage. Harry Helders is in JR Motorsport in the car that leads the SP3 class. That is 21st overall. And the sister car driven by Koen Bokarts, second in SP3, is also on page on the timing screen, rather conveniently. Thank you for them. They are in 23rd place overall. So JR Motorsport probably am saying this rather too much, seem to be having a much better time of it here in Barcelona than they did in Paul Ricard, where their cars seem to spend rather too much time returning to the garage. Also in is Oliver Freymut in the car that lies 5th in the 991 class. That is the 72 Porsche HRT Performances car. And I think Oliver Freymut might be handing over either to Mikael Munneman or J.M. Littman. I think Mikael Munneman should be next in their rotation. One of the Lafargues is in the number 17 car that has left the pit lane, but there are two, Patrice and Paul, and Lafargue P on my timing screen is not enough of a denomination to tell me which one.
If you wait till he gets round to the end of the lap, then I get the full name up on the screen. It's Patrice.
Patrice Lafargue.
Just going through at the end of the lap. Now, I only get the driver ID at the end of the lap rather than at the first sector time, which is when you get them on your screen. But it is Patrice who's taken the car over from Alban Baruti.
So that car, that was off a little bit earlier on, wasn't it? It doesn't seem to have suffered any long-term damage. Still in 8th place. And in the AM class, that is in 4th position in the class. And the cavalry has arrived.
Into the pits as the cavalry. Martin was getting very concerned there that he was going to miss his dinner, poor lad. Anyway, so Martin and Johnny Palmer are now having a quick changeover. Let me tell you that the race leader is into the pits, and this is Ralph Bone bringing in the race leading car. Now this is early by my reckoning, but 8:35, it is coming towards the end of 2 hours, so it's not the end of the fuel in that race leading car, but it's coming to the end of Ralph Bone's 2-hour driving limit. For that is one of the regulations. You can only drive for a maximum of 2 hours at a time. And although Ralph Bone spent 40 minutes or so running at code 60, that still counts as part of his 2 hours. So by the time he's done that and finished this stint off, then that's why that car coming into the pit. So race leader in the pits, he should be able to clear the pit lane and get out again without losing the lead. That shouldn't be a problem for Ralph. And then we're probably going to have Alfred Renault back in the car. And also, as I was talking about Christian Frankenhout, or I was going to talk about Christian Frankenhout in the 3rd placed Hoffa Racing Mercedes, which is again having a remarkably stable race. That car is also in the pit lane now, and that was a monster stint from Christian, again bearing in mind that a lot of it was behind the in the code 60 period, but a stint altogether for Christian of 1 hour and 53 minutes. So just 7 minutes remaining of Frankenhout's 2-hour limit. So it was a long stint from Ralph Bone, but an even longer one from Christian Frankenhout. So Joe Bradley down in the pits, if it is, yes, it is still Joe down in the pits. I don't know which one you want to go and talk to, but either Ralph Bone in the race leading 911 or Christian Frankenhout in the A6 AM class leading and 3rd place overall Hoffa Racing Mercedes. Both of those drivers have done good long stints, albeit part of it behind the code 60 period. Hello, Johnny.
Here's Joe. I'll say hello properly to Paul in a moment. Go ahead, Joe.
The 17 Mercedes has just gone by with a very sorry-looking right-hand rear tyre, absolutely demolished. I was camped out at the 911 Porsche pit, and we saw that race-leading Porsche take on new tyres. Ralph Bond got out. We'll have a chat to him, and then I'm going to dash up to the 17 pit. En route, we'll have a word with Christian Frankenhout, and we nearly got run down by it. And now, call me a detective, but here we have an Audi R8. It's one of the car collection cars. Is it the 34? It's got massive rear-end damage also.
It is the 34. Yeah, that's the car that was driven by Vogler. Patrice Lafargue, we only sent out on that lap anyway, so I think that was either his out lap or his first flying lap, which that's the number 17 car, which you described as coming in there, Joe. So Patrice Lafargue coming straight back in again. And has that car gone into its garage as well, the number 17?
I presume so, Paul. It couldn't have gone back out onto the track. I mean, you've got the right-hand rear wheel was pointing at 45 degrees.
Right.
It was completely demolished.
Okay.
As is this 34 Audi R8 that was seen being wheeled in with extensive, not just rear bodywork damage, but that suspension and geometry damage on the right-hand rear corner.
Two cars with rear-end damage. Does that suggest that they've had a side-by-side coming together, or is it just coincidence?
I think that may be coincidence.
Right.
It may be. I'm not really sure because
Okay.
they both had similar damage, both right rear corners. Whether they've had coming together and they've both gone off and hit the barrier would be my assumption.
We've gone code 60, Joe, so that's an opportunity to relax a little bit. But both of these cars then, I mean, you're a detective, you used to be anyway, so you can find out. Just one final thing before I say hello properly to Johnny. It was Alfred Renauer, as we expected it would be, who has taken over in the race-leading 911 car. And even though it's made its pit stop, it has maintained its lead over the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Hello, Johnny.
Hello, Paul. Nice to be back. And I'm pleased, I think, that Martin will be able to nip away and get something for dinner. Although, as I left the cafeteria, they were starting to pack up. And that's what gave me impetus to think, oh, I need to get back so that Martin can get some food as well. Anyway, I noticed that the number 29 car that was well placed when I left here has fallen down to 5th position. So presumably that's had one or two issues.
It's had one issue, which was some bodywork damage, which affected the right rear and brought the car in early after early in its stint, and it was an 8-minute pit stop for it whilst it had that bodywork dealt with. But that was all it took to drop it down out of the top 3, because you're absolutely right, it was challenging strongly for second place indeed when you went off, I think, Johnny.
Back to Joe. You're by that number 34 Audi.
Yeah, I am. My cameraman has gone into the back of the garage. The driver who's got out, I'm not sure who it is. I think it
was Ingo Vogler to get out.
Vogler's still got his helmet on, and he's giving some form of explanation to his teammate. I'll see if my microphone works as we dive into the garage. He's kind of. We're looking at the right rear still. A bit of a heated discussion going on with Ingo Vogler explaining what's going on. They're speaking in German to each other, and my German's pretty poor, so I think he's trying to just settle him down from, the issue was.
Kenneth High, by the way, now on the wheel of the number 10 Hoffa Racing Mercedes SLS, 3rd place, and that A6 AM class leading car returns to the race. We're under code 60, I'll remind you. Jeroen Bleekemolen in the 52. Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan is 4th. George Weiss on the recovery drive then after that 8-minute stop for the number 29 Wochenspieler Team Manthey Porsche.
Ingo, I can talk to Ingo, guys.
Yeah,
I know he's still good. Ingo, can you explain in English? I saw you gesticulating that you've been hit by another car.
Yes, my English is not so good, but I was in I don't know the name of the corner. It's when I come from the long street to the right. I was behind the number 10 car, Hofer, so near by the car, and then we both overtake the car HTP AMG GT.
And it was.
Hofer goes by. I come, and then he goes right inside and put me in it. She must have seen me because my car was away.
It's bad luck. It's bad luck. And your English is pretty good in the circumstances. Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. His English is better than my German for sure. And you know what? We kind of got the picture there.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Not sure. So the Hofer car and the 34 car went either side of another car, and I'm not quite sure if the other car was identified.
Well, the Hoffa racing car, to my knowledge, unscathed. It's gone back into the race, and it remains in 3rd position. They've done a driver change and presumably a kind of standard service on that 10 car. So the other machine that we haven't been able to identify. Joe Bradley, what do you think?
Well, I think that the car that was being overtaken with a Mercedes SLS on one side and Audi R8 on the other has probably reacted to the Hofer car and got out of the way of the Mercedes, unfortunately, into the path of the Audi. That would be my assumption. Or deduction.
Yeah, so making sure that one A6 car has a clean path through, but not realising there was another A6 car overlapping the Hoffa machine at the time.
What isn't exactly clear, though, is why we've got code 60, because everybody who was involved, or what we think everybody who was involved in the incident, have made it back. We've also got the HTP Mercedes, which has come back, but of course, now we're under code 60. A lot of cars are just coming back anyway, coming into the pits anyway to get refueled. So, you know, you can't tell which ones are coming in because there's code 60 and which ones are coming in because they've had a problem out on the circuit. But my guess would be that there is something which has happened out on the circuit which is still out on the circuit, which is why we've got code 60 in place.
So cars that have just come into pit lane: George Weiss in the number 29 Wochenspieler Porsche, Paul or Patrice Lafargue. I've asked you that question. Thank you. I've asked you that question already this week, I'm aware, but it's difficult to tell from my screen. Patrice Lafargue in the EDEC Sport Racing Mercedes AMG has also come down pit road, together with the 49 older shaped Audi R8 of DriveX, racing at their home event. And the code 60 flags, as Paul says, are still being waved, and the reason for that not immediately obvious.
Well, yes, it is. It's not immediately obvious, correct, but there is a car I can see from here stuck. Where is that? That's going up towards turn 11, and of course, looking through binoculars in the night sky is not the best way to try and identify things. But there's a car in what seems to me to be in the gravel bed over there, going up towards turn 11, and there at the moment isn't a recovery unit that I can see which is trying to pick it up. So that's why we've got a code 60 in place. Oh, yes, no, there is. I apologise. There is a recovery vehicle. That's what I can see. And the car is now partly obscured from my view because of the recovery vehicle being there. But that's, as I say, on the run up to the turn 12, turn 11, turn 12.
Change for fifth position as the 53 Spirit of Race Ferrari goes up a spot because of George Weiss and his pit stop. And to Joe Bradley.
Yeah, Christian Frankenhout. Christian, are you aware of an incident involving the Audi R8 and another car, which you were apparently overtaking? You may not be.
No, not at all. I just the girl from Car Collection just asked me if I saw something, but it just happened behind me, I think, because I just passed the Car Collection Audi. And furthermore, I didn't see anything, though. I don't know, but...
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I think you went one side, the Car Collection Audi went the other, and there's been some kind of coming together. Maybe the car got out of your way. That's how lucky you were, maybe.
Maybe lucky, but I didn't see anything, so I didn't think I was in danger or something.
Tell me about the car. The car's going well so far.
The car's going great, as always. You know, we had a nice fight at the end with the number 1 Porsche and the number 2 Ferrari. It was like just a little bit like a sprint race, but with respect, you know. I couldn't do below 155, so I had to let the Ferrari go, but yeah, I overtook the Porsche. But it's still a long way to go, but we're already in a good position. Our tactics are still working, as we talked about yesterday. So we're happy, and we hope to continue like this.
And considering you've just done a 2-hour stint in the car, you look fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. No, it was okay. You know, it's still hot, even if it's not sunny and it's night. But yeah, it's okay. The car's quite cool. Not really cool, but like 50, 60 degrees, but it's okay. And, you know, I'm doing another stint in like 3-4 hours, I think. So I have a little bit time now.
Yeah, so you're going to get some sleep or something?
No, I don't think so. It's still early, but after that, I think I will.
Okay, Christian, great to talk to you as ever. Fingers crossed.
Thumbs up from Christian, and Kenneth Heyer has now taken charge of that number 10 car, as we've said, the Hoffa Racing Mercedes SLS. 52 Barwell Motorsport, MP Motorsport sponsored, or backed 52 Huracan, comes into the fueling area from 4th position. Jeroen Bleekemolen at the wheel, and a lap between Bleekemolen and Gino Forgione in the Spirit of Race Ferrari. So I don't... Well, depending on how long that Lamborghini stays in the pit lane, stroke fueling area, don't think we'll get a change for fourth position. Oliver Kites has gone back out in the Wochenspieler Team Manthey Porsche. So
green flag.
A driver change there, and the green flag is waved, as Paul Trustwell says. After a purple period, after a code 60 that lasted for how long, Paul?
Hang on, didn't tell you. I just need to type in.
Whilst you work that out, we can hand back to Joe in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's great. Sam Tahiri got out of the 71 Court Oyster BMW. Sam, I came looking for you immediately, but you went straight off and got changed. You were a very soggy mess when you got out of that car.
Yeah, I wanted to check what was the position, because we are fighting hard with the BMW. I wanted to see how many laps and what kind of stint did I do. I was surprised with my pace, because I was advised to short shift and save the fuel to go full stint, 2 hours. But the Code 60 saved us a lot of fuel, so I was pushing it at the last stint. It was really fun.
Now, Sam, you've got a little soap opera this weekend going on. You're in two cars this weekend. You're in the 62 Porsche, are you? What number Porsche are you?
79, actually.
You're in the 79 Porsche and you're in the 71 BMW. Two different classes. But you had to choose before the race started which one to score points in. And the car you chose?
Yeah, well, before the start of the race, I chose the Porsche because somebody advised me the Porsches are bulletproof.
Who was that then? It was me, wasn't it? Yeah, I know. Yeah. Sorry, mate.
So, yeah, I chose it. So I said, okay, dice it. Let's go see which one goes in. But after my stint, my teammate went out. And apparently there was a marble went to the radiator, and the radiator was broken. The engine was overheating. By the time we come back, the engine blew up and caught fire and the whole disaster. The car is parked back there.
I don't think I'll ever say to anyone a Porsche Cup car is bulletproof. I don't think I'll tell anyone that again, Sam.
Well, don't do that again, please. Cup cars are good. The Porsche is good, but very fragile. So sometimes they get into trouble quickly, very quickly. Our team MSG's car, second car, the Brazilian team, they crashed heavily. So that car is also retired. And the third car was having some fuel pump issues and the drive shaft and everything. So now they're actually behind my BMW. So it's going really bad for the team. They really need to catch a break.
And you're sharing the car with the team order, Court Oyster. You must be learning something, Sam, from a guy like Court Oyster who's got such extensive experience.
Well, of course, Court Oyster is an ex-DTM, is a conning all pucks. He knows how to do this and how to set up a car. The car really feels amazing. I mean, when I ask for permission, can I push, please? So yeah, go for it. You have enough fuel for it. And the car is perfectly fine. You just give me a few hints. Okay, here, just don't push it a little too hard. And yeah, okay, perfectly works for me. And yeah, it's a legend. What else do you expect? But at least I'm getting something out of this weekend. I hope we can finish this race, yeah.
We do too. Thanks for talking to us, Sam. Thanks for coming back. Thanks. Sam Tahiri there at the W.
Thank you, Joe. Sorry I phoned you out there during your last bit, but we got most of it. Sam Tahiri with an update on his two drives and may not be taking advice particularly readily from Joe Bradley again in the future. The scoring tower is fully illuminated as we are now 22:11 local time in the PM, and there are 13 hours and 19 minutes still to go in this year's 24 Hours de Barcelona. Alfred Renauer leading the way for A6 Pro and the overall standings. 288 laps now done by the Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and leading by a lap over Peter Cox's Scuderia Praha Ferrari 458. Is it a complete lap then, Paul?
It is a complete lap and about a minute. So okay, given it's a 2-minute lap, it's about a lap and a half. But Peter Cox, before that Code 60, oh no, it wasn't. It was Joseph Kral who was then in the car at that point. But before Peter Cox got in, Joseph Kral was actually lapping more quickly than Ralph Bone was in the leading Porsche. So that was the situation before. Now we've got Alfred Renauer in the leading Porsche and Peter Cox in the chasing Ferrari. we were saying with Martin earlier on, we got the list of cars that have led this race, and the one that hasn't led any laps at all thus far is the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Now, as I say, it's a lap and a half ahead at the moment, or the Ferrari is a lap and a half behind. So there's a lot of work to be done still, but not beyond the realms of possibility. And that 2.5 minutes, nearly 3 minutes of a gap, could quite easily disappear with a slightly elongated pit stop for brakes or something like that. So it's certainly worth paying attention, Johnny.
The MRS GT Racing Porsche in the 991 class doing particularly well. Now in the top 8 overall. Javier Martin at the wheel, and the other drivers in that car, Joe Foster and Charles Espenlaub, Charlie Putman. But it's done 11 laps fewer than the leader, but in 8th place. And then there are 5 cars not in its class before we find the Alex Osborne driven 68 car, 14th overall. Edex Sport Car remains in the pits, as does the 34 Audi from Car Collection, which is being repaired. And we heard from Ingo Vogler about the incident on the straight between turns 9 and 10, which resulted in that Audi being damaged on the rear. So the next car to benefit from those two machines being in pit road is the SP2 leader, the Porsche Lorient Racing Porsche 991 Cup car. Christophe Bourret piloting that, 11th place, and in fact it now skips ahead of the two cars in the pits.
I just wonder whether it was the Patrice Lafargue Mercedes that was misidentified by Ingo Vogler, and because those two cars did come in at pretty much the same time. Both had damage. What was bizarre was that both had rear end damage. I just wonder if one of them spun and then they ended up hitting each other in the back. But as I say, that's largely speculation. The only other possible clue, I suppose, is that the team manager of the HTP Motorsport Mercedes has been asked to go to race control immediately. And I thought that Ingo Vogler did mention the HTP Mercedes as well. So I just wonder whether Bryce Bosey, who'd already had a spin in the HTP Mercedes, maybe was involved in that as well. So I'm not quite sure. I doubt whether anybody at HTP will talk to Joe about that. That's not against Joe, but anybody at HTP will be in a position to talk about that demand to go to race control. But certainly I just wonder whether that Mercedes, the other Mercedes, the HTP car, might have been involved in some way or another in any as well. So we try and sort of piece it together.
Yeah, tough when we are in pitch black now, being 11:15, and it happened on a part of the circuit which we don't have a great view of. I know that was code 60, obviously, to clear up the bits and possibly another car for, incidentally, 9 minutes and 31 seconds. Didn't mention that through the question to Paul earlier on, and he was kind enough to say that there was another 9.5 minute code 60, but we are now back to fully green conditions. As Paul says, car 41, or at least the team manager of that car, been asked to report to race control. That is in 16th position with Bryce Bosey at the wheel, and Benoit Freton just behind in the 35 car, so just behind, a couple of laps behind the 41 HTP Mercedes.
Yes, that HTP car, people maybe missed it earlier on, lost half an hour in the pits earlier on in the race as a result of some accident damage which had been sustained while Wim de Pundert was driving it, and that's why that car has fallen so far back. However, looking on the bright side, the Lamborghini of Barwell Motorsport, number 52, has forged through and is now up into 4th place. It was down in 7th not so very long ago, but Doreen Blekemolen has stayed out, and has... no, he did come in, didn't he? That's right, he did come in, so he has topped up with fuel. He'd done 15 laps, but he's now got a full tank of fuel and is getting the Lamborghini to go as quickly as it possibly can. So he'll be able to make up some more ground, bearing in mind especially that the car immediately ahead of him is Kenneth Haya, who is limited to lap times in the 2 minutes 55, and that means that Jeroen Bleekemolen, who is currently lapping... actually, that last lap was a bit of a slower one from Haroon. It was a 1:58, whereas Kenneth was right on the button of his reference lap time of 1 minute 55. But it would be entirely within the realms of possibility that before the end of this race we could get the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini certainly into the top 3 if it continues to run as strongly as it is at the moment.
Car in from 38th place overall. It's an A3 BMW, 71, driven by Koreuser. Joe, what happened there then?
Well, I seem to be the bane of Sam Tahiri's life this weekend, don't I? Because we've chatted to Sam about how well the BMW was going, and then within moments, the car's on pit road. Thankfully, just for an oil top-up. It's out of sequence. They've done nothing else. So maybe Koreuser, who's at the wheel of the car, has had some kind of warning light or something.
Yeah.
I'll ask the team in a moment, but right now, the car was in, and within a matter of moments, probably had about a litre of oil replenished in the car, and it's back out. So fingers crossed, I'm not too much of a hex on these guys.
And it hangs on to 3rd place in the A3 class as a result of that quick turnaround. As you say, a sensor may well have been winking at him to sort that issue out, but the team were ready and quick to top up the oil. So I can tell you who's leading Class A3 actually whilst we're on that topic. It's the 208 car. 208 sounds like a BMW. It's not. It's a Peugeot 208, isn't it? Of course, I should have known that. And the 208 car sounds like feels like it's been leading for quite some time. Michael Carlson at the wheel, the Dane, sharing that drive with Guillaume Romain, Stefan Ventager and Kim Holmgaard. Before drivers in the 208 Team Altran Peugeot. Second in Class A3 is the Martin Byford-driven number 76 car, which is the Synchro Motorsport Honda Civic Type R, the guys from Swindon. Second in A3 and going strongly after 259 laps. Alfred Renauer negotiating his 294th lap, so we're not very far away from the 300 mark. Peter Cox a full lap behind. Kenneth Haya getting into the swing of things as far as his stint's concerned in the number 10 Hoffa Racing Mercedes. Jeroen Bleekemolen then, a well-timed top-up. That's kept him charging on. He's doing 155s, which isn't quite as quick as Alfred Renauer. They just continue to extend this gap, don't they, in the 911 car, similar to how they've played the last 2 rounds of the 24-hour series. And
the funny thing is that they don't necessarily extend the gap all the time, but when the track allows them to do it, then they can put in the faster laps. And when they come across traffic, then they go a bit more slowly. But we know that the cars behind, the problem for the other cars behind is that having dropped 2 and more laps behind, they've got to push as hard as they can, and they can't be as risk averse as the 911 team can. So that's the the situation where by being ahead and having that cushion, the 911 car can just take fewer risks. Rather worrying message just coming up on the screen there, Johnny.
About the number 41 HTP Mercedes, a black flag for the number 41 car in 14th position. Team manager was sent to race control. They've obviously had a conversation and an explanation possibly. And yes, a black flag, which, now I'm not sure how the rules operate here.
Well, all that the black flag means is you have to come into the pits. What then happens after that is up to the race control, race administration.
Right.
But by putting the message up on the screen, they're communicating it to the world. And as I say, the team may know a little bit more detail what's going to happen to them, but not necessarily disqualification, but just the car must come into the pits.
Yeah.
Because normally, of course, with a Creventic-style penalty, you don't have to come into the pits immediately if you're taking a penalty. You can just come into the pits at your next scheduled pit stop. So what they're doing here is to bring in the number 41 HTP Mercedes straight away. And so that car must come into the pits according to the international sporting regulations within 3 laps of it seeing the black flag. And trouble is, of course, at night you don't particularly want to be showing a black flag because you can't see it.
No.
But there is radio communication, and of all the cars that will have good radio communication, it will be HTP.
Need some kind of illumination of the black flag, perhaps a torch shined on it, but it's still pretty difficult to pick it out at speed down this long straight at Barcelona. Part of certainly a large chunk of the pit lane is well illuminated, but it's pretty gloomy on the main straight as you thunder between the grandstand and the pit wall. More cars to benefit from Patrice Lafargue's eDeck Sport Mercedes being in the pit lane, together with Ingo Vogler's Audi that is being prepared, or repaired rather. So we've seen Alex Osborne skip up the 12th position, Artem Soloviev in the HRT Performance 73 Porsche, and Bryce Bosey, the car that we're talking about at the moment. Down to Joe. You're in the vicinity of HRT's garage.
I thought you said HTP.
HTP, yes, that's right.
That's
exactly
what I said, sorry. There's not really any consternation being brought out by that black flag. People still sitting around and stuff. They haven't really... I mean, the tyres, there's new tyres sat out on the pit apron. They've been there pretty much the whole race, just sitting out in the sun, just getting a bit of temperature into them. The pit wall looks all kind of calm, as we can see. The team are quite relaxed. So we'll hang about here and wait and see if that black flag car comes in. That's the 41 Mercedes, of course.
Okay, thank you. Bryce Bosey still at the wheel, 14th position for that, and I make it 10th in A6 as one class, 6th place in the A6 Pro division. We have 5 of those A6 Pro cars in the top 10. The 5th of those being the number 49 Drive X Audi with Daniel Diaz Varela at the wheel, flying the Spanish flag. That's the best placed Spanish team. While Drive X in 10th place. But Alfred Renauer powers on in his 4-litre flat 6 Porsche. That's the 991 spec GT3R, by the way. And slowly but surely there are more and more of those in the world of GT3. And clearly they're continuing on the form. Well, Porsche's older spec GT3 car, you could argue, has struggled towards the latter portion of its life, but the 991 has been in development for quite some time. We've seen it in GTE regulations, but the GT3 car has been a while coming, and now it is winning races with consistency.
Yeah, I mean, what has always struck me about the Porsche was that you needed a very good team to run it. You know, traditionally it was either Manthey or one of the other strong teams in the States that have run the car. But you know, it clearly provided, you know, emphasising what Joe Bradley was saying about reliable Porsches. You know, this car, as I was saying to Joe over dinner, they just seem to work together as a team extremely well. They understand one another. They know what it needs to do in order to be prepared to run for 24 hours. They know how to drive it so that it stays out of trouble. And even though, yes, at the moment it's the quickest car out on the circuit, it hasn't always been the quickest car out on the circuit. It just kind of waits until it needs to be, and then when it needs to be, it is. And as I say, they're now not only sitting on a 2.5 lap cushion of an advantage, but extending it all the time now with even the skills of Peter Cox and Jerome Lekemolen at the wheel of the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini. You know, he's going quicker than all of them.
Work being done on the back of Patrice Lafargue's eDeck Sport car still, and Vogler's car, very similar situation with quite a bit of the body panels and the innards of the rear of that Audi being dislodged in some kind of contact. Not sure whether the 17 and the 34 made contact with each other, whether we'll ever get to the bottom of that. The 55 Massive Motorsport Aston Martin is now being fueled, And the 55 car, which was in the top 3 in the very early stages of this race, is no longer on the first page of our timing screen. It's in 24th position. Roland Poulsen's just brought it down into fueling area. I like that bright green stripe illuminated on the top of the windscreen. So that's easy to tell it apart from other cars in the order. And car 55, they look pretty calm down there. There is an official overseeing things, fire extinguisher in hand, should anything go awry. But, of course, this is the point in the day where the driver isn't sweltering in the 60-plus degrees heat that it has been in that Aston Martin. Still pretty warm out there and a humid evening, but obviously the temperature is an awful lot less than it was at 4-5 o'clock today. In another 3 minutes and 20 seconds, we'll only have 13 hours of this race to go. It'll be 11 o'clock at night, racing through till midday tomorrow for the 2016 edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona on RadioLeMans.com, RSL Extra. Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell and Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Nick Damon probably not too far away from relieving Joe to do another 2-hour stint. Also in the fueling area, the 246 Team ABBA with Roll Centre Racing BMW, I noticed there, getting fuelled.
Kenneth Heyer in the third place, Hoffa Racing Mercedes. Picture of consistency since he's been out there. Remember, he's got the minimum reference lap time 1 minute 55. The fastest lap of this stint has been a 55.2. Other laps 55.5, 55.9, 55.5. Then he's had a couple in the 56s, a couple of 57s, but pretty consistently absolutely where he needs to be, and despite a couple of jokers that car needed to use earlier on in the race, I don't think they've had any more than those 2 laps that were under 1:55. No, they've had 3 altogether. So yeah, Christian Frankenhout actually used one in that last stint of 2 hours that he had, and from the way he was reacting when Joe was there, clearly enjoying himself quite a lot at the wheel of the Hoffa Racing Mercedes. So 3 jokers burned by them, still 7 should they need to use them, but normally they try and stick pretty much to their reference lap time.
Car spinning at turn 8. The kink after the sharp left-hander at 7, and it is rejoining now. I couldn't tell from that distance which car was involved, but it was one of the BMWs in possibly Class A3. So a spin, but didn't hit anything hard, and I couldn't see another car involved either. So there were yellow flags at 7 and 8, but they've been withdrawn quite quickly, and everyone was alert to the fact there was a stray car briefly facing the wrong direction. Notice the Blake Molan-driven 127 Seat is 18th, leading the TCR class, and nowhere close to that car is another TCR rival at the moment. So the 127 car in charge as far as the TCR class is concerned. The Roll Centre BMW working its way down pit road now, Paul. Yeah, the TCR class wasn't so very long ago. In fact, when Martin was talking about it, was much closer. Rick and Ivo Breukers in the 303 car were less than a minute behind the Blake Molan car, number 127. But a longer pit stop, I think, was to replace the brakes. I won't say did for the chances, but meant that slightly longer time spent in the pits at the last pit stop for the Red Camel Jordan Stott NL Seat. And what did they do? Yeah, they had a 10-minute pit stop, and I suspect that's when the brakes were changed on the TCR class car. And I've got a feeling that the equivalent brake change was done on the previous stop and much more quickly by the Blake Molan team car 127. So that car is on the second page of our timing screen now, as you have mentioned, in 25th position. Phil Quaife in the number 1 Memak Ogilvy Seat, running 3rd in TCR from the 325. Now that's the Bapora Motorsport machine, with Francesc Gutierrez Agul currently at the wheel. Whilst I'm a bit further down on the screen, now the SP2 class is headed by 65? Would that tally with your records, Paul? Can't see a higher positioned car. Porsche Lorient, yes, it's been out front for quite a while now, the 65 car, driven by Jean-Francois Demorge, sharing with Alain Demorge and Gilles Blasco and Jean-Charles Carminati rather. So Porsche Lorient Racing in charge of SP2. And let's have a look for Class A2. Leading that is the 171.
Yeah.
I make it. That's the Team K Riser Peugeot RCZ.
With Jan Engelbrecht currently at the wheel of it, down in 36th place overall. And they have an advantage of 16 minutes. So what's that, 8 laps in the class, and the nearest to them is the number 44, another Peugeot RCZ. This is the Milan competition, Michel Vaillant sponsored or liveried Peugeot RCZ. So that's second in A2. Third in A2 and only a minute behind the Peugeot is a Renault Clio Cup car of Presenza.eu racing team, which currently has Andrew Hollison driving it.
I just got very, very confused because there is a much smaller than life-sized car for MHM Motorsport, but the way that the camera that I'm seeing had it all zoomed in and I couldn't see anything around it, and then Nick Damon's there, but as the camera zoomed out, I saw a strip that said pit lane, which was vast compared to the 115 Seat.
Go, go, go. And they're off.
It's radio controlled, is it?
Comes in.
And they're all trying to change tyres.
Good. Oh, this is great. This is better than the last stop they did. Took them a lot longer.
So what scale of car is that then, would you say?
It's just a model, so it's about 1/18th, I would say.
1/18th of the 115.
Might be a 12th. It's a model of their own car, though in fairness, that's been significantly more reliable than their car.
Yeah.
Should we, as I'm here, let me just show you, because the GDL Lamborghini, which actually broke just after before I went off on air, the 77 car, they're having a good old go at rebuilding it. Now, whether it's just because they've got all the bits they need to do it, but look, there's a lovely little new front right there, all laid out in parts. You've got the shock absorber, the spring, the lower wishbone. Oh, no, there won't show us that. Oh, dear. That's not possible. Ah, it's broken.
He wasn't very happy there, was he?
He wasn't, no. He was doing cut it. He wasn't like, I don't know why that was a problem. Oh, it caused consternation. It caused consternation. I was just showing how they were mending stuff.
I liked how all the components were laid out very neatly indeed.
One thing I didn't notice was the lower wishbone was broken. Oh, look, now they put the engine cover down. They don't want people to see it being broken. That was a weird reaction, wasn't it? What they're trying to hide.
What it would be good to find out is, because we've still not quite got to the bottom of that incident, although it was explained to us well by, I forget who it was now, somebody a bit further back that saw the Russian Bears BMW and the 77 Lamborghini collide with each other, and also the tyre barrier on driver's right between turns 9 and 10. We're also trying to get to the bottom of exactly why the EDEC Sport Mercedes and the Ingo Vogler Audi have received rear damage, and that's still being repaired now. Those two cars have slipped to 22nd and 23rd respectively.
And whether those two incidents were connected or not, because we kind of surmised that they were, but we're not 100% sure on that one. News from Martin Haven, who has rejoined us having had his dinner, but nevertheless still working hard, at least looking at his telephone, which amounts to the same thing for some people. From Adam Knight, ultimately, the Lotus Evora number 111, the track club car, has sadly had catastrophic drive shaft failure, which means he's out of the race. It's not a drive shaft failure that can be replaced. Too catastrophic for that. So sadly, that's the car that Jamie Stanley started from pole position in the SP3 class in this morning's race, and shared, along with Adam Knight, Adrian Balon and Ben Klukas, the drivers, and absolutely gutted the track club team that they're not going to be able to make it to the finish of the 24 hours.
Yeah, that car has provided us with a lot of entertainment as far as the speed it was going yesterday in qualifying. Bit of variety as well to have a Lotus Evora GT4 in the field, and they were well, very excited ahead of the race that they could get a good result. But sadly, a problem too far with that catastrophic failure. And you can bring so many spares and bits and have so much mechanical knowledge, but sometimes it is going to require a bit too much, and it will need to go back to base so that they can strip it all down and sort the issue out. Hopefully that car will be back out again for the final round of the 24-hour series in October.
No sign at all of the number 41 HTP Mercedes making its way into the pit lane. Or at least if there was, I missed it. And as far as I know, it is still circulating. Bryce Bossy is still behind the wheel of the HTP Mercedes. So whether the screen showing as black flag misled us, or whether something else is going on, I don't actually know. We did briefly see a shot on the cameras of Kelly Willems in one of the garages, but I don't think it was the HTP garage. I didn't quite identify which garage it was. The Spirit of Race Ferrari, currently in the hands of Gino Forgione, looking pretty lively out there on the onboard shots that we're getting, coming across in front of us now. That's where we are, just there. Whee, there it goes. So Spirit of Race, still the fifth placed car, 2 Ferraris in the top 6, with Peter Cox charging on, still losing ground on average to Alfred Renauer in the leading car, but comfortably being quicker than anybody else out there, including Jeroen Bleekemolen, who, despite his best efforts in the Lamborghini 52, the Barwell car, isn't really being able to make much progress in terms of closing the gap between himself and Kenneth Heyer. I thought he might be able to do so, but the Lamborghini, I suspect, is not quite 100% healthy. Otherwise, I think Bleekemolen would be closing in on Kenneth Heyer.
The Drive X Audi is back in the race. It's lost a position after its fuel stop. They did a driver change as well, with Daniel Diaz Varela getting out and Andres Saravia getting on board. And Saravia, the man from Guatemala. Here is Nick Damon in the pit lane.
Well, yeah, the 58, you'll recognise this one, it's the all-gold Lamborghini. All the guys were set up, they had the 4 tyres out on the apron, they're all bent down, you know, waiting to leap on it with their wheel jacks and the wheel guns, and rather than driving into its allocated pit bay, it just suddenly made a very sharp right and drove straight into the garage, to the surprise of everybody, including a driver change happening was surprising. And they appear to be once again peering in the back of the engine bay. Whether it's short on fluids, who knows? But it's very, very strange, because normally they were completely not ready for this. They're planning on new tyres. Interesting, it's getting sort of basically new tyres on the right and old tyres on the left of the car. So they're only putting 2 new tyres a run. But it was a bit of a strange, what should we do? Oh, we'll do it now right at the last minute. But now there's a man leaning in, trying to fill, I think, more fluid. Yeah, how odd.
Okay, so that continues on. There's, well, they're with the finger in the air, rotating their fingers, which means let's get going now, that's enough. Are you still there, Nick?
Yeah, it makes no... Basically, they've done it. They've actually added nothing. So they're not putting any oil or anything. They've added nothing, and they've now strapping in the other driver. I'm not quite... Who got out of that car? He has a blue helmet, I don't know who he was.
Christoph Lenz.
Christoph Lenz. I might see if Christoph, what on earth going on? The car 18, it's gold and marvellous. He's having a bit of an argument with his hands device. Actually, quite a few drivers that argue with their hands devices today. I've been watching that on a number of occasions. They're now trying to resuit the replacement driver. Christoph is still trying to get his radio item off. And he's looking kind of like, oh, what's going on? Let's see if I can just quick weather. Christoph, that seemed like a very last-minute call to come into the garage. What happened?
I don't know exactly. 3 laps, 4 laps ago, someone hit me on the back. I don't know exactly. And something with the refueling was not working. I don't know exactly. So,
but this was, you were supposed to come in this lap. You just had these problems have happened since the pit stop.
I think so. I don't know. I really don't know.
Thanks, Christoph. And I remember this car had a refueling issue earlier. They had an issue with the benzene, as they said. So they've had some problems getting fueled this the whole time. Looked like this may have reoccurred. Don't forget they came out of the pits, forgot to mend it on one occasion, did 3 corners and stopped. So hopefully they got enough fuel for at least a lap or some got in. But it just goes to prove that the strangest and most obvious things can trip up even the most expensive of sports cars.
Interesting that you speak to the driver, and even he hasn't got much of a clue what's going on either, apart from the fact that he was assaulted on the rear by somebody else. So managed to get the car down pit lane as quickly as he could, and the team doing a great job to turn it around, reversing onto the apron now, very near the fast lane too. Wheel spin from the 58 car. We'll tell you in a moment who is now on board. As soon as the car breaks the beam at the end of the pit lane, the new driver will be revealed to us, but it's lost a couple of places because of that, a handful of places, down to at least 19th now, the 58 Sportec Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. They're a Swiss squad, and it is Sterzinger now at the wheel of the number 58 car. That's Nicolas Sterzinger who takes charge of that.
And that pit stop reasonably quick, despite the various bits of work. 5 minutes and 44 seconds. Now, a standard pit stop would be between 3 and 4, so 2 minutes longer than they'd really want it to be. But nevertheless, not a bad little pit stop there for the Lamborghini, even though obviously not quite perfect. There was a message that came up on the screen a moment ago that the team manager from car 10 was required to go and see race control. Now, we did hear from Ingo Vogler that the Hoffa Racing Mercedes was part of the incident, which meant that his car had to come into the pits. However, when... was it Nick or was it Joe? I think it was Joe was talking to Christian Frankenhout. He claimed that he was already past the incident when it happened. So I think the race control department is still trying to piece together what happened, and then we'll see what sanction, if any, is going to be taken. Gesundheit, in case anybody heard Palmer sneezing in the background.
Thank you. The 108 car has come in for a stop, but the Capricorn Racing now setting about to a brake change, at least possibly a pads change for the Seat Leon Super Copa, and Nick's probably not very far away.
I'm standing behind, trying to keep out the way. This is not a brake change. This is there's something wrong with our front suspension change.
Oh.
They are trying to undo or tighten up the bottom strut, the bottom wishbone. This is not a double wishbone, it's a McPherson strut, so it's a single wishbone, and then goes up and down on the suspension, but they are tightening things up. This is about the, I think, 11th unscheduled stop for the 108. It's had a more time in the pits than most. You can see that they try desperately to try and work out what's going on. They haven't got any suspension parts to offer up, as I can see, so either we missed them changing it, or they are literally just trying to tighten something up and find out what's wrong.
Yeah. None of them are actually scratching their heads, but as good as guy with a torch on his back trying to illuminate the whole situation. It's the front right area that is receiving the attention. Or are there some guys on the other side as well? Is it purely the front right corner?
No, it's just the front right. I quite like the way they put all the wheel nuts. They've just stuck on the front spoiler. So you've got the nuts on the front spoiler, and it's all kind of, quite casual. They're not panicking, but then there are already quite a few laps behind. I've been pointed at. Ah, there we are. Look, that's the bit that's broken. So it's the bottom ball joint. Ouch, that's hot. The bottom ball joint snapped, so that's what they were doing. They're unscrewing the ball joint, putting a new ball joint on. So see, even I recognise that. Thank you very much. What great guys. See, now there's some people who will show you their broken parts, and some people who will shoo you out their garage. We like 108. Not so keen on 77.
Yes, mentioning no names, the GDL Team Asia guys who shooed Nick Damon out of the garage because he was getting far too close, and information on that Lamborghini Huracan clearly top secret. Well, remains to be seen whether that 77 car will return to the race. The 911 car, though, is still out front. 306 laps done now, 12 hours and 45 minutes exactly to go. And Alfred Renauer with his Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche leading by over a lap from the Scuderia Praha Ferrari 458 for the Czech Republic crew. So Peter Cox at the wheel of that car from Kenneth Heyer in third position, the number 10 Hoffa Racing Mercedes, leading A6 AM, but also certainly punching above its weight, you could say, having so far completed nearly half the race in a quicker time than many of the A6 Pro cars, including Jeroen Bleekemolen's Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, which is 4th. That's number 52. Second in A6 AM and 5th of the A6 cars, the Spirit of Race Ferrari 458, driven by Gino Forgione, who is Swiss, despite his very Italian-sounding name. And the 29 car is still in 6th position with Oliver Kainz at the wheel of the Wochenspieler Team Manthey Porsche. SP2 headed by Porsche Laurent Racing still, with Christophe Bouret at the wheel of the French squad's 991 Cup car. That's 10th now, and its nearest rival down in 22nd being the number 82 Team Isa Brakes Porsche, flying the Spanish flag. And Nicolas Sturzinger is still in the pit lane in the gold Lamborghini, despite that being wheeled out. And, well, it did go out, didn't it, Paul? That 58 car, and it's been back in again, perhaps. I came in for fuel, says Nick Damon.
Yes. And then, as you say, has gone out again.
Yeah. So Sturzinger just been put behind the wheel of that car, and now he can get properly into his stint. 20th overall for the 58 and 5th in A6 AM.
Just looking down on the list of cars in the pits, and the 77 Lamborghini isn't shown amongst them, which makes me think that the car has been retired. So even if they were going to repair it, they were only repairing it to put it back in the truck rather than bringing it back out again. Because normally I would get a ticker to tell me how long the car has been in the pits, but the number 77 isn't being shown as being in the pit lane, which makes me, as I say, think that it's been retired. Yeah, it's got an S on the screen, which means it's been stopped out on the circuit, but it didn't actually make it. Oh no, that was that car was brought back on a flatbed, wasn't it? That's why. Yes, that was whilst I was having my dinner.
Yeah, the 149 Russian BMW and the Lamborghini ending up pretty deep in the tyre wall on the approach to turn 10. We didn't ever get to see a replay of that incident. I don't think there is a replay knocking around in the truck in order to show us that, but we were surmising what might have happened with damage to the tyre wall to driver's left and to driver's right, whether there was actually a third car involved at a point.
Well, actually, we did have an eyewitness report.
We did have a very good eyewitness report.
From the 303 car from Klaus Kresnik,
Klaus
who
Kresnik was the name I was
It was
looking for
happening
earlier
right
on, yeah.
in front of him. And, yeah, there was 3 cars in front, and the Russian Bears car, he reckoned, was trying to make room for somebody else to go by, while also trying to go by somebody. And from other reports that I have heard, sort of hearsay coverage of, 77 Lamborghini may not perhaps have been quite as generous with the space required by those cars in front as might have been more germane. However, again, with no other than one actual eyewitness report that was given verbatim to us, it does seem as though it was just one of those incidents in traffic, and there will be more of them before we get to the end. If there are not more of them, then 1,000 havens to everyone, definitely, because it's got to happen, hasn't it?
It's just with so much overlapping taking place, and it sounded like a middle order car lapping a slower A2 car, possibly A3 car, and then the super quick 77 machine trying to lap the 2 of them, and 3 abreast into a very, very tight pinch point at turn 10. Having stood there and watched the braking area into turn 10, it is very, very narrow indeed. There's really only one route that you can take through there, and 3 into 1 certainly wasn't going to go. The 49 Audi's been back in again. That must be for fuel, because it was a quick stop, a 156. It feels like the 49 car's only recently gone back out again with Andres Saravia at the wheel.
49 is the DriveX car, isn't it?
Yes.
Johnny, no, that's a very short stint. In fact, you're absolutely right. It feels, because it's only just gone out again, is because absolutely it has only just gone out again. In fact, Daniel Diaz Varela has been out for 2, or come in for 2 very quick pit stops.
Which Saravia now.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So Varela came, did 2 reasonably short stints, and now Saralia Saravia has done just a 3-lap stint.
Right, so very short for the man from Guatemala, and hopefully then the team were able to sort that issue out, or whether it was fueled and then just sent without even visiting the team, not sure, but it's on an out lap now. Christophe Bouret's brought the 64 car down pit lane from the SP2 lead. Easy to confuse that Porsche 991 Cup car as being in the 991 class, but it is the SP2 leader, now into the top 10, as I said a short time ago. But it's a lengthy stop, this, unless it's been... It's still in the fueling area. No, it's moved on from that area.
Yeah, 3 minutes thus far in the pits for the 64 car, and it's been a monster stint. If Nick gets a chance to talk to Christophe Bouret, then that's been pretty much 2 hours, I reckon, provided my driver IDs are working on that car. But 2 hours at the wheel for Christophe then, and he's not only done a long stint, but it's been a quick stint as well, because he continues to lead SP2, as you say, Johnny.
And the other car that we had in the fueling area has now moved up to the pit lane proper. That was the 235 BMW, which now comes into sight if you're watching the main stream. And Nick Damon is with the Duo Racing Class A3 BMW.
It says Cup 1 on the side.
It's been changed back to Cup 1, you're quite right.
And more importantly, it's the only Cup 1 car left, isn't it? Because it wasn't the German-Russian bear thing, wasn't that the only other one?
149 was an A3 car, or is an A3 car.
I think we're down to one Cup car, so I think they've won this. Well, if they get classified, obviously.
157 is a Cup 1 car.
There's so many cars, so many slightly different classes. All BMWs, often painted very similarly as well. This is a very leisurely stop, mainly because, of course, they've got 5-nut wheels, so it takes a bit of time. That was Timmers getting out. And I think it was De Bruyke getting in. Yeah, it was. Jimmy De Bruyke's got in that one. And it's just amazing how it doesn't have to take a long time to change wheels when you've got to take off five nuts. Should we see if Mr. Timmers wants to speak to us? Because it might be a laugh. Hi.
Sorry, Nick.
I'm with him now.
Are you going to talk to him?
I am.
Oh, good. I wasn't quite sure whether the question "shall you speak to us" was affirmative or not.
It was a rhetorical question, really.
Go on then.
Else. He's just going to get his hat off. That's it. Oh, he's lost his... How was that stint for you?
Very good. Better than in the afternoon. The temperature was better. I did once again 2 hours in the afternoon also, but now physically it was better.
And is the track easier to drive as well? Is the grip better?
Yes. It's much better now, especially conditionally. And there are less cars on the track, it's better.
So the traffic's got better too, because we have seen some incidents in the last couple of hours.
Yes. We had a lot of accidents. I saw it. I had also 2 times code 60. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Thank you very much. That's a happy man, isn't it? Happy driver.
And you're absolutely right, Nick, as well, because the other car in the class, as correctly identified by Johnny, the car 157, is in the pits and has been there for very nearly an hour and a half. So they may not have won the class, but the 157, which is the other Cup 1 class car, is in the pits. And if you happen to see it around there, you might be able to tell us whether it looks like it's going to rejoin or not. But it's been there in the pits for an hour and a half already, so perhaps the likelihood of it rejoining getting less and less. The other one, as I say, if you can get a chance, Nick, is to find Christophe Bouret with the SP2 leading car number 64, which Pascal Gibon has now taken back out into the race without losing the lead of the class. Bouret having, as I was mentioning, done a wonderful long driving stint, which amounted to an hour and 49 minutes altogether, so just short of 2 hours. Hour and 49 minutes from Bouret.
Back to Nick Damon.
Here is the 157, the other Cup car, and as you can see, there's not much action going on. I'm trying to find a member of the... It's gone. I've managed to get a man to do the finger across the throat for the 157. It's not showing any obvious problems apart from having the boot open, but it is apparently no more, which is quite sad if you're a 157 fan. So the all-Belgian team of Bert Rodant, Pieter Van Est, Michel Verharen and Conrad Tweit are not taking part, so I'm not quite sure what the rules are about how many laps you have to do, but it would seem that the other Cup car has got all the points.
Yeah, indeed. So we didn't have that many Cup 1 cars to start with, as Nick suggested, just the 2, and for a time they weren't even going to be in Cup 1 because they were moved into Class A3, I think, to give them a bit more competition. But as soon as it was possible to get 2 Cup 1 cars, then that means they can start to score Cup 1 points if they're put back into that class. And yes, it's going all the way towards the... Which car did we say it was? The 235, the Duo Racing one.
The second placed car in the pits, Peter Cox, bringing the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari in. And it's possibly slightly early, I would surmise. Less than an hour, 48 minutes only for Peter Cox. Out in that number 11 car, so I don't think it's still at the fueling station. I think it's already down at the garage, so maybe depending how Nick is getting on, whether he can nip along to there and see that one as well, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. No, don't bother, it's already gone. So
yeah, exactly. Nick's telling me it's all the way through. It fueled and it didn't stop at its pit garage.
Ah, okay.
That's very interesting.
No, that would have been... No, that's all right. It's because I don't get code 60s properly on this screen. I do on the other one, but not on this one. That was because when the car came in, it only put half a tank full of fuel in, so Peter Cox was running with half a tank. So that's why it's a slightly shorter stop. They just needed to put fuel in it. And now Peter Cox can go on and do the rest of his 2 hours, except that... Pisarik has got back into the car and has taken it back out again.
Of interest to local fans, and not for the right reasons, the 82 car's just come in, run by Team ISA Brakes. It's a Spanish crew, and the car's been wheeled into the garage. Nick, are you anywhere close to the number 82 Porsche?
I'm here.
Yeah.
Now let me take the cameraman around here. Come this way. I'm with camera. If you look at, they took off the wheels, and I'll show you the inside of the wheel, and that's when they found out there was a problem. They didn't think there was a problem. Let's see if we get the on-air. As you can see, it's been chucking out my sunglasses. It's been chucking goo, and that's oily goo. I'm not going to touch it, it's very hot even from this distance. So they've got a leak, which is coming out. I'm not quite sure it's the rear. I think it's the rear right. Sorry, the rear left where they're looking at. So they are dribbling oil onto the inside of the wheel, which is not a recipe for high-quality performance. So, yeah, that's why that's come in. It was a standard stop until they took that wheel off and went, that's a problem. And now they're carrying on again. Working away.
Thank you, Nick. So, plenty of guys in the garage there trying to get that car repaired as quickly as possible, but it doesn't look like the workable moment, it has to be said. Now some attention on the front end as well.
That car...
Which is where the radiators are, so... Certainly, it looks like, Nick, the front bumper's going to come off that. Oh, no, they're just going to start drilling holes in it. That's the sort of repair work I like.
Oh, it's my sort. Now I can see. Look, there's tie wraps. Has anyone got any duct tape? And is there? I mean, I've had lump hammer work today already, so I'm already happy. But they are drilling. Oh, what they're trying to do, I think, is get a new grill mesh protector for the radiators, because obviously it's not doing its job. It hasn't grill meshed enough. They're still looking at, I'm not sure where the actual leaky oil bit was on the right rear. No, they're happy with that. The right rear's back on again. So, like many cars, this one's up in the wars a bit.
Third place in SP2 about to disappear from them because the fourth place car is about to come through and go on to the same lap. And once it does that, then it just has to complete that lap. And I don't think the 82 car is going to get out before then, Johnny.
So Alfred Renard continues to lead the 24 Hours of Barcelona in 2016. 24 hours of Barcelona, which is round 6 of the 24hourseries.com. Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell and Nick Damon taking you through this portion of the race on radiolemans.com. And we're in dual broadcast mode at the moment with the latest round of the World Endurance Championship in full swing in Mexico. So stick with us, I would say, and listen back to the 6 hours once we get to the end of the 24 hours. But there always is the option there to join Bruce Jones and Damien Faulkner for our sister coverage. It's been a busy year so far for radiolemans.com and will remain so. The 2017 fixtures have been at least provisionally announced for the 24-hour series. A lot more tracks on the calendar, including a trip to Kota to end the year for next year's International Endurance Series. The Touring Car Endurance Series is gaining momentum as well, with plenty more rounds on the calendar for 2017 compared to the 3 for this year. So we're going to be busy, Paul Truswell, potentially in, a further 12 months' time.
That'd be rather nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely. I don't mind going to these races, and I mean, there is just a great atmosphere about the Creventic races, and always a lot of fun to talk about. And as you were saying, still plenty of action in this one yet. We're not even halfway through it. You were slightly woolly about the goodly number of laps with which Alfred Renauer leads the race, and it's a gap of very nearly 8 minutes, so not quite 4 laps, right? But very nearly 4 laps if you can get your head around that one. Jiří Pešiček is in second place in the Ferrari from Scuderia Praha, but he only has less than a minute of an advantage over Kenneth Heyer in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes-Benz. But of course, Kenneth Heyer can't go any faster than a 1:55. Or at least he's not allowed to by the way that the car is classified. But on the other hand, because Jiří Pešiček is only doing 1:58, Kenneth Heyer isn't really losing very much ground on the Ferrari. And indeed, although Jeroen Bleekemolen is pushing on very hard in 4th place, there is still quite a gap. What is that gap that Bleekemolen has? 30 seconds is the gap that Jeroen Bleekemolen has to make up to get on terms with Kenneth Heyer. And Bleekemolen is the best part of 2/3 of the way through his stint. He'll be having to get out of the car anyway just after midnight, not because he turns into a pumpkin, but because he'll come up to the end of his 2-hour driving limit. So Bleekemolen will probably go just about to midnight, if not just before, I would say, in the number 52 Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini. And they must be rueing that earlier glitch which they had with that car. Certainly when we heard from Joe Osborne earlier today in the afternoon, after the car had been fixed, running smoothly again now, and it was a problem that they hadn't really experienced before, but they'd managed to effect a repair, and the car has since then been running very well indeed. In 4th place now, the 52 Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini.
VDS Racing Adventures Mark Focus V8 is in for fuel from 31st in the overall standings. Yes, that would be about right. And as far as SP2 is concerned, 1, 2, 3, certainly not in 3rd position because we've got other SP2 cars on the first page of the screen, which I can't find. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th place in class. Behind the class leader, which is still the Porsche Lorient Racing Pascal Gibon now piloted car. But waiting patiently for his car to be fueled is the driver of the 95 car. That's Paul Stoffel from Luxembourg. Raphael van der Straten, Thierry Delattre du Bosque, Joel van Luc and Jose Close. So 4 Belgians and Paul Stoffel from Luxembourg, as I say. 4, a kind of related team to Mark VDS, hence the VDS in Racing Adventures. And did Martin decide whether Raphael van der Straten was related to the Mr. van der Straten?
Yeah, I don't know if Martin did, but I'm pretty sure he is the son of.
Right, okay.
Not 100% sure, but I'm I'm sure we've asked the question before, and I think that was the answer that we were given.
We're more certain on that than the fact that Fabian Engel is
any relation to Maro.
Father.
Yes.
Yeah, which none of us knew.
What was I coming for? Oh yes, I just wanted to. I was looking earlier on for the pink piece of paper that I gave you, saying that the race record was still on. Well, it's not. Needless to say, having had 38 minutes running behind or running under code 60, that kind of did for us. It's not entirely impossible, but it is very unlikely. If we would have the rest of the race free of any code 60s at all, then we would just about be in range to get a distance record. If we keep going at the rate we are at the moment, then the best we can hope for is to beat the distance that was set last year, and at the moment I'm looking at a race distance of around 664 laps, and last year's race ran to 662, so as Martin wrote down, the race record 2011 669 laps.
So reliant on the race being green from this point to the finish, or close to that.
If it would, and I think that's highly unlikely.
Exactly.
But if it would, then we would still be able to get to 669, but not very many more than that.
The 20th placed 58 Lamborghini has had difficulties of late. Nicolas Sturzinger, though, came out, did a couple of laps, got the car fueled, and now the Sportec Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan can fully get into its stride for this stint, working its way now through turn 13, the chicane at 14.15, and important to get a good exit through a fast right-hander to end the lap, and obviously you need to get a good slingshot out of this final corner over the grid hatchings to make sure that your top-end speed is respectable on the main drag here at Barcelona. It is a long straight, and the track dips down into a, downhill braking area for turn number 1 and 2. Oh, back end stepping out very slightly there for Nicolas Sturzinger, but he mopped it up neatly. Turns 1 and 2 are tight, and then you have to bring it through this lingering right-hander at turn 3, which really does punish the front left corner, even on a rear-wheel drive car. The 203 GC Automobile car's been brought into the fueling area. I haven't mentioned an awful lot about this car. Looks very much like a BMW. We say this every time, but it is a silhouette Vortex V8 machine. And 203 currently has at the wheel Cyril Calmont. Lionel Amrouche, a regular in that team, and the two Philippes, Burel and Gruard. So that car will be fueled and then be sent down to the team, I would think. And it's another car that is a tubular space frame chassis, effectively, with the body panels then strapped across the top. Makes it look very much like a touring car, but most of those panels are not shared with a standard road-going BMW. Far from it. And often we've seen a good sort of cluster of those cars. 3, I seem to remember, as a maximum in previous 24-hour series races. That's the only one, though, with us at this event. And it shares a little bit of characteristic with the Mark Focus in that it looks like a road car, but certainly isn't underneath the skin. 44th position overall for the 118 car. Another of the white BMWs, of which there are quite a few in this race. 44th position being the MDM Motorsport BMW 320D. So we have an MHM Motorsport and MDM Motorsport. The MHM guys are running the Seats. This is the diesel-powered 320 BMW, though. And that car has Rob Sievers at the wheel at the moment. Deep discussion being had at VDS Racing Adventures, it looks like. Yeah, those guys with the high-vis jackets on have the number 95 on the jacket, which tells us it is the crew running the Mark Focus V8. There's quite a bit of laughing being done down there as well. I presume the car's back in the race now. 95?
I think it is, yes.
Yeah.
Just looking down at pit stops that are likely to be happening up at the front of the field, and we're getting to the kind of stage where they will start to happen. And indeed, as I say that, so we get the HTP Motorsport Mercedes coming in. Having had one message on the screen to say that the car had received a black flag, we'll see what happens to it, because it may get put into the penalty box. It's being refueled at the moment. The sequence of events is refuel first, penalty box second, pit garage, if you want to, third. That is the way that the thing is laid out. Also, though, coming into the pits, and this is not one of the cars that I expected to come in, is the number 72 car, because as you said a moment ago, sorry, not the number 72 car, the number 12 car, which, as you said, Johnny, is John-Paul von Berg still, although he is probably actually coming up to the end of his stint. So that car comes into the pits, or comes into the refueling area. So John-Paul von Berg in the number 12 car, and the HTP Mercedes both come in, and not too long after that then we'll probably be getting any of the others, because what we're doing now is getting to the end of that half tank that they will have put into the car when the cars came in at the last code 60 to refuel, but because of the way the refueling regulations under code 60 works, it means they can only get half a tank in. And what I then don't know is quite how much fuel they had on board already, but it means that most of them will be reaching the end of their fuel that they have. In comes the car collection car. The pseudonymous G Tonic brings a 33, the Felbermeyer supported Audi R8. And yeah, real getting very busy indeed. And there's the model car just come in as well, just in front of it, the 115. That's the real one, model car.
The real one, yes. It's a similar size to the 41 Mercedes, and that's how I could tell. So we haven't got the 6 foot, nearly contact, in fact, between the Mercedes and the Seat. Now, maybe it did think that there was a model car in front and it could get round it. And then the driver of the 41 car, realising that the turning circle on that AMG is nowhere near sufficient, and the crew had to push it back.
Is it going to go to the penalty box is my next question. Yes, it is. So the black flag that was notified, there is a penalty being assessed on that number 41 HTP Motorsport Mercedes-Benz, and Bryce Bosey, having had to sit in the car and wait while it's refueled, has to sit in it a little bit longer now whilst it serves this penalty. And what we'll try and do is keep you appraised of how long the penalty eats up. It's already been 2.5 minutes in the pit lane.
4 cars now from the top 12 are in the pit lane. The 53 Spirit of Race Ferrari with Gino Forgione coming into the fueling area. G-Tonic brought the 33 car, the car collection motorsport Audi R8 into pit road, as Paul has explained. The 12 car's already been fueled and is now in pit lane proper. The 12 Lippert Motorsport Huracan, and now the 41 car is also in the pit lane as well, and still at the penalty box.
That's already eaten up a minute. So yeah, this flurry of pit stops is proceeding as John is describing, and of course the problem is that you end up having had nobody at all waiting at the petrol pumps for probably the best part of half an hour. All of a sudden they're pretty much all being used, although the earlier problems that we had when some of the petrol stations weren't actually working, I think they all are now working. 3 of them currently occupied, so there's still space for whoever comes in next, which is most likely to be Harim Blekemolen, I think, because we've got Forgione in already. And yeah, all the race leader, Alfred Renauer.
So the 12 Lamborghini, he looks like it's just gone back into the race, Nick.
Yeah, been and gone. Totally standard, full-on driver change the lot. We're now repositioning ourselves to welcome the HTP Mercedes. The only problem with that, of course, is it's still serving an internal. Oh, here it comes.
Just gone past you, yeah.
Was that a 2-minute penalty?
2 minute. Spot on, Nick. Very good. 2-minute penalty. I was just in the middle of writing it down so I could put it in front of Johnny, but I'll tear it up and throw it away.
Again, a full service, so it's Bozu gets out, trying to see who's getting it. It's either Bernd Schneider or it's Bernd Schneider, because he's chunky with a maxi boost. He's wearing a German flag on his overalls, which means it isn't Pundert and it isn't Bozu, because neither of those are from that country. And maxi boot is like a little whippet, and not the slightly more mature figure of the incredibly fast and incredibly successful Bernd Schneider. But I will see if I can have a word with Bryce in a second. Though I guess he'll go, I don't know why there was a penalty. It's nothing to do with me, but I'll ask him. It's my job, after all.
Yeah, exactly. All you can do is put the question and hope that the answer is, well, eye-opening, but I'm sure that Bryce is not going to tell us anything he doesn't want to. Bernd Schneider in a hurry immediately, although making sure he's not in the way of people who are on the racing line into turn number 1. I do like the look of that HTP Mercedes, though, particularly with the blue stripe, or the blue strip light, which is in the air intake, effectively, giving it a blue illuminated bottom lip at the front of the car. And that light has been illuminated from the start of the race, but really does have an effect at 12 minutes to midnight, as we are Central European time. So just 12 minutes away from the half-distance mark in this year's 24 Hours of Barcelona. Alfred Renauer continuing to lead and lapping at a decent pace, a 154.7 last time around. That's quicker than the two cars behind it. Obviously, one of those cars is an A6 AM entered car. We've seen Alfred down in the 152s, but 154 and 153 is a very respectable pace indeed, and he continues to open the gap up on Jiri Pisarik in second position for Scuderia Praha.
Yeah,
and to Nick Damon.
With Bryce Bosley. Bryce, first of all, what was the reason for that 2-minute stop and go?
His penalties and then my penalties and so on, and but mainly it was because cutting the chicane, last chicane, first chicane. But I mean, we don't cut the chicanes on purpose. It's to avoid any accidents, damages, and so on. And I mean, it's quite difficult now with all the slow cars on track, but it is as it is.
At one point, your car was shown a black flag. Was that because of these chicane cutting, or was it just an error?
I didn't see a black flag.
Well, it is night.
Yeah, exactly. A black flag in the night is quite difficult to see, but in the end, I didn't see a black flag, and the team didn't tell me that there was a black flag, so therefore, yeah.
Anyway, on a more positive note, how is the car going? You had a sort of half hour out a few hours ago. Is it now performing well?
Yeah, the car is performing well. I mean, it's quite a pity that we had the accident at the beginning of the race, because I think that with the pace we have, we could fight for the podium and for the front places, but now it is as it is. I mean, I think we managed to come back in the top 10. Now with the penalty, we have been throwing back on P13, but I think with the pace we have and with the car going quite well, I think we can perform a top 5 result at the end. I mean, we hope for it.
Thanks, Bryce. Thanks a lot. Another very hot driver. They're getting less hot now as it gets more into the deep of the night. We've still got this humidity. It's still very difficult out here, Johnny. I still want all your sympathy.
You might get 10% of it. I mean, we were in an air-conditioned booth, and, you know, I'm absolutely fine. It doesn't feel quite as late as it is, and, of course, with the half-distance marker very close to us now, 9.5 minutes away. Of course, that's the beauty of starting at midday, is that once you get to daylight, there really isn't that much further to go, unlike Le Mans, when you've got to push on for another 3-4 hours.
We've got a car stopped at the pit lane exit on the right-hand side. Don't know if Nick can find out anything more about that. We have no picture of that, so we don't know which car it is. Only that we got a message on the screen saying that the rescue vehicle has now been dispatched to pit exit. The other thing which surprised me there is Bryce being so positive about the car finishing top 5, he was suggesting. As he says, it's dropped down to position 13 as a result of the penalty, and Bernd Schneider now behind the wheel getting up to speed, but and getting right down onto the time straight away. 1:55 is his first flying lap. But it's going to be a tall order to get back up into fifth place from there. Certainly top 10, not out of the question. But we'll see how he goes. As Johnny was just saying, we're not even half distance yet. So plenty of things, plenty of action still, no doubt, to happen. We had pit stops for many of the top little group of cars, but none of the top 5 have yet come in. Make that the top 6 have yet come in. So expect not Pisirik to come in, because the Ferrari came in for a top of a fuel a little while ago. But the other 4, Renauer in the 911 car, the Kenneth Heyer Hoffer Racing Mercedes due in, Haroon Bleekemolen at the wheel of the 52 Lamborghini, and Ollie Kainz with the 29 Manthey Racing Porsche, and Iraj Alexander as well in the 53 Spirit of Race. That car probably the next one in, actually, Iraj Alexander. It's been a good stint from him, and that car still going well. 2 Ferraris in the top 6.
Well, Iraj Alexander's just taken that car over, hasn't he, from Gino Forgione?
Yeah. Yes, he has. Sorry, this is a glitch. Yes, absolutely. Sorry,
yeah, so
my fault. Yes, so that car has just had its stop, hasn't he? Sorry, my fault.
No problem. So Iraj Alexander just getting his teeth into a stint, but it was a good length for Gino Forgione. He felt like he was at the wheel of that for nigh on the 2 hours as a maximum. Back to Nick Damon, watching the 203 car going the wrong side of the pit lane line, into the garage, in other words.
Yeah, basically going the wrong way. He got about 15 yards, or metres, sorry, past the pit lane exit line, nowhere near blending into the main track, came to a halt. Therefore, he had to get an official tow back those 15 metres. So his mechanics then push him back in, and there he is now. He's sitting in his garage. They've got out. In fairness, I'm always surprised that this car doesn't catch fire. So just breaking down, that's fine. They're interesting. Obviously, I think he's been dragged back from a lot further back, because look, we saw him at the end, but he's managed to get that much stuff on his tyres. So perhaps he did get just to the end of the pit lane and pull off on the grass with some used tyres, plenty of pickup, and they're rocking the car like they can't find a gear, or they can't engage a gear, which might explain a lot. He probably tried to hit second gear, powered up, and then just parked it on the grass. It's amazing how much a tyre, a hot rubber tyre, can pick up from the environs of the track, because that was literally just a few yards and lay on there. They're leaving the driver's out. It's up on its jacks, which is not quite managing that well, and they're spinning it around going, why isn't it working? What's wrong with it? But not on fire.
I think what's happened with that car, Nick, is that he didn't come into the pit lane. So I haven't got him as a pit lane entrant. So what he's done is he's pulled into the right-hand side of the track immediately on the pit exit, stopped on the grass, and then been towed back into the pit lane.
And now we have a traffic jam, because the 44 wants to go in the pits as well, but it's found the pit blocked by the Vector. They're breaking down in droves.
Wow.
That must be real pain, mustn't it? You want to come in, I want to come in the pits, I've got a problem, you can't. There's someone in there already. It's actually considering how we have a lot of shared pits in all preventing events, it's actually really rare for this to happen. There always seems to be a good understanding between the teams to move out the dead cars or the damaged cars to get other less damaged cars in, because of course the Vector's just arrived, and the Peugeot turning up the 44 machine, the ARC car, he doesn't get cars to go in, so now they're having to work on the apron. I assume that the normal draconian working on the apron rules will be waived at this point, because they can't get into the garage, and they'll be allowed to get a bit more done here. But there we are. It's a Saturday. Well, it's not quite Sunday morning yet, is it? It's 5 minutes from a Sunday morning traffic jam.
That car, the Peugeot number 44, Nick, third place in A2. So they need to get whatever it is wrong with that car resolved as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they'll be losing places in the A2 class. Currently third.
4 different screwdrivers, which is not a good start. What are they actually unscrewing? Let's have a look. Oh, he's going for the air intake. So that's coming off, but that could be anything. That just gives you a bit of ability to get at something. Obviously, my first go-to, everyone so far has broken down with, on the whole, has broken down with some sort of fan belt or drive belt issue. I'm not saying this is it like this, I'm just guessing that now because I've been right so many times before. They're thinking that they can do the torch. Really. Oh, there we are. Nice mag light comes in, and they are looking like they know what the problem is. They're not wandering around like they do when they're upset with electrical fault. They seem to know what's causing the problem. They've got a much better torch now. Someone's got his Christmas present out with a head torch, and they are undoing a sensor. So they're taking out an electrical sensor from one of the myriad of electrical devices sitting down in the bottom right of the, or bottom left of the driver sees it. There's the button that's come out. Oh, it's marvellous. Looks like screw action. Interesting, they're still taking things out. They haven't got a replacement part yet, but they are definitely down. They're definitely down the ECU. So it is something, no doubt, a sensor that's not working.
Well, it's taking probably longer than the team hoped here, and the chance of returning to the race, still third in A2, might be disappearing. Where is the next nearest A2 class car? The 212 Renault Clio of Nikolai Sorensen, running, well, the 44 crew are running the risk of that car overtaking it for third position. By the way, driving or at the wheel of the 44 car whilst all that work is being done is Carlos Antunes Tavares, waiting patiently and trying to get the car in the garage and realising at the last minute he couldn't get there because of the work on the Vortex V8. And the 203 car, just to go back to that point, you may be right, Paul, that it, on the lap that it ground to a halt just before turn 1, it hadn't been in the pit lane. But it had been in the pit lane only about 2 or 3 laps before that, because I remember it being refueled. So maybe they did some work on it on the pit lane apron, sent it back into the race, and then only about 2 circuits later, it's hit trouble.
Yes, I mean, my diagnosis was purely because it didn't trigger the pit lane entry beacon that I have here. So, but you're absolutely right. Yes, it did come in, and then it went out again, and then it's clearly in the pits now, but it's not showing me as having a time for when it came into the pits on the second occasion, but it did exit the pits following when you saw it.
Right, so I just wonder whether the start of one of those subsequent laps, the car's hit trouble, whether it's related to the pit stop or
I think it's almost certainly it, because it only did 1 lap after that.
1 lap, okay.
So at outlap, it did come across the line at the completion of its outlap, but it didn't, as I say, I don't have it shown as coming into the pits.
No, okay. The 72 HRT Performance Porsche being fueled, 15th position for that car, which is good going for a 991 spec machine. It's not even the best placed of the 991 class, though. That remains car 78, driven now by Charles Espenlaub. 8th position for the 991 class leader, and the race leader is in the pit lane. Alfred Renauer bringing the 911 numbered Porsche into the fueling area, Paul.
A very busy fueling area, but a place vacated just in time, and so he's able to get the car stopped, and the fueling hose nozzle goes straight into the car, so no delay at all there. Also in the pits at the moment is Harun Blekemolen with the 52 Lamborghini, the Barwell car coming in at the end of its stint. Pisarik, as I said, not due in because he came in earlier on. The 29 Manthey Porsche has already been in, refueled. Joachim Krumbach has been put in the car and has taken it back out onto the track, and so the only one that now hasn't been in of that little group is the number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes, which always stays out longer because it just goes further and further and further on its fuel than anybody else.
So race leader in and the 4th place car in, that's the 52 Lamborghini, Nick.
Yeah, it's really, I don't know how long it has been since the last Code 60, but from it being a ghost town in the pit lane, only populated by the waifs and strays of damage, we now have about 9, or perhaps even 10 of the teams out on the pit lane, a number of the smaller cars being serviced. I'm standing by the 52 Barwell Motorsport machines. They're waiting to pick up their cars. Joe Osborne's going to get in that one. And of course, you've got the 911, which I can see, which is just a couple of yards ahead. but they're all waiting for them to come out the fuel stop. So when he comes out, I will tell you.
Yes, it's exactly connected, Nick, as you say,
to
the previous Code 60, when people have taken on half a tank full of fuel, and that would have gone on top of whatever they had in the fuel already. So you've got the 52.
There's a fourth place, so they've got a chance to do all this before we see the 911.
Fuel still going in the 911.
And it's quite a slow exit by Jerome Bleekemolen. It might be because the car is slightly tight to get out. It might just be because he's getting on a bit like me. He's quite as bendy as he used to be. So they're doing the normal thing. It's just a pretty standard service. This car, of course, had some problem with the gear selector several hours ago, which put them back about 12 minutes. And that is an absolutely as standard a stop as you can have. We'll, see if we can grab a word with Geron. Then take his hat off. As the cameraman putting it on. Just
so whilst you wait for Jeroen... Oh, brilliant.
Ah, Jeroen, how was that stint?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, it's busy out there, lots of traffic. But we're running well. It's a shame we had this issue earlier on, because otherwise I'm sure we could have been fighting for the lead. But we're making our way up slowly, so hopefully we keep on going like this. It's still a long way. Car's running great, so the boys have done a great job on setup, pit stops, everything is working well.
Is the car as good as it was before? We were surmising perhaps it's lost a little bit of pace?
It's still good. Your pace all depends on traffic. Sometimes you can run a 53, sometimes you run a 56 or even a 58 with heavy traffic, but it's still really good. The car's running really nice.
And the track's finally getting pleasant?
Yeah, it's not so hot anymore, although still it's hard work because the grip goes away, the car starts sliding around a lot, so then you have to work hard to keep it on track, but yeah, it's fun. I'm having a good time out there.
So is it a case of a bit of a lie down and then a chance to run the really fast stuff in the middle of the night?
Yeah, I think in two stints I'm back in, so get a little rest and then maximum attack to move more to the front.
Fantastic, thanks Jeroen. So that's Jeroen Bleekemolen. Now have the 911 stopped? Oh, it's happened. Oh, it happened. I was talking to people and they just sneaked the 911 in when I wasn't watching. Let's see if we can find Mr. Renauer. And if I do, I'll come back to you.
And it will be Alfred that you find because Robert has taken the car out. So that's the only way we can tell them apart. When you get to that. Good stint, though, from both of them. And I still reckon that Lamborghini could be worth a punt on the podium. Certainly from the sound of what Bleekemolen was saying there, Joe Osborne, having taken it over, is probably going to do a double stint, and then Jeroen will go back into it for another... either a double stint or not. We'll wait and see, but it'll be a good performance if he can.
Very quick work from Nick Damon to find Alfred Renauer.
Alfred, that car just keeps going round and just keeps getting further in the lead.
Oh, yeah, perfect. For us, perfect. The car really runs very good, and the team make no mistakes, and we hope we can go on like that.
Is the car much nicer now in the cooler conditions in the dark than it was earlier?
Yes, I think so. It's getting better and better now in the night.
And are you and your brother going to do most of the driving for the next few hours when the track's at its best?
Now Robert is on board, and next Daniel Alemann.
Thanks indeed. Now, the giveaway was, he came out to me and he actually said, what position are we in? So they really are just turning laps. They're not concentrating where they are. It's a fantastic... This is why they're doing so well. They're not bothered by anybody else. They're just turning laps and they're just getting further ahead.
It's certainly a way of playing it, almost, you know, entirely ignorant of anybody else's strategy, and you just work to your own plan. And that's always, Paul, what you've said to me is the best way to approach a 24-hour race. Or do you think it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek?
I think it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek. I think in those circumstances, the time when you don't worry about where you are is when you're not leading. When you're leading, then you do worry about where you are because you want to know what the margin is. You don't necessarily want to push absolutely to the limit. What you do when you're Karun Bleekemolen is, yes, you push to the absolute limit, and when you're Joe Osborne, you push to the absolute limit, and you come in and you say, are we into third yet? And the answer is going to be to that question very soon indeed, because Kenneth Heyer now brings the Hoffa Racing Mercedes in for its pit stop. As I say, that's kind of signalling the end of the pit stop cycle, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if we don't see Christian Frankenhout back at the wheel of that, or possibly, no, we won't see Kenneth staying out because he's already driven for an hour and a half. So Christian Frankenhout will be possibly getting back into that car as Nick noticed actually during the earlier stages of the race, cycle through Chantal Kroll having done 2 stints, Michael Kroll having done 1 stint, and Roland Eggeman having done his stint just now. So as I say, we might get Eggeman back in, or as I say, Christian Frankenhout may well step into the number 10 car, currently in third place, but shortly to lose that third place to the Lamborghini, which, as I say, Joe Osborne will be firing around the circuit probably just as quickly as Karun Bleekemolen was doing.
It's been a driver change in the leading TCR car, which is still the 127 Team Bleekemolen entered Seat, and I was never quite sure whether it was Sebastian or Michael Bleekemolen at the wheel for the last stint, but I know for an absolute fact that it's René Steenmetz now at the wheel of the 127 car, 21st overall. They'll be keeping a keen eye on the advances of Phil Quaife in the number 1 Mehmet Ogilvy Seat Leon Cup racer.
It was Michael.
It was Michael Bleekemolen to hand over to René Steenmetz.
Yes.
In car 127, that car now on an out lap, and there are 3 cars all deciding to pit around that 127 car on the timing screen. Well, actually the 49 car has continued to tumble down the order. That's the slightly older Audi R8 LMS Ultra of Andres Saravia, and after 3 laps for Saravia, that car came into the pits and we haven't seen it since, car number 49. But Martin Lanting has pitted the 102 BMW, the E90 from JR Motorsport, so that car's come in for a routine stop from 18th position, and in fact the SP3 lead as well. So Nick's there with the SP3 leader.
No, I'm with the Hoffa.
Sorry, the Hoffa racing car, number 10.
Car, and to answer your question, Kenneth Heyer gets out, but getting in, it's Roland Eggeman. So they are, as they're a full-on AM car, they have to get a lot of laps done by the AMs, so they can't burn all their pro driver fun in one go. So it's Roland getting back in again. If you remember rightly, had a slightly short stint first time due to the combination of various code 60s, but this is again a very standard stop. They clean the windscreen, they clean out, there's so much gunk. The pickup at the air intake to the bottom of the nose of the car is remarkable, and it's a big job. It's much longer to clear out the gunk of rubber detritus as it does to clean the windscreen. The gull wing door shuts, and it's always obviously a positive thing that he shut. That's not happened before. Give it a little bit of push to go, and away she goes.
And making a great sound as it does so. The old girl still got plenty of life in her, the SLS. 65 car for Porsche Lorient. Now that's a class leader. No, it's not a class leader. It's second place in SPE2. I think it has led the class. No, it's the sister car, isn't it? The 64 Porsche Lorient car that leads the class. So actually the team very well placed in SP2 to have both cars first and second. And the 65 car from 17th overall getting fueled, and then it'll be sent to Porsche Lorient for possibly a driver change. It's one of the Demorges that is at the wheel. Jean-Francois Demorge, in fact, driving that right now. And fresh from the number 10 car, Kenneth Heyer, probably wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead and joining Nick Damon.
Kenneth, you're in an AM car. We are just over halfway. You're in third. Is that the plan? Going well?
Yeah, until now we have a quite good race. We have one little touch on the front left, I think 2-3 hours ago, but without issues. Until now the plan is okay, but we are only at half time, so it's okay until now, but it's not the finish. So
you obviously have a team that has obviously Gentleman Driver and Chantal, so you have to go in the AM class. I mean, is really the best you can hope a podium, or can you stretch that to a win?
I think in the class for sure you want to win it, but in the overall the goal is to be on the podium. If you can
claim more or less, depends on the other cars, if they have issues or accident, tire punctures as we see today. Some on a bad part of the track you lose 3-4 minutes easy. So we have to wait. It's still half time now, and we go through the night, and in the morning we will see where we are.
And so how does the rotation run from now? You've got Roland in the car. Are you going to try and get Michael in during the night, or will we see more of you and Christian?
I think we see more Christian and me in the night, but we will combine. We will jump one, so it means not 5 in a row. So Christian, me, Chantal, Christian, me, Roland, Christian, me, Michael. That's the plan.
I don't think. Go and get yourself covered. Thanks, man. Kenneth Hyatt, the lightweight Kenneth Hyatt. People remember him last year. He lost a lot of weight over the winter, and as he's part now of the sort of the official AMG sort of team drivers, so he gets to go all their fitness camps. How lucky!
Your comments about my figure over the week maybe suggest I should follow him to wherever he goes in the winter period.
It was a bad shirt choice.
You've corrected.
You have to understand that you're hitting 35, Johnny. The metabolism slowed down. You've got to give yourself some help with some carefully chose clothing.
So many people have said 35 is a key age, and I think things are starting to catch up a little bit. So thanks for the tip-off. And also, maybe a slight improvement on the wardrobe.
Yeah. Well, just avoid shirts that are already ripped, really.
Yeah, that too. There's a Renault Clio that's been wheeled out of the garage now and is heading down the fast lane of the pit lane to hopefully rejoin. They're also working frantically on the 115 Seat Leon as well. It's the 212, by the way, Stanko Motorsport Renault, which is returning to the race. Well, it's got Stanko Motorsport on the side of it. It's actually a Presenza.eu Racing Team Clio, and the Mark IV version of that for the Swiss squad. Sportec Motorsport 58 Lamborghini Huracan, driven by Nikolaus Sturzinger, heading now into the long, lingering right-hander at turn 4. Downhill braking into 5. Ooh, and misses his apex a little bit there, does Nicolas, but rescues the situation. And the track continues to descend into a tricky approach to turn 7, but he only needs to concentrate on his own racing line. There's no need to lap any slower cars than that point, but he is slowly catching, I think, that Clio actually that's just gone back into the race, the 212 car. Movement down at Team ABBA with Roll Centre Racing as well. That 246 green and black BMW has had troubles during the race, but it is now rejoining. And Nick, are you close to that? The Roll Centre BMW being sent back out now, the 246.
I have Martin. I'm very close, and Martin Short was taking a photograph of it. Martin, was that one just a clean the brush up, or not another problem?
No, we had drive shaft go. So it was on the last chicane, well, before it. Somehow he managed to roll back in. So it was a quick job, and we've managed to put some extra cooling on. So this racetrack doesn't like us.
So you won at Silverstone, you see, but obviously
cold and wet.
Yeah.
Cold and wet.
That's what we're good at. Hot and sweaty, it's not for us Brits.
Definitely not. No. So anyway, we're back out again. We'll see what happens next.
Still half the race to go.
Only just. Yeah, I know.
Thanks, Martin. Yeah, it's now the old British spirit. The ball is cutting in now. We'll just make do and mend. See what happens next.
That's the beauty of endurance racing. Martin, quite right, though, that it's just less than half race distance to go. We've moved from Saturday into Sunday morning, Central European time. We're here in Barcelona at Circuit de Catalunya, midnight, and 11 hours and 45 minutes still to go this year's race. The Synchro Motorsport Honda Civic now making its way forward from the fueling area, which looks relatively quiet from up here. Yeah, there's not a car in any of the 7 bays right now. The 76 car, though, is going to be waved straight into the garage, in fact, so that needs some work. And as I say, that's the Synchro Motorsport Honda Civic Type R from Class A3. The next job is to try and find out how that's doing on the screens. It's 32nd overall and not leading the class, but actually not very far away from the class lead. It's second in A3. Martin Byford bringing the car in. He's done 298 laps. The class leader has done 306 laps, so quite a large time period to try and make up. 8 laps in total. Carlson in the 208 Peugeot continued to lead Class A3, but the Synchro guys based in Swindon from the Honda factory not able to partake in every single race of the 24-hour series or the touring car elements of that, but thoroughly enjoying their time here at Barcelona, and clearly a podium for those guys would be just rewards, but it's looking a little bit more iffy now with that car back in the garage. It's not very far away actually from the 115 Seat, which I've still got a good view of being worked on. No wheels on that Seat at the moment. It'll be a while before that rejoins. The 102 car that's had Martin Lanting at the wheel in recent times is now back out. The JR Motorsport BMW E90. So there's been a driver change there with Bob Herber now back at the wheel. Various points yesterday he was top Dutchman in the prize that really Martin Haven made up, but it was interesting to follow nevertheless, seeing as Creventic are Dutch, the promoters of the series. And I'm just scouting down now to see if I can find the current leader of that. Might take me a little while actually. I can't see any Dutchmen racing towards the pointy end of the field in this phase of the race. We've got Robert Renauer, German, leading the race. Juri Piserik from the Czech Republic in second for Scuderia Praha in their prancing horse, the Ferrari 458 Italia. Third position, Swiss Roland Egeman for Hoffer Racing. Joe Osborne, British, in the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. We've got Jochen Krumbach, another German, at the wheel of the Wochenspieler Team Manthey Porsche, 5th place. Another Swiss, David Iraj Alexander, driving the Spirit of Race Ferrari, that's 6th. Then Johannes Siegler, German, in the Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 LMS. American Charles Espenlaub, leading the 991 class in car 78, that is 8th. 9th position is car 12, Jürgen Krebs driving the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo of Lippert Motorsport. And in 10th position, Frenchman Pascal Gibon at the wheel of the class-leading Porsche Lorient Racing Porsche Cup car, that's the SP2 leader. Bernd Schneider is 11th, James May 12th. Then the Russian Artem Soloviev in the HRT Performance Porsche. And in 14th position, in car 35, it's Pascal Collon, also for France, in the B2F competition car. So there's a distinct lack of Dutch drivers in the top 10. I think I surmise from that. But I'm sure that will change in the next half an hour or so once we get to more driver changes, or next hour or so when we get to more driver changes. Pascal Collon, in fact, is our pilot for the onboard shot currently on the live feed. Car 35 heading through turn 4, looking relatively quiet out front. Car just disappearing into turn 5 there. It's Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell, Nick Damon down in the pit lane on RadioLeMans.com. We are dual broadcasting at the moment, covering the latest round of the World Endurance Championship together with this round 6 of the 24-hour series.
I reckon it's the TCR class leader who is, I reckon it's the TCR class leader, which is the leading Dutchman at the moment.
Thank you.
127. Sorry, I went quiet for a little bit there. Trying to do a bit of catching up, but also just checking on what's going on the race strategy-wise in order to be able to prepare myself to answer various obscure questions, which you'll no doubt start asking me at the small hours of the morning. René Steenmetz it is, who's currently at the wheel of the Seat Leon TCR, leading the TCR class, and that battle has kind of come back a little bit, because Phil Quaife, who's driving the number 1 Mehmet Ogilvy dual racing car, second, although he's a further place behind, 21st overall, second in the TCR class, is on the same number of laps completed as René Steenmetz, and I reckon, if this screen doesn't deceive me, is less than a minute behind. So we'll keep an eye on the TCR class. one of the first things that was said to me this morning when I saw Ivo Breukers at breakfast was he said, the TCR class is really, really close, have you seen? And certainly in terms of race pace, there isn't very much to choose between them. And when a gap does build up, it just kind of gets swallowed up again. Because the last time I looked, the gap in TCR was bigger than that. But as I say, come down now to under a minute between the first two in 19th and 21st places overall, with Phil Quaife closing the gap.
Certainly means that we have to stay on top of TCR along with all the other classes as well. It's often the case when if you've got a race leader out front who has a 3, sometimes 4 lap lead, there is the need to look a bit further down to give you close battles. But then again, in a couple of hours' time, the Porsche might have hit a drama. It doesn't seem to have done in the last, 2.5 races. Seemingly, the 911 crew are that well rehearsed, and they seem to have that good a car beneath them that the Precoat Herbert Motorsport team are really in a rich vein of form. Robert Renauer now at the wheel, having taken over from his twin brother Alfred.
I get the impression, and you may have an opinion as well on this, Johnny. I mean, we don't actually get to kind of be with the team, but as you wander around and kind of just sense the atmosphere of this thing, that they take a similar approach. I mean, we were talking earlier on about whether they really know where they are or not. But I think, the team does know that they're leading the race by 3 laps, and so they don't push, they don't have to take risks. But they take a similar approach to the Hoffa Racing team in that they work very well together as a team. They know what they're doing because they work so well together. And they have as I said to Martin earlier on, they have a very well-balanced team of drivers where they can just cycle through their drivers without having to worry about a weak link or any egos. The team just enjoys what they do, go racing and have a lot of fun doing what they do extremely well and extremely efficiently. Yes, they've managed to establish this cushion, but every time, not quite every time, but nearly every time you look at the leaderboard, which shows us the time of the last lap, that car is, if not the fastest car on the circuit, one of the very fastest cars on the circuit. Whether it's traffic or not, it just seems to be able to make its way through. And talking of fast cars on the circuit at the moment, the 55 Massive Motorsport Aston Martin, Christopher Nygaard going very rapidly as well. He's the only one lapping in anywhere near the same kind of lap times as Renauer at the wheel of the Precoat Herbert Porsche up at the front of the field.
I think they know Porsches very well. As also, they changed to a Lamborghini Huracan at the start of the year, ran that in Dubai, but it didn't go very well, it's fair to say, because in one of the practice sessions that car caught fire and they needed to do a full rebuild on that machine, did Precoat Herbert Motorsport. But now they're back with the Porsche. I think just everything's working. And sometimes you get those phases in the season where you kind of can do no wrong. And they all seem very casual because there's not a great deal for them to do. They've been pounding around for the last 12 hours. You think, okay, we're halfway there now. Let's just carry on doing what we're doing.
They've rehearsed it, as you say, because they've done it. It's kind of going round the same old, because they've done it so often. Into the pits comes the Mayomak Ogilvy TCR car. I think that was the car we saw just coming into the pits.
There is Nick Damon right with it.
I am. Just coming out of its own garage just a few seconds ago was a Synchro Motorsport car, which you saw Martin Byford bring in a few seconds ago. And that was having a pad change and a disc change, which I think also needs to bleed the brakes as well, because it certainly took a lot longer than the 30-second jobs we see from some of the A6 Pro cars. But we're still waiting for the amendment machine to turn up. And the driver changed everything. So there we're doing a full service for this, the number 1 car. Currently in A position in TCR. Which position is it in, boys?
The 1 car is second in class.
Right. So they are getting... It's really, really interesting. What happened is quite a common theme with preventing events. When you have a code 60 within the last hour and a half, it's all feast and famine in the pits. Because when we were talking to Albert Renauer and Jeroen Bleekemolen, about 15 cars in at the same time, and now it's like every now and again a car will roll through. But if you actually have a long period of green, then suddenly all very quickly begin to stagger them. About 4 hours or 5 hours, you'll have them staggering through. But it's very. I would love to get. I'm sure Paul must have great fun analysing all these sort of things after, because it's really interesting how you get this kind of ebb and flow and this clumping of cars, all based around when the Code 60 comes in. Even though they're in different classes, they take different amounts of fuel in.
Yes, but I mean, the way that fuel utilisation is designed is the idea is that you can do more than an hour and less than 2 hours on any car, in any car. And so, you know, the trick is then to build your strategy within that 1 to 2 hours. What makes life really hard for me is knowing how much fuel is in the car at any one time, because it's not like, oh, it's that far into its stint and therefore you know how much fuel is in the car, because Code 60 refueling is only half, and in any case every car has its own amount of fuel that it's allowed to put in the car, so it's actually very difficult to work out at any one time how much more fuel the car has got.
Especially when the pumps keep breaking down.
Well, touch wood, that hasn't happened for a long while now. And as I say, we've needed to use 4 at one time, and I don't think we've actually needed to use 5 simultaneously for quite a long while. One of the things that, I can't remember which driver it was, of that little flurry that we spoke to, but saying how the traffic was reducing as well now. We have had quite a lot of attrition in this race, uncharacteristically for a Creventic race. There's been quite a lot of, I won't say damage, but there's been quite a lot of mechanical mayhem that has stepped in.
Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
No, I don't think from my end there's been as much, apart from the one big accident we saw. I think actually the damage has been, I think the temperature has brought about more unreliability. I've never seen a auxiliary drive belt go, and I've seen 4 today. And I think it's, you know, it's this. I think the heat, there were cooling problems, and people have had things which they didn't expect. Not when you were saying to, I think yesterday, you were saying, oh, the extra 10 degrees is going to make a big difference. I was down here going, oh God, there goes Paul talking complete rubbish. But no, you're completely correct. The extra 10 degrees have made a major difference.
Very much so. And Phil Quaife now has landed at your feet, I think, hasn't he? There, I can see them changing wheels on the TV pictures we have here.
Yeah, it's one of the Mootrons has got in. That's good, isn't it? It's not Sammy, though, so it's one of the other two. I don't know whether it's Nabil or Ramsey. I think it was Ramsey actually got in as Phil Quaife gets out. Go and attack Mr. Quaife with the microphone, because that's the sort of person I am. But that was absolutely standard stop.
Yeah,
they attempt to win the TCR class. I think I'm right in saying that they need to win it to retain their chance of the overall championship again. So it's a big one. They're currently second, but we are only still 11.5 hours to go. As you on your camera screen now, you can see the car crawling down the pit lane, and Mr. Quaife now half undone, so we'll get him quickly before he can run away. Is it getting more pleasant now?
It is, yes. The temperature's dropped massively from during the day. It was 35 peak around 1 o'clock, and now I think it's down into the 20s, so much appreciated.
And you've got the extra power back?
Yep, absolutely. So now we're full power. The car's running really well, actually. We're very quick to around an hour and 20 minutes into the stint, and then we start to having to nurse the front tyres. But overall, the car feels strong. The team are putting in a good show, so still got a long way to go, though.
Oh, you win the prize, the first person to say there's a long way to go. But on a serious point, you obviously have got the power back. You're in second place in class. You need to make the most of these darkness hours, because it's going to be very hot for the last couple of the hours of race.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got a few more hours in the dark. But we struggled with the engine more kind of from, obviously we started the race at 12. Hopefully it won't get as hot for tomorrow morning, so we won't suffer as much. But at the moment, the car's good. We haven't hit any issues, so long may it last.
And do you get some sleep now, or are you just going to be too excited?
No, I'm going to chill out for a little bit, have a little bit of food, hydrate, and then get a few hours sleep if I can.
Sounds like a great idea. I might do it as well, actually. Thanks, Phil.
Can I just mention a change for third position? This happened a while ago now, but Joe Osborne has got back ahead of Roland Egerman. That's an A6 Pro car getting into third position. So Lamborghini Huracan from Barwell Motorsport ahead of the Hoffer Racing Mercedes SLS, with Egerman restricted, of course, to his minimum lap time reference.
And I think, I don't know, I'm trying to work out how, if the team, the Barwell team, that Lamborghini, can get itself back on terms with the first two, because it's got itself onto the podium position now, but will it be able to get itself on terms with the other two? I don't think so, unless one of the other two have a problem, which of course, with a long way to go, as Phil Quaife has just told us, is entirely possible. But it does have a 3-lap disadvantage on Pisarik and the Scuderia Praha Ferrari team, and that has a 3-lap disadvantage on the 911 in the lead of the race. So that's a tricky one for them to pull. To go back to the number 1 car, although Ramzi Moutran did take over the car from Phil Quaife last time, this time it has changed over, and it's Nabil Moutran who has taken the car over from Phil Quaife. Meanwhile, out on the circuit, Johnny, the car stopped.
Which is the 143 car. That's the Remo Honda Civic from Lithuania. It's, well, labelled as a Honda Civic TCR, but I think it's actually in Class SP3.
Yes, that's the one with the ABS.
With the ABS, so therefore it's not a TCR car, even though it says TCR in its title. And that's been changed actually on the entry list now. It's just a Honda Civic for Remo, and it's been up there before in the order. Where is the 143 car right now? Page 2 of the screen, I think, will reveal. It's in 37th position and 3rd in SP3.
5th in SP3, I'm afraid.
Yeah, okay. With Bob Herber leading that class still in the 102 car. Yes, and it was all on the grass, mainly to stay out of the way of other cars coming through. Didn't look to have too much locomotion.
But I think it's got going again now.
Good.
I think we saw that car getting back underway. Just one more final point at the moment, because whilst I think about it, on the TCR class battle, the Phil Quaife car has now dropped down to 3rd place in TCR, but before its pit stop, it was within a minute, less than a minute behind the class leading car. So it is pretty close, as Phil was saying. So you know, they've got to maintain their reliability, and they've got to keep it clean and keep going quickly, and then the race might come back to them, or something might affect one of the other cars. But at the moment, they've fallen behind the 303 Red Camel Jordans.NL car, which is currently in the hands of 303 is in the hands of Klaus Kresnik,
who was definitely the man on the spot, considering the accident earlier on that happened between the 149 BMW and the 77 Lamborghini. It all kicked off in front of him, and he was able to relay to Nick Damon exactly what happened in that incident, which, well, kind of cost us 2 cars. We've not seen the 77 car again, and that is now officially retired. And I believe the same is the case for the 149 Bears 4 Racing BMW. Wheels going on to the green and yellow 115 Seat now. So that is showing signs of returning to the race. Yeah, final few turns of the nuts being done to the rear left, and I presume all the other wheels are going on. Nick, are you close to that?
I'm as close as you can be. I can touch it, and I just have. It was, I think they've done one of those that we need to fix lots of things, but one of the main things they've been doing is bleeding all the brakes. In a very long-winded process for some of these cars. They were doing it much as you would do in your own garage, with one man on the brake pedal, the other man with the plastic bottle catching the brake fluid, and it took them an inordinate amount of time, it seemed, to do it. But they've now certainly got a lot further forward. The driver's back in the car. They have the 2 rear wheels on. I assume they've done a brake pad change as well at the front, but I didn't see that. But they have been here for a while, and they've been here many times before, let's be honest. And the car comes sort of off the jacks. It's still up on one side, not on the other. And now it's at the back and not the front, so they've got a release problem. They left the safety thing on, I think. Yes, they left the safety. Yeah, he left the safety. There's a safety chocks on the gas, so it didn't come off. So they are now down on the ground, and our favourite yellow and green car, because the yellow and green Peugeot isn't here this time. The 115 is about to rejoin the track. No sign of our goalkeeper, but the rest of the team there, they're being watched on by Gary, who's Gary Williams, who's obviously keeping a keen eye on the progress of 49th place 115 A3 Seat.
And what a good sight that is to hear the diesel engine power into life and that car after a lengthy stop returning to the race. I also didn't mention the pit stop for the number 72 car of JM Littman. That's the HRT Performance Porsche 991 Cup car. That car was in for over 4 minutes, I make it. So possibly a few extra bits that needed doing. That it might have been brakes, I suppose, at half distance for the 72 car, but that's back in the race now. We've seen Artem Soloviev bring the other HRT Performance Porsche into the pit lane. So if that's another reasonably lengthy stop for 73, they may be doing exactly the same sort of work on that car as well. And the 58 Nikolaus Sterzinger driven Sportec Motorsport Lamborghini has just come into pit lane as well. That's currently the 5th best placed A6 AM car, 10th in A6 as one class, and 15th overall for Nikolaus Sterzinger. Sterzinger's not been at the wheel of that car for too long. Well, it doesn't feel like he has, having taken over from Christoph Lenz, but it might be the time to put Roberto Pampanini at the wheel, or indeed Milos Pavlovic, who we spoke to over 12 hours ago now on the starting grid.
Yeah, I think it's probably Pavlovic's turn. He did a double stint last time out. Then Lenz and Sterzinger have done the last 2 stints. So it might be Pavlovic back in the car.
Is Pampanini the gentleman driver?
Find the right piece of paper. Car 58, that one, isn't it?
Yeah. The non-pro, as I much prefer it to be coined.
Well, in Creventic speak, he's the AM.
Okay.
But Lenz is also an AM, as is Sterzinger. So we've got 3 AMs and 1 pro in that car. And
Pavlovic being the pro.
Yes. And he is limited to doing no more than 8 hours, right. 1/3 of the race.
Well, it's actually, even though we suggested it might be Milos Pavlovic getting back on board, it's not the case, Nick.
No, it's Christoph Lenz, who, of course, got out, and we spoke to about, I don't know, an hour ago. This is a very precarious position. The man leaning on the rear bulkhead, having a go at something right behind the firewall, because it's a mid-engine car, so there's a firewall behind the driver before you have the engine, then you have the rear wheels and the gearbox. This is the sort of position we often see people in the Ferraris. I think more the previous iteration of Ferraris than the latest ones here, the 360 derived cars, but they are now looking for a torch as well. There's a lot of smoking from the front, but that's just hot brake discs. There's some duct tape work going on. It's all very exciting. Who was it who got out of the car, guys? Was it Nico?
Yes. Nikolaus Sterzinger.
Let's see if Nikolaus Sterzinger would like to hear a word. Nico, a lot of work on the car, but is it okay or are there problems?
The braking is a little bit different than at the beginning, but it's nice to drive, and I think with that we can drive again very fast and compete.
What is the man crawling in the back of the engine bay doing? What's he doing?
Actually, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, but I think a safety control.
Okay, so safety control. Therefore, there's a. They have got a fire extinguisher waiting, so it's, perhaps they've got something that's too hot or in some sort. So he's got an adjustable set of pliers tightening something up there. Now, they have had issues in that corner before. That was a corner where they hit the lump hammer many hours ago. And we surmised at that point it was a problem with an airlock in the cooling system. This is there's no reason to say it might be or might not be that now, but there is a much more concerted effort into the very in-depth reaches of the left of the car. He's unscrewing something. I just can't see what it is. It looks like the top of a shock absorber, but it can't be that because it's nowhere near where that would be. So it's the top of, I think, of a bottle of some sort. It might be almost the internal fire extinguisher, actually. I wonder if that's it. Whether they got a problem with the internal fire extinguisher. It's certainly something that's pressurised. He's undoing the top of a pressurised device. Hence the reason I say it looked like the top of a gas shock absorber. But interesting, it says low fuel pressure on the steering wheel. That's probably because the engine's not turned on. But they've now taped up the front, so this is a mystery, but we'll probably try and solve the mystery later.
OK, thank you. It's a peculiar sight to have two guys clambering on the top of this Lamborghini Huracan, one reaching over the rear wing and the other one peering into the engine bay. Meanwhile, some work being done to the front left corner as well. The 112 Clio, which is currently 39th overall, just being lapped there by the 303 Kresnik-driven Red Camel Jordans .NL Seat Leon. So 39th position for the 112, as I say, and that currently has at the wheel Andrew Hollison for the Swiss crew Presenza.eu Racing Team Clear. They have Luigi Stanco, Stefan Tanner, Andrew Hollison and Michael Sharp in their ranks. 11 hours and 18 minutes to go, and Robert Renauer continues to lead. 350 laps now in the book. 3 laps adrift Jiri Pisarik for Scuderia Praha, and Joe Osborne, as we say, made the move into third a handful of laps ago, getting past Roland Eggerman, who is now in the pits for Hoffa Racing. That feels a little bit early as well for Eggerman.
It is indeed, yes. 13 laps only. So in terms of time, that stint from Eggerman is just half an hour. So that must be for some reason that we can't explain, unless they're putting Eggerman in for a full 2 hours and they're just fueling him up now to get him to the rest of the 2 hours, because he can do an hour and a half on a tank full of fuel. But you'd have thought they'd have put the hour and a half in first in case they had a code 60. At least that's the way I would have done it. But so it may be routine, but it may be a problem. So I've no doubt Nick will be alert.
Well, he reports to me that there are no members of the Hoffa Racing crew in the pit lanes. They're not expecting to receive the 10 car.
OK, so maybe it's just to put fuel in to get Eggerman up to 2 hours to give some chance to Frankenhout Higher to get some sleep. And then Eggerman, as I say, can drive the car for 2 hours, having done half an hour now, and then get it fueled up to do the other half, or the other 2/3, as a second part. But as I say, I think I'd probably be tempted to do it the other way around if it were me. But they have their reasons and their plans.
Nick Damon in the pit lane can see what? Car 58?
Car 58. I don't know whether he's particularly frustrated, but he gave it a full Dukes of Hazzard power slide out of the... that's dating me, hasn't it, Dukes of Hazzard? Power slide, that's not the film, that's a TV show. Out of the pit lane, he gave it got the thing sideways to about 45 degrees, straight out and powered it through. After I wonder what's going on, they were screwing something up that had a very great smell of fuel around it, which I think is why they had the 2 fire extinguishers. So my guess is they're still having problem with the fuel breathing system, and they're trying to fix that, and that's why they're having problem refueling as well. I think they're getting fuel locks in the system. They try and refuel it. They're fiddling with that, replace a couple of things. They're probably hoping they've now sorted out that fueling system.
OK, thank you for that. Roland Eggerman still being fueled, and Pascal Gibon has brought the class-leading 64 car into the pits as well. That's the SP2 leader for Porsche Lorient Racing.
Eggerman's Mercedes has left the refueling area, and so he's either going to land in Nick's lap, because there isn't anybody from Hoffa Racing there to service him, or he's going to go straight out onto the circuit, and we're going to get an O on the screen indicating that he's gone out.
We did have an O on the screen, but that was for Pascal Gibon.
Yeah,
Stop's gone very nicely. 2 minutes 56 for Gibon.
The Hoffa Racing Mercedes would have come up on its out lap by now had it have got to the end of the pit lane, so it must have gone to its garage. Looking through the left-hand window of the commentary box here, I can't see it in the pit lane, but
the garage. It sneaked into the garage without
it. That's why I can't see it in the pit lane then, Nick.
Whilst we were doing other things, it's crept in behind us, wings akimbo, and they are carrying on doing some more work on it. Roland Eggerman stays on board. They're still working on that front left corner, which had a puncture when Roland was in the car the first time a few hours ago. So they sneaked that one behind us. In fact, I'm not even sure. That must have been out of the pit lane, out of the fuel stop a long time before you thought it was, Paul, whilst we were talking about something else. 'Cause that's, I was watching that as soon as you said it's left, and it didn't go past me at that point. So unless it can, it's got a TARDIS built into it, it left the fuel stop before that. But they now are doing some more work on the car. So another car whose challenge to the 911 Porsche is fading, as this one now is going to drop several laps as they sort this problem out.
5 minutes and counting in the pit lane, or in the in the pit lane. So that's adding together the refueling and the work in the garage. I can see.
Yeah, there's work in the engine bay as well, so that's not a good sign. Whilst they are working a lot on that front left, that maybe that's causing them overheating issues, but there's still a man. Oh, guess what? Another ancillary belt's being replaced. So another ancillary belt's being replaced. It's not a cam belt, you can tell it's got no tooths on it, so they're also having ancillary. How many ancillary belts is this today? Is that 5 I've seen now? I mean, it may just be I'm looking for them, but I've never seen this before.
And certainly can't really, I mean, it is still warm, I know, isn't it, Nick? But you were trying to get us to feel sorry for you a little while ago.
Never going to happen.
Well, no, I think you didn't get all of Johnny's sympathy, but you did get some of it, and you got some from me as well. So, make the most of what you got.
Oh, it's a good day then. I've got a percentage.
But still, if, it's not as warm as it was, so you wouldn't be expecting heat-type extremes to be affecting that car.
No, I think what's happened, though, Paul, is the damage to the front left, I think, must have exacerbated something. There are a number of sort of ductings in that front left area where they have them, and in the front right and right as well, where they take the air from the extremities of the left and right and duct it into other areas. So it may be, for example, that the brakes haven't been cooled enough, and that's a knock-on effect of heat that's flowing through the car. The only thing I would say is, for some reason, they've taken the alternator belt off, but that could be perhaps they need to replace the alternator. But they're doing no more work at the front now. There's no more engine work at the moment. It's all work on that front left.
And it's not brakes, is it?
No, it's not. They did the brakes a while ago, and at the moment they are very much. It is a proper repair with duct tape and tyre wraps, but no actual mechanical parts apart from the mechanic who's holding the fly belt, the alternator belt. Also, no one has a fan belt because the fans are all electric, but.
We now also have the second-placed Ferrari into the pits. Jiri Pisarik brings the Scuderia Praha Ferrari in, and unlike the Hoffa Racing car, which came in rather shorter than it should have done on its pit stop, this has been out for an hour and a quarter, so a good long stint for Jiri. And although that Ferrari being pushed as hard as it can, it's not making up very much ground. This will, of course, though, give encouragement to Joe Osborne, who is chasing him down hard in the Barwell Lamborghini.
I am a long way away from that one. I'm in the Hoffa Racing, but it's one of the less tall drivers getting in. So it's probably Matteo Manducelli, because Peter Cox is quite a lanky young fellow. And surely Peter Cox is the top Dutchman.
Well, I was looking for drivers currently in the car. So, yes, as far as the team was concerned, you're probably right. But top Dutchman actually taking part in driving, and we were, looking all the way down to something like 18th position in the end. Bob Herber's back in the 102, by the way, SP3 leader. He might be a good shout for top Dutchman right now. No, Rennie Steenmetz
is ahead of him.
Better placed in the 127. That's also a class-leading car.
I think we'll have to get a clarification from Martin on the rules for Best Dutchman Championship.
Surely
they probably will have
Dutch.
Changed after his little sleep that he's having right now.
Oh, he'll be refreshed. Oh, gosh.
Fully laden with more words.
More words! Another million words loaded on top of the other million that are waiting to come out.
That's right. And you can listen back to them.
Oh.
Even as we speak, probably, because I would imagine that Tim Gray's busy back in London making sure all the podcasts are up to date to listen back to the first portion of the 24 Hours of Barcelona at the very least. Paul?
Yellow flags at the beginning part of the lap around the long right-hander, the first long right-hander, turn 3. Yellow flags being displayed there. We don't have a camera angle on that one, so we can only try and work it out from the screens what that might be a result of.
There are two engineers now underneath the Hoffa car, working right where you would think the front under tray would be. So they are doing something significantly more involved than just taping up the front left. They're now looking underneath the car. So I'm just wondering whether perhaps they are having to swap an alternator. If I can get through, I can see Christian Frankenheuter, because it's a case of getting past people. And I shall ask him what the problem is. And that could be a major... oh, I can do this. I can go around here. Not treading on that man. Don't tread on this man. Don't tread on this man. Go over here.
10 cars to 7th place now, by the way.
What's the problem with the car?
I think it's an alternator problem. So we're not getting the battery we need, and there was some issue on the dashboard. So yeah, they took it in and now changing the alternator. But they're doing a good. It's going quite fast, but.
Thanks, Christian. Well, there we are. I called that, didn't I? Guys, Joe's not. He's probably not listening. That mechanical 100% correct.
He is here, but he's not listening. Well, I'll make sure that's passed on.
More important, tell him he's supposed to meet me in 9 minutes.
Yeah, bless him, he's just been asleep on the floor for about an hour or so next to us.
Kick him.
Clearly, he's up now.
Done that.
Clearly, almost equivalent to a lullaby is our commentary in this
so
little
many
booth.
ways.
And yeah, he was sound asleep about 10 minutes ago. He's woken up now, but yeah, the moment of the race where Nick Damon gets something correct from a mechanical point of view has been entirely lost on him. But he's laughing now.
Well done, Nick. Anyway, the car has now.
Listen again to that moment as many times as possible.
You don't get more points for more people that listen to it.
It's lost not only first, but now also second place in the A6 AM class. So moving up to the leading A6 AM class car has gone Iraj Alexander at the wheel of the Spirit of Race Ferrari 53. Matteo Malicelli, as you said he would, Nick, has taken out the other Ferrari, the Scuderia Praha car, number 11. So that Ferrari is back out into the race, and the, as I say, AM leading car is also a Ferrari. And then up into second place in the A6 AM class now has come the number 33 car collection Audi, and as I say, that has moved ahead with Johannes Ziegler at the wheel of the number 33 Audi. So A6 AM changing its complexion somewhat, and restoring my faith in that the unexpected will happen in long-distance races. I certainly wasn't expecting anything bad to happen to that Hoffa Racing Mercedes.
34 in the fueling area. That's a car that was firmly fixed to the first page of the timing screen, but then it came down pit road with damage to the rear. Looks okay now, not really showing any signs of that collision. With whom we never did exactly get to the bottom of, although the car's now heading for the garage. It's Max Edelhoff at the wheel. The car is full of fuel. Nick Damon is down there, but it looks like it's going to go in the garage, Nick.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise, that one. Nearly ran over the cameraman, because we didn't think he was going to come in. We thought he was going to just fuel up and go, but he's driven this car obviously very much in the wars after the accident about 3 hours ago, where he got the worst off of some confusion with the third car at the Hoffa machine. No fault on the Hoffa machine there. And they are already working to get the bits of the car wheels off. The mechanic appears to be doing almost appears to be trying to. I'm sure the driver could do. The mechanic almost seems like he was pressing the brake pedal. Oh yeah, they got a. I don't think the rear right brake has got an issue, and they've hit him to say stop waggling the brake pedal. So there, that must be a braking issue. You see how the rear right disc isn't located properly. They haven't done that. That was as it came off. So, given how much of the damage is in the same part of the car, you can only assume this is probably a knock-on effect from the accident only. Given that they're now taking the opportunity to change the disc, but it will become unseated at best and out of alignment at worst. So yeah, they're now doing a brake change being forced on them by a problem.
Yeah, and they need to sort out why it's not seated properly, whether that's a seating locating problem or something else that's a bit more deep in the rear brakes, and as you suggested, probably caused by the rear impact, which we never quite got to the bottom of earlier on, but which the race officials did investigate. We know that, but what we don't quite know is what came out of it.
Nick tells me the component is broken. That's why it came off. It's split into two pieces, and Nick's still down there. Going to get his cameraman to show us an image of that on the feed.
It should have been one piece, but as you can see, it's two pieces. And even I, with my obviously much improving mechanical knowledge, know that shouldn't be like that.
You're on a roll.
I am. Broken disc, point for me. Alternator, point for me. Please, Joe, replace this before I get something horribly wrong.
Rule of three.
Absolutely.
The 205 Team Altran Peugeot's come in. I was fretful for a moment that was the class-leading 208 car, but it's the sister machine that's not quite as well placed in the order, but that pointed towards the garage as well. Its last stop was over 9 minutes. I'm just hoping that the 205 car's not in for another lengthy stop with Matthias Schlappi at the wheel, the Swiss driver.
Currently 5th in the A3 class.
But it's still Guillaume Romain who leads in 208, am I right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. 27th position overall, and the A3 leader, car 208. Second in A3 is the 71 Coroiser BMW.
With Dom Bastien behind the wheel of it.
And then third in that class is the 76 Synchro Motorsport Honda Civic with Daniel Wheeler driving that, as the 34 Car Collection Audi is heading back out into the race. So a quick stop into the garage, but thankfully not a lengthy period of time out of action. Race leader still Robert Renauer, after very nearly 13 hours of this year's 24 hours of Barcelona. 358 laps completed. Matteo Magliacelli took over the Scuderia Praha Ferrari 458, car number 11. So Matteo now, the car remains second, and Matteo back into the race. Joe Osborne is third in the number 52 Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. And now new fourth place car after the problems for the number 10 Hoffa Racing Mercedes. The new fourth place car is a Porsche. Joachim Krumbach driving the Wochenspieler Team Montai Porsche. Fifth place is 53 Spirit of Race Ferrari with David Iraj Alexander at the wheel of that V8 4.5 litre Ferrari 458. No 488s here this year, remember. And the 33 car is in fourth position, being the Johannes Siegler driven Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 LMS. So kind of all their attention at Car Collection is very much focused on certainly a top 6 finish for one of their cars. The other car, it's just a question of getting it to the end, I guess, now.
And the top 6 in terms of cars, Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, Ferrari, Audi. So no Mercedes in the top, and sadly at the moment either, no Aston Martin, but there's a nice variety apart from that.
Well, the two Mercedes that are in the top 10 on the timing screen as we speak are both in the pit lane. One is the Hoffa Racing car, still clinging on to 9th as we go code 60, by the way. Now, there are yellow flags being displayed around post 3 and then after post 3 as well.
Well, there have been for about nearly 10 minutes now.
Okay.
Johnny, so I'm confused. Well, I'm not confused, but it is almost certainly linked. But having had the initial signal that we had those yellow flags, it took quite a while for us to get the code 60 to come up.
Recovery vehicles in the gravel bed to driver's left, by the way, as the B2F competition car, one of our 5 onboard cameras, works its way by. The B2F competition car is in the 991 Cup class, by the way, and there was at least one car off in the gravel there to driver's left, exiting turn 3 and up to 4. So one car to be recovered, possibly more than one car to be recovered, and yeah, it's a strange one, that, because obviously everyone will be aware that there's a car in the gravel, although it is pretty dark out there. And whereas some circuits around the world for 24-hour events are very well floodlit, portions of this Circuit de Barcelona at night time, you will really struggle to see the hand in front of your face. And although these headlights are very, very good on modern day race cars, they point exactly where the car's going and not necessarily over to the left in the gravel trap. So presumably they gave the marshals sufficient time to recover that vehicle, stroke vehicles. And whether they needed either a recovery vehicle on the track, like a flatbed, or some means of towing those cars out of the stones, that may be the reason why now, after, what do you say, 10 minutes of a yellow flag at 3, the Code 60 has now come out. Car 12 is in the fueling area. That is the Jürgen Krebs-driven Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan.
And once again, not quite sure whereabouts on the circuit. Yes, just coming up to not very far from the start-finish line. This will enable the 911 Porsche to come into the pits and have a cheap fuel refueling. Robert Renauer has been out for just under an hour, so quite a good time for him to come in and get half a tank full of fuel. And of course, Matteo Malicelli in second place probably won't come in because it wasn't very long ago that he actually came in for fuel anyway. So again, this will give more of an advantage to the race-leading Herbert Porsche. We've already got Joe Osborne, who's brought the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini in. Now, what's Joe going to do? He's been in the car for an hour. They're going to refuel him. That won't give a full tank, but will they leave Joe behind the wheel to use up the rest of his driving time, 2 hours he's allowed to drive, or will they switch the drivers over to either Richard Abra or Mark Poole, possibly Jeroen Bleekemolen, but we were told that Bleekemolen was going to have a 2-hour break, and say he's only been 1 hour out of the car.
SP2 still headed by the 64 car in 10th position, watching a Renault Clio pit stop if you're on the live feed. Easily located on the radiolemans.com website. Also in is the 53 Spirit of Race Ferrari with David Iraj Alexander, having driven that towards the fueling area. And is David having to wait for a spot here? He's way away from the fueling rigs that are situated before pit lane proper. And
yes,
the car,
there's a two-car queue building up there, and yeah, so Iraj Alexander having to wait, and in has come also the race-leading Porsche. You mentioned that one, and yeah, so now the fuel going into the Ferrari. Sorry, Johnny.
10 cars of the top 23 all now in the pit lane, and that's not to include the 3 that have already been in and out again. So 13 cars of the top 23. I'll give you the top 23 because that's what's covered on the first page of the timing screen. This is a very, very busy spell.
Yeah, it's good for all of them because they were all pretty much needing fuel, with the exception of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, number 11. So I'll be very surprised if that one comes in. In fact, he's already gone through, hasn't he, Malicelli?
Let's go down to the pit lane because Nick Damon has stepped away for a well-deserved break. So we welcome Joe Bradley to proceedings, and you're with Charles Espenlaub.
Yes, and while we're waiting for Charles to come to the front of the garage, we can see the 911 Porsche, the race leader, in fact, with that number 1 light lit up on the side of the car, just getting some new tyres onto the car and a driver change, and there it is. So I think that's Ralph Renauer just handing the car over to his teammate. Charles is with us, though, from one class leader, overall leader, to another class leader. Charles, you've got a kind of a good lead in the 991 class. Now, I want to ask you, does that add to the pressure, or does it take a little bit of pressure off you guys?
It keeps it about the same, honestly. You know, especially in this class, you can never, have too much of a lead, I guess, and everybody's really still going pretty good. Yeah, it's still just as nerve-wracking. You still hear every little noise in the gearbox and training, this and everything. So it's still very intense for us. Obviously, we're just trying to hit our marks, do our pit stops perfect, stay on track, not have any incidences, and keep on trucking. And hopefully, we'll still have something when the light comes up.
So 1 to 10, what's the pace, the effort like out there? On a scale of 1 to 10, on a percentage then?
We're still going 90, 95%, just trying to really hit our marks, which is the pace we had agreed upon, at the beginning. We want to just keep a pace where we think the car can survive, and we haven't had any problems, knock on wood, whatever the case may be. So we're hoping for a good finish. It's just taking care of the car, hitting our marks, like I said. The pit stops have been good. We've had no trouble. Car's running perfect, so we'll keep our fingers crossed like last time.
Yeah, absolutely. Still crossed, Charles. It's 1 a.m. How do you get your mindset to forget the fact that it's 1 a.m. and do you just, is it a kind of you kind of fool yourself psychologically to just get on with it?
No, honestly, I've been one of those guys that, I've always lived my life like a dog. If you can sit, don't stand up. If you can lay down, don't sit. And if you can sleep when you can. So I don't have a problem going back, sleeping in 20 minutes, and I'll be good to go. It just, it's part of the routine. Once we get into the thing, we know what the cycle is for us as drivers. I know when I need to get back in, and I'll be ready to go then.
Great stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Charles. Fingers are still crossed.
And it's going very nicely for the 78 crew, the guys that run the MRS GT Racing Porsche. Class leading, as Joe mentioned, in the 991 division and 7th overall before and indeed after that pit stop. The 33 car collection Audi in the Felbermeyer colours works its way now from the fueling area down pit lane. Driver at the wheel, currently Johannes Siegler, and that car's been brought in from 6th position. Crew immediately into action, and there is a new driver waiting there alongside the 33 crew, so it'll be Siegler out. And who else do we have? Horst Felbermeyer Jr., Peter Schmidt, and Mr. G. Tonic, together with Mark Basseng. I will suggest it's not going to be Basseng, but I'll have to wait and see when that 33 car returns to the race. The pit lane is certainly getting less busy now, with Daniel Alleman taking over the race-leading Porsche 911 numbered car. So he and the 911 car retain the lead. Matteo Malicelli second, and Joe Osborne stays at the wheel of the 52 Lamborghini from Barwell in 3rd position.
I thought he might actually, Johnny, with as I say, with Hurrien Blekemolen not available at the moment, only because he's asleep. He told us he was going to have 2 hours. He's only been out of the car for an hour, so Joe stays behind the wheel. The number 33 car collection car, I would have expected Mark Basseng to get into it, if I'm honest, because he's not been in it for a while, and it's kind of his turn, but you're right, it didn't look like his figure. I think that was what you were referring to, standing beside the car, in which case it didn't look like Horst Felbermeyer either, but Felbermeyer is kind of closest to being out on the rotation, but the
Peter Schmidt.
System will tell us it's Peter Schmidt, is it? Okay. So yeah, Peter Schmidt drove the car after Ziegler last time, according to this. But again, the 33 car is one that doesn't always identify itself correctly to me. Just to explain, sometimes the teams themselves forget to change the driver ID before they hit pit lane exit. Now, if they then go along to race control, having not done that, the system can retrospectively change itself. What unfortunately mine can't. So I then get the wrong driver for the rest of the stint. So that sometimes keeps me on my toes. Daniel Alleman has taken over in the race. No, has stayed in, I should say, in the race leading car. Number 911.
Change in the number 12 Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. Now Oliver Ditzler on board that car, having taken over from Jürgen Krebs and returning to 8th position. And the 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes is back out after 28 minutes in the pit lane?
Something like that, yes. That's 10... Yes, 28 minutes of the pit stop. Daniel Alleman, I've just worked out what happened there. I've, again, misled myself. He's come in for the other half of the tank.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so he's now got a full tank of fuel or he will have by the time he's got all the fuel in. Here goes the car, moving away from the refueling station into the pit lane. He'll go straight past his pit garage and back out onto the track. So gives him an extra pit stop, but under code 60 conditions, and with this code 60 now having lasted for 11 minutes, still no clue from our point of view, Johnny, what actually has caused it. We know it's at the long right-hander at turn 3. What we don't know is who or what is off.
No. Whether the S's that appear on our screen will tell us a little bit more, but some of them, of course, are next to now cars that have officially retired. 115 is the green and yellow Seat. We know that for a fact that car is still in the race because of the prolonged period it spent in the garage. It's not in the garage at the moment. It did almost look like the silhouette of a Seat that was stranded up at turn 3, so it might be the MHM Motorsport Seat Lane Super Copa. That is a car that is in the A3 class. We have several other Seats in the TCR class, and the leader of that being the 127 car.
Yeah.
Now, René Steenmetz has just got out of that car, and I believe he joins Joe Bradley. Now, Joe's deep in conversation with René, so I don't want to hand to him straight away. We can go to him. Joe!
Yeah, René and I are just comparing ages, aren't we, René? And saying we really shouldn't be out here. We should be nightclubbing, shouldn't we, at our age?
Yeah, maybe, but this is fun too.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you've just stepped out of the number 127 Seat. Class leader in TCR and a relatively comfortable lead, but I'm not going to say that, are we? We're going to keep our fingers crossed.
Well, it's nice to say, but it's 24 hours, eh? And everything can happen anymore.
René, did you see when you brought the car in what the reason for the code 60 is? Because we can't see anything.
Yes, there were 2 cars in the gravel, and one could drive out, and the other one is stick in the gravel. And a Marshall car too. So that's the reason. Yeah.
What's the Seat like to drive, especially here in the dark?
It's a super car for us. It's fast enough, the brakes are good enough, and not too heavy to drive. But the weather it's very warm. Eh? So
Could you
everyone the problems with the heat. Eh?
Yeah, it is really. It's still, even at 1 a.m., it's really humid.
Clouds, eh?
Yeah, that's right. I'm not complaining. It's Bruno next. No. The Seat, the TCR Seat, it's 2 pedals, just a brake and a throttle. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And a paddle shift.
That's fantastic, but they react very fast. So you don't, you make easy a little mistake, but you can repair it. Eh?
You can hide it. René, we've just gone green. Thank you very much for talking to us. Yeah. I would think you're going to get some rest now.
Good night, and I'm going to watch the race. Eh?
Okay, yeah, I'll see you in the morning.
Hours anymore. Hey, bye.
René Steenmetz there, great character.
He's a real favourite of mine already. You two make a great combo, Joe. You're similar ages. You know, you could be the next Anton Deck. Hang on a minute.
It was great to be in our mid-40s.
In your heads, you are.
15 in my head.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The 35 car is being refuelled at the moment. So, Paul Trustwell, we know there were 2 cars in the gravel. Am I right? Was I right? Do you think that the 115 car was probably one of them? I'm
pretty confident about 115 because I get a list here which tells me the time at which it was last seen across start-finish line. Now, the time that 115 was last came across start-finish line was 12:46. The yellow flags appeared at Marshall's Post 3 at 12:49, and it's now 1:14. So, you know, we've gone 20 minutes past then. So if it would have come back, it would have come back by now. car either into the pit lane or across the start-finish line. So I think that's a good shout to identify the 115. The one that is going to be more difficult for us to pick out was the one who got going again, because he just has a slightly longer lap time, and a slightly longer lap time when cars are in any case running under yellow flag conditions or code 60 conditions is a bit awkward to try and work out. So we'll put 115 as the cause, but I don't know which the other car was that was involved in the spin.
14th position for the B2F competition car, which now rejoins. But more news from Joe in the pit lane. Okay, and you needed a cameraman, didn't you, to do a little bit of a show and tell, I presume, for us. So the cameraman will hopefully reunite with Joe Bradley shortly. More cars returning to the pits, sorry, returning to the race rather, including the 35 B2F competition car, which I reported on. The 127 cars back in the race now, with Rene having stepped out, and Sebastian Blake-Mullen on board that 127 car now.
Hang on, screen 127 is with Sebastian Blake-Mullen. Yes.
Sebastian Blake-Mullen, yeah, because I think prior to Rene Steenmetz, it was Michael Blake-Mullen having a turn at the wheel of the TCR leader. Christoph Lenz just behind in the 58 Lamborghini Huracan, and Klaus Kresnik driving the 303 Red Camel Jordans.nl TCR Seat. So that car is second in class. Third in class is Nabil Moutrin at the wheel of the number 1 Mehmet Ogilvy Seat. So we've got 3 Seats tightly bunched now on the timing screen. 16th, 18th, 19th, first, second and third in TCR. SP3 leader is now the 103 car. So that's changed in recent times.
Yes,
103 is the other JR Motorsport entered. Well, that's the BMW M3 F80 Endurance, so a different sort of BMW.
But still of the M3 variety, but yes, you're right. So Mark van der Aar at the wheel of the 103, Bob Herbert at the wheel of the 102, and that does make it, as you say, Johnny, a JR Motorsport 1-2 in the SP3 class. And there's nearly 2 minutes, so about a lap separating those two. Not quite a lap, because those cars lapping in just over 2 minutes, but just under a lap then separating first from second in SP2 and in SP3, and third in SP3 is the KTM Crossbow, which has currently Sergei Pavlovich at the wheel of it.
So a good day and a bit's work from JR Motorsport to be first and second in SP3, and in SP2 it is still the story of Porsche Lorient Racing. Speaking of which, the class leader is now in pit lane, so first in class and 11th overall for Pascal Gibon. This is the car's 13th pit stop, and going very nicely with, as I say, the sister car down in 21st, but acting as a kind of rear gunner in SP2. The team's nearest rival is the third placed car in the class, which is the Team Isobrakes Porsche Cup car. And that, if you're looking out for it, is the 82 machine, driven right now by Jesus Diaz Villarreal, Spanish entered team, so just outside the top two. Porsche Lorient are French, and anybody local wanting to cheer on a local crew, well, that's possibly the best placed at the moment. Third in SP2 and 25th overall. Although we did have, that was the Audi, the older shaped Audi, which was well up there only probably about a couple of hours ago, and that's starting to tumble down the order now. The 49 car, 22nd now for Saud Al Faisal, and something like 7th in A6 Pro, so a bit of work for that car to do to get back into the top 10. But at least it's doing laps now, and consistent lap times, just over the 2-minute marker for Saud Al Faisal at the Circuit de Barcelona for the 2016 running of the 24 hours. Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell and Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. 20 past 1 in the morning now, Central European time, and there are 10 hours and 40 minutes to go. The 72 car has just stopped, and stepping out of it, J.M. Littman, who joins Joe.
He is a very soggy mess as well as GM Littman, our ice cream man. Jimmy, tell us a few issues with the car, I believe.
Yeah, we've been struggling a little bit even on Friday. Just a little bit of power issue. The throttle response wasn't as good as we would normally be. But it was working. We had a little fuel pressure problem. And we replaced the fuel pump overnight. And it rang like a dream. My session in the afternoon. And one of the first night stints, we started developing a bit of a power problem. It just wasn't coming up. Wasn't expecting it all the way up to the throttle range. And when I went out, it just basically got worse and worse to the point where it was dangerous to be out there. We were doing like a 235 instead of a 2.0. And when you got a closing speed of the A6 cars doing a 152, it was just the right signals to do coming in. So we changed a few things. We went out again. It was a little bit better, but not enough. My new sponsor. And so Stephen's going back in the car. We replaced the throttle. It seems to be something to do with the throttle, but we also think it might be something to do with the catalytic converters. There's a lot of heat in the car. We're not just spending a lot of heat. The oil and water's up. And it could be just the ECU just shutting the power down just to keep the engine alive. So Stephen's out at the moment, but he's circulating, 10, 15 seconds off the base at the moment. It may get better, it may get worse. So we'll just see, but it's a cruel mistress, motorsport.
I'm about to get into a question and answer session here and trying to analyse the problem for you. So you say, when you say throttle, is it like you're not on full throttle, you're only on 70%?
Well, the throttle's at 100%, but the rev range, so we'll get up to maybe 3,500 revs, and it won't go any further than that. So it's pretty, we're almost like, a third power almost.
Yeah, like limp mode. Like a limp mode.
One more time.
Like a limp mode.
Yeah, well, not quite as bad. As I said, we spotted an ECU problem. They resetted it. It was a bit better, but then we came out again, and it's the same thing. So we'll just see what happens with Stephen. And the main thing, we didn't want to ruin someone else's race. We don't want to get in the way of someone else and cause a problem. So let's see what happens, If we can fix it, we're going to keep going to the end, because I want our car to finish.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about that.
About finishing, especially after a great result. HRT doing a really good job. And, if we can get to the end, we will too.
And you've got Mr. Lee to thank for this one?
Mr. Lee's Noodles, thanks so much. Yeah, it's a new sponsor, a new brand. They're really great noodles. I've been eating them after every time I get out of the car. Gourmet noodles, gluten-free. Buy them from Amazon next week.
Well, oh really? Always the commercial entity. Now, don't forget, you need to bring Mr. Lee to Brno, because that's when we're going to need it at 3 degrees at this time of day.
Well, listen, I'll come up and feed you guys a bit later on, maybe.
All right, man. All right. Always good to speak to you. And it's just past 1 a.m., guys. It brings to mind a small riddle. How far can you walk into a forest?
What? Say that again.
How far can you walk into a forest?
Halfway?
Yeah, spot on. We're just over halfway. It's we're on the way out now, aren't we?
Yes.
And it's when you talk to GM Littman there about the problems with the 72 Porsche, that clock is beginning to tick to the point where, eventually, if you've got an issue that you're working with, you're going to run out of time to rectify it. We're getting towards that as we go crashing towards morning.
The 115 car will probably wish this race to be over, in fairness, because it's probably been halfway and back again, and feels like it's not got a lot to show for it. The 115 car is back in the pit lane, courtesy of a flatbed. It came to a halt and came to grief in the gravel trap on the exit of turn 3 to driver's left. That brought out the latest code 60. We're back to green now, but the crew must be thinking, where on earth do we turn next after that car having a long spell in the garage? I noticed the front left tyre is still on the wheel, but entirely flat. There's a load of gravel that's been scooped up by the large shelf that forms the front spoiler on the Seat Super Copas. And is that tyre being down a result of some contact with the car, which then led to that car falling into the gravel, or has the puncture come purely from being in the gravel trap?
Yeah, I mean, we saw on the screen some what seemed like drivers consoling one another. It doesn't really look like they're going to be able to get the car back out again onto the track, although you never know, and a lot of the times it just depends on the motivation and willingness of the crew to carry on and make the effort to get it back into the race. It was Bernhard Wagner, wasn't it, who was driving the car at the time. And as I say, the team at the moment just trying to get the car off the flatbed and back into the garage. Then I think they'll investigate what's going on, and then they'll tell us what they're going to do about it.
How would you assess things, Joe?
Well, you know what? As you know, guys, I did some teaching at Gateshead College of all places in the motorsport course. And one of the tasks school never teaches you is how to get your car off a flatbed. And that's this is where the engineering comes in. These cars are so low, and as you see the car being low off the flatbed, the front of the car is gonna catch because of the angle of the flatbed. Damage-wise, looks kind of superficial, to be honest. The wheels are pointing relatively. Now I must say I am on the right-hand side. I am on driver's right. I'm not sure what driver's left is like. Now I tell you what, the gravel here at the Circuit de Catalunya is really big stones. Somewhere that we may be more familiar with is Silverstone, where it's kind of a small, fine stone. But just look at the size of those stones.
It reminds me of Brighton Beach,
yeah,
to be
absolutely.
honest.
Yeah,
they're
absolutely.
pebbles, aren't they?
Oh, and by the way, a shout out to a good friend of ours, Johnny.
Yeah.
Jamie Peters Ennis.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
Staying up all night, he reckons. I reckon we'll lull him to sleep.
I think he'll stick with us, you know.
Yeah, he usually does.
Martin Haven will be back, by the way, at 4 o'clock. So that's something to look forward to, or not, depending on your view on Martin Haven. But he's sound asleep right now, probably still talking. And they're sweeping the remains of Brighton
right,
Beach
Johnny.
now off the shelf of the front of that Seat, Joe.
You're right, Johnny. I don't know whether the front left is completely punctured. Cause or effect. I'd say that the left-hand side front is disconnected from the steering in some way, because the left-hand wheel is pointing inwards. It's towing in a lot more than the right-hand one, which indicates to me that they're not necessarily connected in the same way to the steering. So it's whether it's been cause or effect. Has the puncture caused the off, or has the off caused the puncture? There's no way we can tell until we speak to the driver. And right now, these guys are pretty busy getting rid of a third of Brighton Beach by the look of it.
Yeah, and there are stones still caught up in that front left wheel as well. The wheel itself doesn't look damaged, so that doesn't show signs of any contact with another wheel. But just more and more work for these guys to do, and if they do get to the finish, it will be more than, or a little less than they deserve, frankly, because they probably should be in the top 3, considering how much effort they've put in here. The wheel's going to come off the front left corner anyway, and then they can see whether there's any damage to the brakes and the pads, Paul.
That looked like a broken wheel that has come off.
It is a broken wheel, you're right.
The wheel has broken in there. I suppose a job for Joe, if he can find somebody from the team who will speak some English and help him, is not only to find out what the damage is, but also to find out who the other car was, or which the other car was that was involved in the incident, because we did hear it from one of the eyewitnesses that another car was involved, and that was partly why the car finished up in the gravel. But as yet, we haven't worked out which car it was. Up until that point, I mentioned this to Johnny off air, but I don't think he mentioned it on air. That green period before we had the last Code 60 was the longest green period we'd had of the race, and so I deliberately didn't say anything about it because otherwise I would have hexed it, but I did notice, and say it was something like 2 hours and 20 minutes of green running that we had. In total thus far in the race, we've run some hour and a half under, an hour and 43 minutes under Code 60 out of the, 13 and a half hours of the race that have elapsed. I say an hour and a half of it has been under Code 60, and the rest has all been nice and green flag running, and let's hope we can get some more of that under our belts. Up at the front of the field, we still have this 4 lap of a gap between the leading Porsche and the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, with Malicelli at the wheel of the Ferrari, Daniel Allemann at the wheel of the Porsche. In terms of time, that's very nearly 8 minutes, not quite 4 laps therefore separating the first two. Richard Abrera is driving the Barwell Lamborghini at the moment, and he is a further lap behind, 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes back in third place. And then in fourth place is the now recovering Joachim Krumbach driven Wochenspiegel team Manthey Porsche. So still fourth place for the number 29 Porsche. But that car didn't come in during that last Code 60 period, so is going to be due a pit stop fairly shortly, and that will be Joachim Krumbach probably giving the car back to Mike Stuersberg. And so that was it was Mike who was at the wheel when the car came in with some damage, which is what then pushed it down. It was further up the field than that, but that lost the car some time. Fifth place is the number 53 Spirit of the Race Ferrari car with Gino Forgione at the wheel at the moment, and that is the leading AM class car, which has a further 3 laps of an advantage on the second place AM car, which is Peter Schmidt, who, remember, has taken out the car collection Motorsport Audi car number 33. Then we get in 7th place the first of the 991 class cars, which is Joe Foster in the number 78 MRS GT racing car. The APO Sport Porsche in Paul May's hands is second in 991, down in 12th place overall. And in terms of class, that means that it's 6-7 laps behind the class leader. So a very commanding lead in 991 for Joe Foster and the MRS GT racing team. Third in the 991 class, Fabian Engel at the wheel of the HRT class car, but he is only 23 seconds behind the APO class car, so a battle to look out for on the circuit. And last time around, Fabian Engel took 3 seconds very nearly off the other car, the APO Porsche, so keep an eye on those. 68 and 73, second and third in 991, separated by just 23 seconds now. And Nabil Moutran in the number 1 TCR Memak Ogilvy Dual Racing Seat is less than half a minute behind Klaus Kresnik in the Red Camels car for second place in the TCR class. So even though the positions at the front of the field are stretching away, down in the classes, as ever, there's still good battles going on.
There's a rescue taking place at pit exit right now, and therefore everyone being told to keep left as they head down the main straight. I'm not sure whether I can tell you which car's involved there. Certainly nobody that it's likely to be, well, on the first couple of pages. I'm waiting for a red S that might appear on our screen, but I don't think that car has been stationary for long enough to trigger the S system on the screen. But, and the yellow flags have actually been withdrawn now on the entrance to turn 1, so it might have been a quick recovery. Meanwhile, on board, if you're watching the feed of the 58 Sportec Motorsport Lamborghini, Christoph Lenz heading over the line and about to reach that point of the track, actually, where there was recovery work taking place, and pit lane exit looks clear as he crosses the blend line, but the way that you are permitted to do it. He is right behind the Massive Motorsport Aston Martin car 55.
I'll pick out as a possible culprit the 102 JR Motorsport BMW. That has slipped down to third place in SP3, and it wasn't very long ago, was it, Johnny? We were talking about it being a JR 1-2 in SP3, and Patrick van der Glabacker at the wheel of 102 has now slipped down to third place and 31st overall in car number 102, behind the 224 KTM Crossbow. So my guess would be that car has had some kind of a problem. Its last lap time was 30 minutes, very nearly. Now, I wonder if it has made a pit stop and then came out of the pits and then spent a long time being out at the end of the pits. That's a guess, but it's a possibility.
Yeah, no, I certainly buy that. Christoph Lenz has got by Roland Poulsen now in the 55 Aston Martin. That wasn't a change for position. Lenz, in fact, getting one of the 3 laps back on Poulsen. So Lenz on his 343rd lap, Poulsen negotiating lap 346. And the team managers for cars 115, being the yellow and green Seat, and car 205 are being called to race control immediately. So the 205 Team Altran Peugeot, you would have to say, was the other car involved in the gravel. We were trying to work out exactly which car that was. I would reckon it was the Class A3 number 205 Peugeot 208 GTI, therefore. Exactly who was driving that at the time, I'm not sure, but we did have 2 cars off in the gravel on the exit of turn 3, which brought out the last code 60.
It was Matthias Schlapp who brought the car into the pits at the end of a pit stop, which at the beginning of a pit stop, which lasted 21 minutes. So, sorry, it's Matthias Schleppi, isn't it? The driver who'd, as I say, he went out, had a long pit stop, then came out and did 1 lap and came back into the pits again. That's the driver of the 205 car. So we'll take a guess on it being Schleppi.
Work carries on the 115 with 1 container and soon to be 2 containers full of pebbles fresh from the turn 3 beach. And there's quite a number of components off the front of that Seat with torches shining into the engine bay and immediately underneath the car as well. That large piece of under tray has been detached from the front of the Seat, and Joe Bradley is watching all this work take place.
They'll be looking for gravel, Johnny. It's really, really important to get all of the gravel out of there. And you see the size of the stones. You do not want any of those stones getting somewhere like jammed in between the brake caliper, anywhere near the brake caliper. But, you know, it's easy for the stone to get jammed between the caliper and the wheel, and then it just grind away the wheel and cause all sorts of problems and catastrophic problems like brake failures and stuff. So you've got to be meticulous. When the car comes in like that covered in gravel, you have to get all the panels off. Like you see there, the under tray, which forms the splitter at the front of the car, and you have to check. In fact, what we used to do, if ever any of my drivers went off during a practice or test session, I would say switch the car off in the gravel trap and come back on the flatbed. Do not ever try to drive the car back, because again, stored inside the timing belt or the timing gear anywhere in the engine. Catastrophic engine failure. It really is a pain, and that's what you saw there. All the torches were underneath the car looking for not just damage that has been caused in the shunt, but also ensuring they've got every last stone out from underneath this car.
Yeah, from a safety point of view, but also, as you say, from a monetary perspective, the car's not doing particularly well in a race, and the last thing you want to do it's cost your team yet more money with an engine or brake failure.
Of course, if it had been that little model one, you could have just taken it upside down and shaken it, and then all the stones would have fallen out, and then you could have put it back and taken it away again. But it's not the model one that fell up in the gravel. It's the real one, sadly.
And maybe just a trip down the pit lane would start. You would maybe able to hear more things rattling around, but by that point it's too late. You've got to do at least one lap. I think I've had a stone in the past caught in the front brake of my car, and you just wonder what on earth that rattle is. Thankfully it didn't result in a failure or anything getting bent, and eventually it fell out of its own accord, but it is enough off-putting hearing that tinkle of something caught up in the suspension. Now the 35 car's off track, and this is the B2F competition car, one of our onboard camera cars. Pascal Collon at the wheel, 4th place in the 991 class, and it's come to a halt. Not sure where.
Fairly early in the lap is all I can suggest.
Yeah, somewhere in Sector 1, because it's not yet completed Sector 1 of lap 3, 4, 7. And the crews are with it, together with the recovery vehicle. I think that's a Manor 2. No, beg your pardon, it's a 4x4 vehicle ready to tow that vehicle out of the gravel trap. And it is at turn 3 again, but not quite as far round as the Seat and Peugeot ended up. So on the entrance to 3, that's the corner that goes on and on, so almost halfway around turn 3. And all of the drivers whipping by that scene will be far more focused on the apex to drivers right rather than the incident to drivers left.
It's a kind of...
Ferrari 53 is currently in pit road, the Spirit of Race car from 5th position. And here is Jove in the pit lane again.
All I want to say is I'll be off air for a little while. I've just been greeted by an angel with coffee. Said her name was Natasha.
Oh, she's reached you first.
Yeah, well, I'm easy to get. I'm a garage.
I know what that's about.
I'll monitor this Seat job while we have this coffee break.
Fair enough. You carry on. You've deserved it after your half an hour on shift. So the 53 car, Spirit of the Race Ferrari, is being fuelled. Is that Gino at the wheel again? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. And what I'm slightly concerned about is that I reckon that's a slightly early pit stop for the number 53 car. But on the other hand, I do know that they had a glitch on the system last time it came in. But I think it is a short stint for Gino Forgione. 33 minutes is all he's done. The car then, by my reckoning, shouldn't need refueling just yet. The 35 car is underway once again, though. The B2F Porsche 991. So no more yellow flags out at turn 3. No danger of further code 60.
Mm-hmm.
And also in the pits now is Jochen Krumbach at the wheel of the Manthey Wochenspiegel Porsche, which is the car running in...
Was 4th.
4th place, yes.
In fact, still is 4th because the car behind it has also stopped, as we've said, the Ferrari.
That car having had some damage to it, which needed repair, which dropped it 3 or 4 laps back, which is why it is those 3 or 4 laps back. It was challenging close to the front at one point. We had a Porsche 1-2 for a short while, didn't we, Johnny? Up at the front of the field. But now it's very much Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini. Then 2 cars in the pits. And then the car collection car of Peter Schmidt, the Audi, which is currently in 6th place, but is going to be trying to make up lost ground. It was 2 laps behind the Spirit of Race Ferrari before it came into the pits, and I don't think it's going to be able to get past before Forgione is on his way again. And away he goes. So that strikes me possibly as if Forgione didn't actually stop at its garage there, just came out of the refuelling and straight on his way again.
That's certainly possible. It did get fueled. The B2F car, by the way, after its spin and time in the gravel trap at turn 3, has made it back to pit lane. Did we mention that Richard Abra's now back inside the Barwell Motorsport Huracan?
I think we did. He
Okay,
took
fine.
it. I can't remember though. No, we didn't. In fact, we didn't because we suggested that Joe Osborne was doing a double stint.
Right.
So it must have been one of those cars that took a little while to switch its transponder over, because we did say that Joe Osborne had got in the car, that Jeroen Bleekemolen wouldn't be getting into the car because it wasn't time for his break, and that Joe Osborne would be doing a double, but he's not doing a double because Richard Abra, as you rightly say, has taken over the driving of that car and is at the moment going pretty rapidly.
So that's a driver ID issue rather than the car coming in for a stop, which I just totally missed.
Yeah, no, that was a driver ID issue as he came out after the stop that was done under the code 60.
The 29, as we've said, has done fuel, is now headed up to the pit lane towards Joe Bradley, and they're certainly changing the driver, Joe.
Yeah, they've changed the driver, and of course, they've put a new set of Hankook rubber on it, understandably. Car just off its jack. And it's on its way, already out. Not sure who that was who's just passed me getting out of the car, but he certainly looks like he's been working for his wages this weekend.
Jochen Krumbach.
That's who it is.
So next job is to work out who's in the car now, but you'll make a beeline for Joachim, I'm sure, once he's had a chance to cool off, take the hands device and helmet off.
I would suggest it's going to be Mike Stursberg.
And it's Bob on. Yeah, perfect. Stursberg it is, back inside the number 29 car. And we'll hear from Jochen Krumbach. They're just kind of another team going about their business.
Just the one hiccup.
Concentrating on their race, just the one hiccup.
When the car had some damage, when Stursberg, funnily enough, was driving it, and so they had a 10-minute or so extra pit stop, I think it was, whilst that work was done. But having done it, the car's been running well again, and so they'll be hoping that Stursberg behaves himself this time. Didn't actually know quite what the problem was, whether it was Stursberg's fault or not, but he is back at the wheel of it. And in terms of the race lead, I was going to suggest that very, very gently the Ferrari of Matteo Malicelli is closing in just a tiny bit on the 911 Porsche in the lead of the race. He is beginning to close the gap, or he has been closing the gap since the code 60 was removed. But Matteo is going to run out of time and fuel. And of course, remember that the leading Porsche came in for a double pit stop under the last code 60 to get all its fuel on board. So the Ferrari will be in first for fuel. And I would say that will be sometime in the next 10 laps or so. So sometime over the next 20 minutes, sometime between now and the top of the hour, or a little bit past 10 past 2 o'clock.
Cars to benefit, by the way, from the spin of the B2F competition. Porsche 55 gained a spot. Roland Poulsen in the Massive Motorsport Aston, also up a position. The 58 Sportec Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan to 15th and 5th in A6 AM. And the 127 car leading TCR, Sebastian Bleekemolen driving that, now into 16th position overall for that lead TCR car. We still have, by the way, the 35 in pit road, so Klaus Kresnik could be the next one to gain a spot. If that Porsche stays there for another lap, then Kresnik will be on the same lap as it in the second place TCR car. There's the 103 machine leading SP3 for JR Motorsport. And the 102 car, former class leader, has lost a few places now after some problems.
Yeah, only one place.
Okay.
It's gone down to third in class. Yeah, sorry, it's lost more places in the overall positions. It's down in 30th place overall, but still third in the SP3 class. 4, 5, 6 cars, 7 cars. Yeah, 6 cars remain as runners in the SP3 class. The 6th of them, whisper it, is 246 Martin Short with the ABBA with Roll Centre Racing BMW. Martin currently at the wheel of his BMW, but as I say, he is down in 6th. I'll say final place. He's the final of the class runners still, because the other cars that are in that class have been notified as retirements. including the 111 Lotus Evora, which was notified as a retirement a few hours ago now by Adam Knight, who tweeted that the car has had a catastrophic drive shaft failure. So that was one of the early leaders, in fact the pole position car in that class, but has now, as I say, had to be wheeled away, and the team can at least relax.
More cars pitting from the lower portion of the timing screen. Gilles Duquesne bringing the Duquesne Engineering Renault RS01 down pit road. Really like the livery of Duquesne Engineering. Black and dark blue. Works well, not necessarily at night, but certainly in the daytime. Saw that car in action at Paul Ricard last weekend as part of the Renault Sport Trophy events as well. It did a sprint, well, 2 sprint races and a longer distance race of 70 minutes, but nothing compared to this 24-hour effort. And the team say they've done very little to that car, powered by the 3.8-litre Nissan engine, and so far proved to be very reliable. 23rd position, and that means 8th in class in the A6 Pro division. It was originally as an A6 AM car, but it went a bit too quick in qualifying for it to be kept in that part of the race. 23rd overall. Daniel Alleman leading now by 3 and a bit laps or 4 laps? 3 laps, because Matteo Malicelli's just gone through to complete lap 377. Daniel Alleman has completed 380 laps. So Malicelli in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari is in second. Third place, Richard Abra at the wheel of the 52 Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, and Mike Stursberg, having recently taken over the 29 Wochenspiegel Team Manthey Porsche, running around in 4th ahead of Gino Forgione for Spirit of Race, and they are leading A6 AM.
Yeah, it's a little over 3 laps, that margin. Still waiting for what we'll get Malicelli coming across the line first, and that'll put it back to 3 laps of an advantage. But as I say, I think all that the chasing Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche can do at the moment is to hope that the Herbert Motorsport car hits some kind of trouble, because even though Daniel Alleman not as quick as the Renauer brothers, he's quick enough, and although the gap is coming down, it just is going to take beyond a stint for it to come down far enough, which, as I was saying earlier on, just gives the team that little bit of flexibility where they'll, rather than worrying necessarily about driving flat out, will only be driving as fast as they have to, using the old Fangio technique of winning the race at the slowest possible speed.
We've now got the leader of Class A3 into the top 23, Guillaume Romain, bringing the 208 numbered Peugeot 208 into, well, an easy place for it to sit on the timing screen as far as I'm concerned, because it requires less channel hopping, and I can monitor therefore the class leader within A3, SP3, 991 class, SP2, TCR, A6 Pro and A6 AM, all in the top 23 cars now of the race. There's the 26th place car, the KTM Coupe.
Gets fuel.
Yeah, clearly the problem with the hatch not locating correctly has been solved now, maybe just by taping it down, but that proves a bit difficult then trying to get the driver out.
I think as much as anything else, it will have been the marshals that we saw earlier on trying to close it, being unfamiliar with what you actually do, because, you know, it's like your own car door, isn't it? You can close it, but nobody else can, particularly those with classic cars. The only 2 class leaders then, Johnny, that you don't have in your first screen, i.e. in the top 23 overall, is the A2 class leader, which is still no prizes for guessing, the Team K-Riser Peugeot RCZ. Klaus Bertelsen currently at the wheel of it, and the leading car in the swiftly introduced Cup 1 class, which is down in 37th place overall, being car number 235, the Duo Racing BMW M235 Cup, which is leading its class. And it is in fact ahead of the second place car in A2. So the interval between the first two cars in A2 is 6 laps. And there is only one car left in Cup 1. So the two classes that you can't see are fairly well spread.
Looking at the Klaus Kresnik driven 303 Red Camel Jordans.nl TCR car with, well, certainly one of those tyre donuts on the door, bit of contact as well, so that driver's door is heavily dinged, showing scars of earlier race contact. Also the rear door taped shut. A pristine Seat Leon, which has steadily got more and more second hand through the course of this race. We have had nearly 14 hours of it though now. And in another 5 minutes time, it will be 2 o'clock in the morning Central European time. We're at Circuit de Barcelona for the 24-hour race, which is round 6 of the 24-hour series. And we are trying to stay on top of the various championships as well for drivers and teams. When I talk about team championships, that's really individual cars. So, for example, even though a team like Team Altran have 2 cars here, they're not scoring points by grouping those points for the 208 and the 205 together. 208 scores team points and 205 scores separate team points. And the 303 Seat scores separate team points as well. So there are certain teams that can win championships this weekend. There are drivers that can win championships this weekend. And indeed, Chantal Kroll crowned as the top ladies driver for the 2016 season because she can now no longer be caught. And that was the case before we got going here in Barcelona yesterday afternoon.
I think in previous years, Johnny, hasn't the Creventic series had different team names? So it's been Altran Team A and Altran Team B or something like that. So that rather than identifying the car by its number, you've just identified it by its team name. But the team name itself was a unique event. This year, you're right, you are allowed to have teams with the same name, but in terms of winning any or collecting any points, you do so on behalf of a car. And as I say, we've got the charts here, so we'll try and work them out as the race gets lighter again. But certainly in SP3, JR Motorsport looking in very good shape to... And they're not sure if they can score enough points to win the championship here, but they're right at the top there. Rick Roykers has taken the 303 car over from Klaus Kresnik, who was in it before.
212 Renault Clio in for some fuel, being the Presenza, one of 2 Presenza Clios. And the 212 example is in 44th position, as you can tell from the illuminated number on the side of the car, driven by Christian Reiter. So there is a choice of, if they are doing a driver change, handing over to Nikolai Sorensen or Niels Nybo, or indeed Tim Soderholm for the Swiss crew. And that car is an A2 machine, currently 4th in that class. Sorry, no, 5th in that class. No, 4th, I was right, because the car I was confusing it with was the A3 208 class leader of Guillaume Romain. So Rick Roykers, as you say, back out again. Who have we got coming down pit road now? This is the DriveX Audi, number 49 of Saud Al Faisal from 17th. 212 Clio needs a good old shove from the fueling bay. Now out between the barriers. There are the tankers in the background, by the way, where all the fuel is channeled from. And here is the DriveX Audi from 17th. Saud Al Faisal doing the latest stint. Quick check around the car as far as tyre pressures are concerned by one of the mechanics, the other mechanic making sure that the fuel is going in. Shake of the head there, which I think is just a communication actually to his fellow team member. There's an official on site there as well, making sure that everything is being done according to the regulations. And then in a moment or two, that 49 DriveX car will make its way down pit lane. It's Daniel Alleman then leading the way from Matteo Maliucelli. 4 laps very nearly as a advantage for Alleman in that Precoat Herbert Motorsport car. Scuderia Praha are second, third position Richard Abra, and fourth place Mike Stursberg. So, Abra's in, Paul, and this is a bit too early for Richard Abra to get out of the car, so it'll be fuel and maybe a quick check from the team, maybe new Hankook tyres, but I reckon Richard Abra will stay on board.
I don't think he will. I think it will go back to Jeroen Bleekemolen.
Oh, after his sleep.
After his sleep. So it's not been a full stint from Abra, but it has been, I think, about between them, Osborne and Abra have done 2 hours of driving. They've both done just under an hour. In fact, they haven't quite done their 2 hours of driving, but I suspect that it's given Bleekemolen enough of a rest that Bleekemolen will be taking the car over, provided that it's not coming early because it's got a bit of a problem. Because, as I say, that was 53 minutes for Richard Abra, and previously Joe Osborne had the car for 59 minutes, but he brought it in early in order, because to take advantage of the fact that the Code 60 was out. Now that will be why, won't it? Because Code 60 was out, Abra would have only got half a tank of fuel, and so the car was probably running low on fuel. So Abra says, well, I've done my... we've done as much fuel as we can now fill it full, or at least give it a full 105 litres for the, which is what the Lamborghini is allowed, I think, if I can find the right car. 52, yes, it's... 95 litres for the Lamborghini. And so he'll get his 95 litres, then he'll go down to the pit garage, and then I expect to see Jeroen Bleekemolen taking over the car. And then not long after that, we'll have Matteo Maliucelli at the wheel of the Ferrari doing the same thing, bringing the car in. Now, Maliucelli did not stop whilst the Code 60 was out, but then he had only just been in to stop anyway, so he got his full tank full of fuel before the Code 60 period. So both of the 2 cars that are chasing the Herbert Motorsport Porsche will be stopping within the next 5, well, one of them already has stopped, the other one will be stopping within the next 5 laps or so, and the Porsche meanwhile will continue serenely on its way in Daniel Alleman's hands, I would say at least until 20 past 2, so for another 20 minutes yet. But we have, as you say, Johnny, completed another hour of running. Is Abra still on the fueling, or is he?
No, he's moved now to pit lane proper, and Joe Bradley.
Yeah, the 52 Lamborghini's in, and whilst the car is up on its jacks, it's already been refueled in the refueling area, obviously. No sign of any driver change. In fact, the tyres are on, it's off its jacks, it's going to be pouring past us any moment. There he goes. And Johnny, whilst the 52 Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini makes its way back out, it retains that 3rd place, I believe. Would you believe our friend Jimmy Peters-Ennis fell asleep and didn't hear his shout out? He promises me that he's going to be awake to hear this one. And while you're down here, the 71 Core Oyster BMW M3, Sam Tahiri has been waiting patiently to take over. Now, we saw this BMW M3 pit earlier out of schedule to take on oil. Well, that's now been incorporated as a serviceable item within the pit stop. Koroiser having a look round the car with his industrial lamp. just checking on things. Now, the bonnet of the car hasn't gone up, but I did see the jug of oil. They're changing the tyres. Santahiri in the car. Now, where's that jug of oil gone? Let's have a look around the front of the car. I'm expecting the bonnet of this BMW to go up. Now, the number 10, Horfer Racing Mercedes, is right next door, and that's due in any moment now. It looks like Christian Frankenhout will be getting into the Mercedes of Horfer Racing. Meanwhile, the 71 BMW still on its stands, and the rear tyres going on to the BM. Meanwhile, Horfer Racing get prepared for theirs, and hopefully the BMW will have cleared its pit stop. Sam Tahiri just last-minute checks and ergonomic checks being made in the cockpit of the car, and now the bonnet goes up, and now the replenishment of a litre of oil. He dips the oil as Kurt Oyser, the team principal, shines the lamp to make sure that the mechanic sees, just minds his feet as the car comes off its jacks. Just checking the oil again. Yeah, we're gonna give it a litre. There it is, the jug of oil going in. Exactly in the same way as you would fill the oil and top the oil up in your own road car. This is a production-based race car. Not even a litre there, just about a quarter to a half a litre of oil going in. Sam Tahiri fires up the 71 BM, and out he goes in time to get things cleared away to enable the number 10 Mercedes of Horfer Racing to come in unobstructed for its scheduled stop. Like I say, it's going to be a driver change in tyres for the Mercedes.
Yeah, that's another relatively short stint for Roland Egerman. He has done an extra hour, but just picking up on the Richard Abra story, he's, as you're absolutely right, has stayed behind the wheel, and that means that with the fuel he's got on board, I reckon he's got another 45 minutes that he can be out there to enable Jerome Bleekemolen to have more sleep, or maybe we'll see how long Richard Abra stays out. Maybe he's just going to stay out and they'll say, well, as soon as Haroon turns up, then we'll call you in. But keep going for the time being. As you say, Egeman having his fuel, and he, as I say, is as well one of those guys who came in under the last code 60, and as a result of which he only got half a tank full of fuel.
Sorry, Paul, there's been a change for second place in the 991 class, I've just noticed. Fabian Engel getting ahead of Peter May,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was going to happen because the gap wasn't that big when I last mentioned it, and Engel has been lapping more quickly than Peter May. So yes, well spotted. I noticed it was likely to happen. What I didn't say was when it did happen, because I didn't notice it as you'd have done. So well done, Johnny.
So the gap is now, well, when I last checked it was 5.5 seconds. It's now 7.5 seconds, just to give you an indication of how quickly Fabian Engel is going compared to Peter May. So here's the order in 991 class. 78 leads 73 now. 68 dropping to third. Fourth position in 991 is the 35 recovering B2F entered car. 20th overall. And the number 10 Mercedes gets the tap on the roof. The windscreen lined with bright green LED strip lights, and the Horfer Racing Mercedes is back on the move. The headlights ablaze, and it is working its way now down to its pit box. No, it's not, to the penalty box, in fact, with Roland Egerman at the wheel.
So we'll keep an eye on this one to see how long the penalty is for. Now, although it's an AM class car, oh dear, what has happened to the... Oh, this is the Scuderia Praha Ferrari that has come to rest right beneath our feet with a significant amount of damage at the front end. Didn't see what the incident was. We've just seen it land literally just beneath our feet.
So it is.
And Manucelli, thankfully, hops out of the car very rapidly indeed.
But there are two cars to our left as well, one in the pit wall further down the road and one to driver's left that I can see as well. I can't identify what those cars are, but I think 3 cars involved in this incident on the main straight. Paul handing me binoculars, but unfortunately they don't illuminate the area. All I can see is, the man to hand over to is Joe Bradley, who can skip onto the top of the pit wall. And I just want to make sure I'm not getting reflection in these boos. There are 2 cars as well as the Ferrari on the main straight. Am I right, Joe?
Mate, it's downright apocalyptic down here.
Yeah.
We've got the 235 Cup Class BMW off to the left, driver's left, and then further up, just into the pit wall, heavily front-end damage on the 62 Porsche. I think that's the driver out. Yep.
Ferrari driver out, by the way.
And the Ferrari is right under your nose, mate.
It is.
You've got the Ferrari under your nose. Further down, about 100 metres further on, is the Porsche off to driver's right, and then a further 80, 100 metres further on, the BMW 235 BMW, with damage to the rear of the BMW. It's driven on. In fact, he's continuing. And my cameraman's driving away, sprinting away, so I'm going to lose this for any moment.
I mean, the nose of the Ferrari entirely separate now from the rest of the car. Obviously, the engine, a mid-engine car in a Ferrari 458, so almost in a big impact like that, the front of the car is designed to break away. I was pleased to see the driver of the Ferrari, Matteo Magliucelli, clamber out of the car and walk the right side of the pit wall. I'm sure he'll be rushed to the medical centre to be assessed now. But this is the second place, number 11 Ferrari. And there are now warning amber lights being placed on the asphalt because it is so dark down there, to tell everyone where this stricken Ferrari is, and just a mass of cables and wiring, which was the front of the car.
Sorry, Johnny, can we just recap as to which cars went off? Because I was trying to concentrate on the other aspects of...
I was going to get Joe to do exactly the same thing, because I was focused on the Ferrari. There was did you say 65 car, Joe?
62.
62.
So
62.
And 235.
And 235, is that what you said?
We've got the 235 BMW, which looks like it's continued.
Yes.
The 62 Porsche is definitely off. The driver's out, but he looks like he's injured. And we've got him this side of the pit wall. And we're just waiting for some medical attention to be given to him.
So this is the 62 MSG Motorsport Porsche.
That's Cody Hill.
Cody Hill is the driver we have concern for at the moment. And Joe not very far away from Cody, and the medical team will be right on the spot with him. And the other car is the Duo Racing 235 BMW M235i Racing Cup 1 car, and that, amazingly, has been able to rejoin. Cars stopped on track at the finish line, yes, we know that. Full course yellow as opposed to a code 60, Paul.
It amounts to the same thing. I think it's just the way that it's been notated on the screen. Probably different people in race control doing the noting. But it is a code 60. It is not a safety car.
And the nose of the Ferrari is, yes, battered, but it's almost intact as one piece. Being carried now by 3 marshals from one side of the track to the other. There's a load of debris that will need to be swept up, and brooms are in hands for the marshals there. They're going to have to use 4 marshals, in fact, to get this, the nose of the Ferrari to the required height, to get it over the pit wall and to safety.
Yes, I think that's because it is not just the nose of the car, but it's all the electrical ancillaries on the front of the car as well. So the headlights and various cooling ducts that are part of the nose of that car. And inevitably, those other cars who have remained out have all pitted for more fuel, with the exception of Richard Abra, of course, who'd only just come in for his set of fuel. So Abra in the Lamborghini stays out. And ultimately will inherit second place once he catches up with the Ferrari.
Messaging on our screen now changed to code 60, almost as if the guys in the race control are tuned in to radiolemans.com. And that may well be the case. The flatbed being called to the scene of the Ferrari, so that's going to be scooped, or what's left of the Ferrari, minus its rear wing, together with no front end on that car as well. But really good sight to see Magliucelli clambering out of what is left of the 458. And Joe Bradley, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Look, man, I took the cans off and I managed to speak to Cody just to reassure him that medical help was on its way, and he was speaking to me. He's got a little bit of pain in his pelvis, but the medical team's now with him, so he's in the right hands right now, mate.
That's great news, thank you. And yes, I can see the amber lights on the roof of presumably a medical vehicle on the pit lane itself. And it looked like Matteo Melicelli, under his own steam, would have been able to go to the medical centre to get checked out. The tow rope, or strop in this case, to lift the Ferrari on a straight lift is about to be used to hang that underneath the roll cage. So that 458 carcass, sadly for Scuderia Praha, well placed in second position. Yes, it was reliant on something going awry for the 911 crew, but sitting in wait, if you like, for something to happen. And I'm afraid I didn't see the incident. Believe it or not, happened right underneath our feet. I didn't even hear the incident, and that would have made a big old noise when the Ferrari slammed into the pit wall, and it accounted for at least one other car, the 62 Porsche and the 235 BMW, sounded like it was involved as well, but that's continued. Any more news, Joe?
Nothing other than what you've said there, Johnny. It's still a bit of a mystery. I was actually on the pit wall monitoring timing screens, and I, like you, did not hear a thing. Yes, granted, we're wearing cans and the like, but the good news is that Cody Hill was talking to me. That's always a good sign. And the medical team's with him. He was in a bit of pain. There's been a heavy frontal damage on the 62 Porsche, so I'd imagine he's been knocked about a bit. But always a good sign when people can talk to you when they've been through that kind of trauma. And he's in good hands now, so hopefully we'll be getting on with things and getting things calmed down. It did turn a little bit chaotic for a moment there until we got a grip of it and started to calm it down a bit.
And is the Porsche still where it came to rest? Because it's so dark down there, I can see. Yeah, I think I can see the outline of the car down there, right in front of us.
Up against the pit wall. Yeah,
they've opened up the middle gate and the pit lane, just on the pit wall. And I think when the car is to be retrieved, it'll be retrieved through there. However, such as the front end, remember, on this Porsche, the engine's in the back, so there's nothing in the front. So they're made to crush. They're made to fold up. And that's exactly what it's done. So it's probably bottomed out and is resting on the floor. So it'll need a lift basically to get it removed from trackside.
I'm sure in due course we will get word from the medical crews here on the condition of Cody and indeed Matteo Melicelli. We love to speculate on other areas of motorsport, but this is a part that we don't try to jump the gun on. Make sure we get the full story. So the Ferrari is now at 45 degrees, being stretched onto the back of a flatbed. And, as I say, no rear wing on that Ferrari either, which suggests, well, possibly impact to the rear, or maybe just the impact from the front damage has actually made the rear wing struts fail.
I think it's probably spun and knocked the rear wing off against the pit wall and the front off against the pit wall as it's been spinning. It's a typical kind of, you've come out onto the start-finish line, you've got 3 or 4 cars, they kind of fan out, and we've seen it happen so often, haven't we? They fan out as they come across onto the straight in order to kind of get the overtaking move done, and not everybody can see everybody else coming, and with cars of clearly differing performance all out at the same time, it's kind of inevitable that sometimes these overtaking moves don't happen successfully. As I say, we've seen so often these close calls.
I think it must have gone around a number of times though, because of how far back the front of the Ferrari landed on the grass. And well, there was the incident earlier on in the race with the Porsche going backwards into the tyre wall. That happened a bit further up though. The scuff marks, in fact, I can still see from that. And often, you get a car running wide out of 16, off onto the grass or the curbing, and then it will come back across the asphalt and then collide with a pit wall and sometimes take other cars with it. But obviously with our camera crews scaled down to a certain extent, it being 2:15 in the morning, I think we may be hard pushed to find a replay of that to find out exactly what happened. But one thing is for sure, we've got 2 very badly damaged race cars and a delayed duo BMW, but that looks like it has been able to rejoin, amazingly enough. So 9 hours and 40 minutes to go in round 6 of the 24-hour series, and it's all got very, very dramatic all of a sudden, with Mattia Magliucelli and his Ferrari, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, running in second place, very heavily damaged indeed, with a slight rear end, well, the rear wing no longer on the car, but the biggest damage is the front end of it. We've got a 62 Porsche rather, still in the wall, and I can't tell you how much damage on that car, but there was immediate concern for the driver, although Joe has spoken to Cody, the pilot, and at least he's talking. And the other car, as I say, has now rejoined. But quite how long this Code 60 is going to take, well, we're unsure. And this is an opportunity, I suppose, for fuel to be topped up and various checks to be done, Paul.
Exactly so. And inevitably, the Herbert Porsche has been in twice because the Code 60 has gone on for long enough to allow it to go into the pits, do one topping up, go round and do another. We've already had some 12 minutes under Code 60. And as I say, that has enabled the 911 car to do a lap.
And get a new driver as well.
Get a new driver as well, Ralph Bone behind the wheel now. And top up the fuel twice. Richard Abra had just been into the pits, remember. He came in and got a full tank of fuel just before the incident happened. So he's just stayed out and circulating. And has not quite as full of a car of fuel as the Porsche has, but it is close to full in any case. But I'm just thinking in terms of the length of time required to clear this up, at least because it happened down the start-finish line, there's no tyre walls to be replaced. And very often it's the time that is taken is in rebuilding tyre walls. There'll be a little bit of time taken for sweeping up, but the majority of the time is just going to be hoiking the cars onto the back of flatbeds, and we've got enough flatbeds so that they can have one each. We don't have to wait for one to finish before it goes and does the next car. So we'll get 2 flatbeds, one to do one car, one to do the other. So it might not be that long, but certainly another 10 minutes or so at least, I would say, Johnny.
Other pit stops happening at the moment. The 991 class leader, the 78 MRS GT Racing Porsche Cup car's been in. Javier Marson at the wheel of that. Peter Schmitz brought the 33 car collection Audi down pit road from 6th position. Of course, that car will soon inherit 5th place because of the presumed retirement for the 11 car. I wouldn't think they're going to get that fixed. Down to Joe.
Yeah, I think we've got a chance to get a look at the number 11 Ferrari and see the extent of the damage. I mean, remember, this is a mid-engine car, so there's not much on the front of the car. Again, made to deform, but the front left corner is completely off the car, and like we say, heavy damage. Now, we're not sure whether that's been caused by a vehicle or whether the Ferrari's contacted the wall, because we've got very little on it, really.
No, it's definitely contacted the wall. There's no doubt about that, Joe. And I think it's contacted the wall sufficiently hard that the suspension, front left suspension at least, will have torn the tub. So
there's no chance that Porsche's collided with a Ferrari, which may have been broadside and, you know, ripped the front of it off.
We're just really speculating, aren't we?
We are.
I'll tell you what, the 235 BMW, which continued, might be able to shed some light. Now, whether he came upon it, again, I'm speculating. So I'll have a pop down to Garage 30, which is where the 235 camp is, and we'll see if he can shed any light on it.
If you were crewing that Ferrari, though, could you get it back in the race? Not you alone, but
No.
That's retirement.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's still shown as second place, of course, because none of the other cars in the race have had a chance to catch up with it yet. And
they're in the race tomorrow.
Get in the race tomorrow, yeah. I suppose, with 3 or 4 hours left in it. But so, Paul, will there be a point where that's just eliminated from the screen, or do we wait for it to tumble down?
We'll have to. Well, I don't know quite how the timekeeper's going to do it, but I would expect we'll just wait for it to topple down. As far as regulations are concerned, it has to complete 60% of. It doesn't have to cross the line and take the checkered flag.
Yeah.
What it does have to do is to complete 60% of the distance completed by the leader of its class. Now, it's clearly not going to be able to do that because there's 9 hours of running still to be done by the race leaders, and they're going to do a lot more than 60% of the race in that time. It's not that far out there, is it, to be honest? But anyway, so it will end up not being classified, but I suspect we'll have to just watch it slowly drop down the list. Unless, as I say, the timekeepers might just decide, oh, that's a retirement, we'll take it out. But as far as scoring points, if for whatever reason it manages to do the 60%, then it would be classified and points would be awarded to whichever position it finally finished up in.
Peter Schmidt still in the pit lane. Freddie Bart driving the number 12 Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, running in 8th position ahead of Bryce Bossy in the HTP Motorsport Mercedes. Christian Frankenhout in the 10 Hoffa Racing Mercedes. 64's just done a stop. That's the SP2 leader, Porsche Lorient Racing Cup car with Philippe Paulette at the wheel. Alex Osborne driving the 68 APO Sport Porsche. That is in back into second place in 991. Yes, ahead of the HRT Performance car. I saw the APO Sport car slip to 3rd in that class pretty recently, but they've switched again with Alex Osborne, the slightly quicker driver than Kim Andre Hauschild.
The other one that I'm missing, 246, the Martin Short BMW. I haven't got as having made the pit lane, and I haven't got it circulating either.
That is a concern. Well, it's on an outlap.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, maybe it's just come out of the pits then. That's why I don't have it in the pit lane. And the reason why I haven't got it circulating is because it's been in the pits for a little while. Okay, so that's if that's on an outlap, that's good. And then the other one you can help me with, Johnny, is the...
It's Graham Coombs, by the way, at the wheel of the 246.
Thank you. Is the 64 Porsche that runs in the SP2 class. In fact, it's the SP2 class leader. And...
that's just had a stop, although it's back in again to presumably get the other half of its fuel.
That's fine. That's good. Okay, those are the two that I'm, as I say, I couldn't locate because I've now got the 64 car in the pits, but that's only just come into the pits.
New second place car by virtue of the fact that the old second place car is in bits, sadly, the Ferrari from Scuderia Praha. So Richard Abra now for Barwell Motorsport and their Lamborghini Huracan into second position. And now seeing the damage on the 62 Porsche with the bonnet peaked at a obscure angle. Front left corner, it looks like, more heavily damaged. So it's gone in at an angle into... Well, now, is that as a result of contact with a Ferrari, or is that as a result of contact with a very hard pit wall? Joe Bradley.
I would say the pit wall.
Yeah.
The front end is completely flat, and it's symmetrical, if you like. It's hit square in.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, the car's done its job because it's folded.
Yeah, it looks like it's been crash tested, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does, and it's square. Frontal damage is completely across the entire width of the car, so he's gone in very square indeed.
I reckon both cars have spun.
Yeah.
And in avoiding one another, they've lost control and spun, and then the damage has all been done, as Joe says, up against the pit wall, both on the Ferrari and on the Porsche we're looking at on the screens now. And I suspect that the BMW, which managed to get going again, spun as well, but has managed to get away with it.
So this is, if you like, the big one that happens sometimes overnight, and it is accounted for certainly two cars, but one of them was one of our key players running second on the road at the time. So
well,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, the 235 car, which I haven't actually got round either, although it left the scene, I don't think it's managed to complete the lap. So if we can keep an eye on that, where the 235 might be, that was our remaining class, I'd say class leader, class runner in the Cup 1 class. So, yeah, significant in more ways than for the race leaders as well, but for the outright overall positions, absolutely right, Johnny.
Horst Felbermeyer Jr. back on board the 33-car collection Audi. That's the one in the Felbermeyer colours. And that is in 6th place, but give it a bit of time, and that'll be 5th. And 2nd in the A6AM class, Javier Marson and the MRS GT Racing class-leading 991 Porsche set to gain another spot as well in the overall standings. So we'll have a 991 class car in the top 6. Great going from the mainly American crew, but not forgetting Dutchman Javier Marson now at the wheel. Freddie Bart running in 8th position in the number 12 car. And now the marshals, the overnight crews, really earning their corn. The brooms have been out. Well, the quick dry cement dust or equivalent is now being laid down onto the asphalt to try and soak up the oil, fuel, that has been possibly coolant as well, which has been left on the track, Joe.
Nobody knows.
And it sounds like Joe is busily trying to work out exactly what this incident has involved. He's talking to drivers even as I speak. Joe, what have you got?
I'm trying to... Well, would you believe the next door neighbour to the 62 Porsche is the 235 BMW, and I've just been asking their crew if they know where their car is, and they do not know where their car is. Do you guys have any idea where the 235 BMW Cup car is? Out on the circuit, I take it.
Is that a question to us or a question to the guy that you're talking to?
Yeah, I'm asking you the question.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's left the scene of the accident, but it hasn't come round again. So what I don't have is how far round the circuit it's got, but it came across the line, but then hasn't come around again.
And if you pardon the pun, but if we're sounding a little bit in the dark about this, then the camera crews, as I say, scaled down for the overnight period of this race. And we have a great view of the start line and the clear-up process as far as the marshals are concerned, making sure that this part of the track is safe for racing again. But what we don't have is coverage of much of the rest of the circuit, apart from our onboard cars.
Although it is worth making the point that as far as race control is concerned, they do have closed-circuit TVs, and they will have evidence of activity around the circuit. Even if we don't have it here, it will have been recorded onto the circuit's closed circuit. This being a Class 1 Formula 1 circuit, there will be closed-circuit TV pictures, which race control will have access to. Unfortunately, we don't have access to those. I was just thinking, John, it's probably Jerome Blakemolen is, if he is awake, is quite happy that he didn't get into the car and let Richard Abra get out there, because without being rude to Richard, I think Jerome Blakemolen's talents would be wasted driving around at 60 kilometres an hour. Not that Richard's aren't being wasted in a similar fashion, but the difference in times that Blakemolen will be able to do when he eventually does get into the car will be different. And well, it's quite a big gap, though, isn't it, between the Porsche in the lead and the Lamborghini in second place. Some 7 laps, 6.5 laps separating the two of them.
The SP2 leader is back into the race, by the way. 2 back-to-back pit stops in order to get that tank as full as possible. And Philippe Paulette has returned the Porsche Lorient racing car to the main circuit from the pit lane. So that's running now 12th, and we're hearing, Paul, that the Code 60 will end in less than a minute.
In fact, away we go, green flag.
That was less than a minute.
32:25 we got the 1 minute message, and then 53 we had the green flag message. So here we go, back to green flag racing. A little bit more admin on my side for a minute, Johnny.
Okay, well, it is Ralph Bone then that leads the way after 394 laps, but behind him, all change, because Matteo Malicelli's Ferrari is now going to tumble down the order, surely a retirement after heavy contact on the main straight here at Circuit de Barcelona. Richard Abra already up to second position, and the next car that will gain a spot, i.e. third, Mike Stursberg in the Wochenspieler Team Montai Porsche 911, to give it third place in A6 Pro and third place in the overall standings. Getting a good view now of turn 5. The slippery surface flag is being displayed to everybody heading down the main straight. And the marshal holding that red and yellow striped flag, almost having to shield his eyes because of the cement dust which is being kicked up now from the passing vehicles.
Always wonder whether that flag should be changed for Circuit de Catalunya, because it just looks like somebody's holding up a Catalunya flag. Yeah, as you say, the slippery surface flag, that was the 11th code 16. We got it cleared in 24 minutes. That compared to 38 minutes when we had to do the tyre wall rebuilding earlier on, when we had the incident involving the 149 and 77 cars out on the far side of the circuit. So quick work from the night shift marshals, and as I say, that brings us to just over 2 hours total under code 60.
And Stursberg now takes third position. So the 29 cars completed 386 laps, 388 completed by the Barwell Lamborghini, and 395 laps done by the race leader. And interestingly, the number of laps completed by the Ferrari have now been deleted on the screen, although the 11 Ferrari is still shown as fourth position.
The only reason why it's been deleted is it's completed the same number of laps as the car above it, and they don't have a time to put in as a gap.
Thank you.
They would put in a gap, but they can't. They're waiting for the Ferrari to come through so they can put a gap in.
Yeah. So no adjustment as such from the timekeepers, still assuming that that car might rejoin. And Gino Forgione for Spirit of Race and their Ferrari is now 1 minute and 40 behind Mike Stursberg on lap 387. So at the end of this lap, that car will move up to fourth place. What of the other class leaders? The SP2 class leader, Philippe Paulette, after 2, not exactly 3 pit stops, but chance to fill that car twice over, or half tanks back to back at obviously reduced pace for everybody else, does kind of give them a bit of a joker there in the lead of SP2, and many other cars were taking advantage of the cautionary period to do some stops. 10.8 seconds is the gap between Paulette and Alex Osborne. They're in different classes, but Paulette, well, last time around, much quicker than Alex Osborne, but I think he was caught up in a bit of traffic doing a 2:11. Compare that to Philippe Paulette's 2:04.7, and going quicker than both of those cars, the 73 HRT Performance Porsche of Kim Andre Hauschild, who could be about to gain some time on Alex Osborne. Christoph Lenz at the wheel of the 58 Lamborghini Huracan, which is the Sportec Motorsport car, one of our camera cars. Saud Al Faisal at the wheel of the 49 Audi R8 LMS Ultra for DriveX. And we're now on board the Mehmet Ogilvy Dual Racing Sami Moutran driven Seat. This car is now leading TCR. Yes. So what's happened to the 127 machine? Sorry, Paul, I've turned you off. Go ahead.
That's fine. No, I think I turned myself off because I was tidying up. It's third in TCR class, behind the 303 Rick Broiker's car, and is 2 laps now behind the Rick Broiker's 303 car, the Red Camel Jordans.nl car. What I don't know is why it's got that lost that extra time. I'll have a quick look at pit stop times in a second and let you know.
Yeah, it's well, last time I noted down the order, the Team Blake & Molen car was leading TCR, so that's happened very recently.
Yes, I suspect it was a longer pit stop for Team Blake & Molen, and
So who have you got driving that car? Was Sebastian Blake-Molen at the wheel?
And it still is.
It still
yes.
is fine. Oh, he's in the pits again.
Yeah, it was a 5 minute. Its last pit stop was 5 minutes, which is slightly longer than it needed to be. And you're right, it has gone back into the pits, isn't it? So that's a second pit stop for it.
Forgione now in 4th place, by the way. So the Scuderia Praha Ferrari is timed as being 5th, and the next car to overtake it will be the 33 car collection Audi of Horst Felbermayr Jr. So it's the 911 Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche from the Barwell Lamborghini Huracan, Wochenspiegel Team Montai Porsche running 3rd, 4th place for Gino Forgione in the Spirit of Race Ferrari, and then 5th place, effectively, the car collection Motorsport Audi R8 of Horst Felbermayr, as I say, the Austrian driver. SP2, headed by Philippe Paulette. Second in that class is the 65 Porsche of the sister car to the 64. And currently at the wheel of the 65 is Jean-Charles Carminati. And Christian Frankenhout now managing to do the best Sector 1 time that the car's managed all race. So Frankenhout is pushing on in the number 10 Hoffer racing car, as is Alex Osborne in the 991 Class 68 car. So a 157.087, that's a PB for that car. Early in the morning here at Barcelona, it's 20-3. And Alex Osborne running in 11th position, choosing this opportunity to try and gain some ground on Javier Marcin, who's doing lap times, well, last time around, it was an over a 2-minute lap. So about 4 seconds gain. This is a good time of night to be racing, I would suggest, with Christian Frankenhout choosing to burn one of the jokers there for the 10 car.
A 52.879 according to this screen. Is that the same as you've got? Yeah,
correct.
52.879. Yes, his previous, in fact, he's burnt 2 because he did a 53.901, then he dipped down to a 55, or dipped back up again to a 55.2, and now he's done a 52.879. So he had only used 2, but that's 4 he's now used.
And they're running 1:55 as a delta time?
Yes.
Okay. So going over 2 seconds quicker than that in the number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes SLS.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laps I've got now from the number 10 that burn jokers. And yeah, 52.8 suggests either a failure of their system or something deliberate by Christian just to put some laps in quickly while he can.
And obviously conditions are good. The tyres will much prefer these temperatures as opposed to what we had earlier on yesterday. I think the peak temperature was reached at about 1 o'clock, an hour into the race. The 58 Lamborghini Huracan comes down pit road, by the way, with Christoph Lenz at the wheel, and he clambers out, half falls on the floor in his exit from that all-gold Lamborghini. And are we now going to see, I'm going to say Milos Pavlovic, but that doesn't look like Milos stepping on board the 58 car. So, although we expected Milos to get inside, it might be Roberto Pampanini.
Pampanini, I think, is probably the driver next up.
Who, sorry?
Pampanini, yes, Pampanini. I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, okay. Italian driver and one of the AM pilots in the Sportec Motorsport crew.
Yeah, it's an hour and 45 minutes that has just been completed at the wheel of that car by its current driver, whose name has just gone off, Christoph Lenz.
Yeah. So we're on RadioLeMans.com at the moment, but we're about to go back onto Motors TV after a spell of being away from that channel. Of course, they've been covering the World Endurance Championship race in Mexico. We're here at the 24 Hours of Barcelona. live on radiolemans.com, and now once again Motors TV for the 24 hours of Barcelona. And you're listening to Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell and Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. We have had a rather dramatic part of the race, which has accounted for the second place, number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari, I'm afraid. A big incident on the main straight involving the number 62 Porsche, that Ferrari, and also at least one other car, the Duo Racing BMW, which has managed to continue, but the front end of the number 11 Ferrari utterly destroyed on the main straight. I'm pleased to say Matteo Malicelli was very quickly out of the car under his own steam. Slightly more concern for Cody Hill, who was the pilot of the MSG Motorsport Porsche that was also involved, slamming heavily into the pit wall right in front of us. But Cody Hill, the Aussie, rushed to the medical centre, and he was able to chat to our pit lane reporter Joe Bradley. So early indications are that we've managed to escape quite a big incident there with two shaken drivers, but ultimately they're okay and they're being checked out in the medical centre as we speak. But two cars down, and although the number 11 car of Matteo Malicelli still displayed as being in 6th place on our timing screen, that will continue to tumble down the order, and I'm sure we're just around the corner from that being announced as an official retiree. The race leader remains the Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Ralph Bone, Daniel Alleman, and the twin Renault brothers Alfred and Robert. And Ralph Bone currently at the wheel of the 4-litre flat-six Porsche 991 Spec GT3R. Second place now, Richard Abra, piloting the Lamborghini Huracan for Barwell Motorsport. Probably not too far away from Jeroen Bleekemolen taking charge of that car once again. And I get the feeling we're in a good portion of the day now. At 2:45 in the morning of the 24 Hours de Barcelona for 2016. The air nice and cool, relatively speaking. Still probably hovering around 20 degrees, ambient temperature, a bit warmer on track. But starting to see some good lap times coming in, including a personal best for Alex Osborne again. So he's finding time all the time in the 68 991 spec car. So Abra is second. Mike Stursberg is third for Wochenspiegel Team Manthey. That's another Porsche. Fourth place is the Spirit of Race Ferrari of Gino Forgione. And then it's Horst Felbermeyer now newly into 5th position because of the problems, the demise of the number 11 Matteo Malicelli Ferrari. So Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell up here in the booth. Paul, you've had a moment or two to work out exactly how things are shaping up in terms of your data-filled laptop. Should I say 3 laptops and an extra screen as well. You brought the whole of the Woking data centre to Barcelona. How is the data streaming in? Because I know it's been a bit hit and miss of late.
Yes, it's not perfect, but we're not doing too badly given the constraints of the circumstances under which we're working. Richard Abra, having you saying staying out through that last Code 60 period to deal with the incident that you've just described. He didn't come in during the Code 60 period, whereas virtually everybody else did, and he will be reaching his 2-hour driving limit within the next 15 minutes. So you're right to suggest that he was probably not imminent, but to be coming into the pits within the next 4 or 5 laps, and should therefore then be able to hand the car over to a revived and refreshed Jeroen Bleekemolen at the wheel of the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini. But of course the gap that he now has, I mean the good news for that car is that it is up into 2nd place, having lost 12 minutes to a pit stop to replace the steering wiring loom very much earlier in the race. Car now running smoothly, and but the gap is some 6 laps that he has to somehow catch up in order to stay with the race, or to catch up with the race leader, the Porsche of Ralph Bone, the Precoat Herbert Motorsport car. But they do have a comfortable margin over the next car up, which the only unfortunate thing is another pesky Porsche with the Wochenspiegel Team Manthey car, Mike Stursberg there.
Ralph Bone leads the way from Richard Abra and Mike Stursberg. Gino Forgione is currently in 4th and Horst Feldmeier in 5th position. Class leaders include Javier Marson in the 991 class in car 78. The SP2 leader is Philippe Paulette for Porsche Lorient Racing. And SP3, the leader of that class, is once again the 103 car, being the 103 JR Motorsport BMW M3. So for a while, JR Motorsport had those top 2 positions locked out, but they were now a little bit reliant on just the 103 car, having had some dramas for the 102. But going to hand down to Joe Bradley, who is on the spot for the 235 car. I'm not a mechanic, Joe, but having only 3 wheels on that car, surely not helping.
Yeah, it hasn't just lost its wheels, or it's lost its suspension bit, so there's not... It's lost its left front upright and strut, by the looks of it, completely missing. And I'm going to be... what's your Spanish like, Johnny? Paul? Anybody?
No, mine Spanish is rubbish, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I can order a beer and a sandwich and probably a Spanish omelette, but unfortunately it's... I think, yeah, the driver's Spanish, he's just told me only Espanol. And my Espanol is poco. So I'm just going to try and fathom out what he's saying, and it looks like he was involved. Well, he was definitely involved, we know that, but I'm trying to think of to what extent. Yes, it looks like the... I wish I could speak Spanish.
Is it Forja Perez or Alvaro Vea, do you know? 2 Spaniards in that 235.
You guys would be able to tell me.
Yeah, I probably can, actually.
It was
sorry, it's a bit lazy.
Who's still in the car?
235, it's Perez.
Yeah. Right. Senor Perez.
Perez, yeah.
Yeah, Senor Perez is making his way to the back of the garage now. He's just given a kind of the gesticulation was that 2 cars come together. I think we'd all deduced that. It's to, again, cause or effect. We're going to have to wait until things are clarified before we speculate any further. We've speculated now. But suffice to say, the 235 BMW is out of the race.
Yeah, so sadly, we thought we might have got away with just the 2 retirements, but it looks like all 3 cars involved in that incident on the main straight will no longer be able to continue. This is the Cup 1. Was it the Cup 1 leader?
It was the only car left in Cup 1, yes, because there were only 2 and the other one had already retired.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've not only decimated, but now obliterated the Cup 1 class. 2 out of 2 gone. Yes, well, so while that car is being taken off the flatbed, we had a car reported as stationary at the end of the pit lane, Johnny, and you reported that on his outlap was Kim Andre Hashi in the number 73 car, and he seems to have been on his outlap for a long time. I just wonder if it's that car which has stopped at the end of the pit lane, number 73, the 3rd placed 991 class car. As I say, you told us it was a leaving the pit lane, and it's now gone back to being in the pit lane, so it's got an outlap and now comes straight back into the pits, the number 73 car.
Okay, back to Joe.
Yeah, I mean, this 235 BMW may not be out of the race, gentlemen. If you had a chance of a class win in the Barcelona 24 hours, and it looks to me as though it only really is devoid of a left front suspension, strut, bottom wishbone, top wishbone, etc., etc. If the chassis is not affected and they've got the parts, they can bolt them back on, straighten it out, take their time and put this car back on the track to take a class win. And I think that's what, I mean, they haven't just put the car under wraps, they're actually having a good look around it and inspecting just to what the extent of the damage is and whether or not it is indeed repairable. And first look by myself, I would say that it was indeed repairable.
Thank you, Joe. I mean, 1 or 2 issues with the volume of your microphone. I'm not sure whether anything's changed down there with you guys or the camera, but I'll continue fettling the desk to see if we can improve your level. Sounding okay in my ears, but I think on radiolemon.com people are finding you very, very faint, so I'll continue to mess around with that. Notice a 9.5-minute lap though, for the Andre Hauschild-driven 73 car. It's made its way back to the pits, as we reported. Third in the 991 class, but clearly a 9.5 minute lap is not ideal. So that car will need a bit of work on, I guess, to try and ascertain exactly why it's so slow. Unless it's been off, of course. Well, it was stranded at the end of the...
that was the end of the pit lane car, yes. So I think it was a pit stop plus standing at the end of the pit lane and then coming straight back in. But at least he's got it back to the pits, which is where it needs to be in order to be refettled and hopefully then put in a position where it can go back out into the race.
130 Seat back into the fueling area. That's the Zest race car engineering machine. Not mentioned a great deal about that for the last few hours. Where is the 130 car? Surely not on page 3. Yes, it is. In 50th position.
And also in TCR, the 303 car, which we spoke about a little while ago, the Breukers Red Camel car, which came into the pits early, is still in the pits, and so that the TCR cars are suddenly having their darkest hour, because as I say, Rick Breukers brought the car in some 7, nearly 8 minutes ago now, and that car still stationary in the pit lane. So 303, having been right up at the sharp end of TCR, is now falling further and further back. He's still second because the other TCR cars are also meeting problems of their own, with the exception of the number 1 Mehmet Ogilvy Seat Leon. Sami Moutran staying out of trouble. He's out in the car at the moment, 19th place overall, and as I say, at the moment that car, the only one of the TCRs that hasn't hit some kind of a problem, and say by staying out of trouble, they're in the lead and becoming an increasingly commanding lead of the TCR class. Sami Moutran, number 1 on the side of the car for a reason, that they won the championship last year, and with more points available this year, they can at least win the TCR class championship. I don't think they can win the overall teams championship this year, but they are in a very strong position to win the TCR championship this year.
The team manager for car 62, which was one involved in the start line shunt, now being asked to report to race control. Ralph Bone, Richard Abra, Mike Stursberg, the top 3 in cars 911, 52 and 29. They're all A6 Pro cars. A6 AM headed by the Spirit of Race Ferrari. And the best 991 class car is still 78 Javier Marson, which is now into the top 6. Great going from the 2 Charlies, Putman and Espenlaub, Joe Foster and Marson, who seems to be have been doing an awful lot of driving in that Porsche. Freddie Bart in 7th place. It's Bryce Bossy in 8th in the number 41 HTP Motorsport Mercedes. The Team ISA Brakes 82 Porsche now in the fueling area. Spanish entered car. And who do we have at the wheel of 82? It's in 21st position, and it is Diaz
Villarroel.
Thank you.
Jesus Diaz Villarroel.
Very good.
Spanish accent. The other thing to point out, you were just mentioning the 2 AM cars in 4th and 5th places, Johnny. The 53 Spirit of Race car is the one that's running in the AM neutral class, which enables it to run up to but not under 1 minute 53 seconds on every lap. But the car that is in 5th place, the 33 Car Collection Motorsport Audi, that's running in the AM Advantage class, which allows it to run down to 1 minute and 55 seconds, but no lower. So although they're both in the AM class, they're running in the different flavours of AM, and so the 33 car is going to find it difficult on pace to catch up with the Spirit of the Race Ferrari. But at the moment, Gino Forgione wasn't as quick on that last lap as the Felbermeyer Audi, so there's 2 laps between them. In fact, less than 2 laps between them, a lap and a bit between them, as opposed to the very nearly 6 laps which separate the first 2 cars in the race. And then a lap and a bit is all that protects Richard Abra from the Mike Stursberg Wochenspiegel Team Manthey Porsche, which is in third place. But as you were saying a moment ago, Abra probably not much longer in the car because he's going to hit his 2-hour limit within the next few minutes. And so he'll be coming in to hand that car over to Bleekemolen. And he is now, in fact. Here comes Richard Abra then into the refuelling area. So they can go and wake up Bleekemolen whilst the Lamborghini is refueled. And then Joe will no doubt tell us how ready Bleekemolen is to take over. And I'm sure he'll be very happy that that car has managed to recover to second place, largely by virtue of being still in it, whilst others have fallen by the wayside. They had their own little problem earlier in the race, a 12-minute pit stop, but as I say, apart from that 12-minute pit stop, the car has run pretty faultlessly.
The Faber-Meyer Audi going off at turn 5, well wide and into the gravel. Meanwhile, Richard Abra is in the pit lane and getting refueled.
Yeah, waiting for Abra then to complete his refueling exercise. Also still in the pits is the 73 991 class car. That which car is still third in the 991 class, but it's not going to be there forever. And at this rate, as I say, with the 73 car still sitting there stationary, it's going to fall down the order as the race progresses.
Here's Joe Bradley.
Yeah, just in answer to your question, Paul, Jeroen Bleekemolen is very ready to take over the Lamborghini from Richard Abra. And the whole team is ready to receive it. New rubber already laid out on the pit apron, and we're just waiting for the refuel and join us. Here he comes. And in fact, here he comes. Yeah, bright white lights. There's a very edgy looking Jeroen Bleekemolen, just sort of spreading his fingers out and just getting the adrenaline up. The car comes to a halt right in front of us, right on the marks. I breathe in the dust from those brakes as the air guns blasted out from underneath the wheel arches. Richard now helping Jeroen get into his seat, just helps his fellow driver do up his belts, plug in his radio, does the driver net up. The door is already shut. Very efficient pit stop from these Barwell boys. Now the wheel guns are rather weight off the jacks. Fires it. Bleekemolen back out. Excellent stuff. We'll get a word with Richard when he gets a chance to get his helmet off.
Yeah, it was a good long stint from Abra, getting on for, well, practically 2 hours by the time he finished there, having done a double stint. Remember, he came in towards the end of it in order to get another tank full of fuel. He was 7 minutes short of 2 hours, so 1 hour and 53 minutes at the wheel for Richard Abra, and so a very good long stint for Richard. And Bleekemolen already back out on the circuit, although having lost more ground, he's still been able to protect the margin between himself and the Wochenspiegel Porsche, however. So Mike Stursberg in third place. And that car, let's say, a lap and a half now adrift of Jeroen Bleekemolen, but I suspect that Bleekemolen will soon be able to stretch the legs of the Lamborghini. And in any case, we need to get the Wochenspiegel Porsche into the pits any minute now. In fact, here it is in the pits.
So we continue on RadioLeMans.com. It's Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell and Joe Bradley. And Joe shaping up another interview that we can do in the next few moments. The Wochenspiegel Team Manthey Porsche coming in to get fuel. And the it really is just like a supermarket fuel pump, that. Topping up the 29's tank, and Mike Stursberg's brought that car in from third position. Jeroen Bleekemolen taking the 52 Barwell Motorsport Huracan back into the race. It remains second, and now 8 laps adrift of the Ralph Bone Porsche, the 911, a numbered Porsche. Gino Forgione is 4th in the 53 Spirit of Race Ferrari. Horst Feldmeier, despite that route through the gravel at turn 5, very rallycross type moment, it is still running around in 5th position ahead of Javier Marcin's MRS GT class leading 78 Porsche. Freddie Bart is 7th, Bryce Bosey 8th for HTP. Christian Frankenhout, after his spell of very quick laps indeed, getting rid of a number of jokers back to back. That car is 9th, Alex Osborne is 10th, and the second of the 991 spec cars. And then 11th place, another class leader, the car out front in SP2 is Philippe Paulette for Porsche Lorient Racing. On board with Gino Forgione with a slower Clio up front. He won't have an opportunity to lap that though, because Forgione is now coming down pit road. This car that he shares with American Tom Dyer and 2 of his Swiss compatriots. This is the route then into the fueling bay, and almost like a plane being shown into its bay to drop off passengers with the illuminated sticks there. A member of the team guiding it into the nearest free fueling bay. And Gino Forgione stops on his marks. That's the A6AM class leader then safely into the fueling area to get the tank as full as possible according to the regulations. Back to Joe.
Are we out of the...
Joe Bradley can give us a Richard Aber interview just as soon as we are returning to Motors TV, but it'll be about 20 seconds time. Ralph Bone in the lead of the race. Matteo Malicelli, by the way, still displayed as 12th position behind the 64 car now. I'll remind you that the Scuderia Ferrari no longer runs. It's the 24 hours of Barcelona. We're at 7 minutes past 3 o'clock Central European time. That's in the morning, by the way. 8 hours and 52 minutes still to go. The 53 Spirit of Race Ferrari is being fueled, but straight down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane, who is joined by Richard Abra from Barwell Motorsport.
It hasn't been a straightforward race for the 52 Barwell Lamborghini. They have had some problems. Some of the gear shift problems were earlier on in the race encountered. But Richard Aber just gotten from the car. It's a good 2-hour stint from you. And all right, a chunk of it was behind the Code 60, but I would imagine still grueling.
Yeah, it's a brilliant stint. Obviously, I hope everyone's all right from that lengthy Code 60. It seems every time I get in the car there's a long Code 60, but no, it's going all right so far. Obviously, we're just trying to make up some time from when we lost a few laps in the pits to sort the gear shift problem.
Yeah, and I take it that electrics problem's totally eradicated.
Yeah, running tweens are not now. Perfect.
So what's it like out there exactly? All right, we know it's dark, but that gives the circuit a completely different feel. You're relying on headlights, and I would imagine all you can see in your mirrors are headlights, and all you can see in front are red lights. Is that right?
Yeah, no, to be honest, the traffic's actually very good. A lot better than I was expecting. I think we've lost a few cars, which has probably helped a little bit, but it does seem that everyone's looking in their mirrors and giving space, which is nice.
Yeah, it's good. Now, we talked about the start of this race with the very, very hot conditions. People were driving like, again, no disrespect to all women, but people were driving and nursing their tyres.
Yeah.
Is it this time of the day when you can actually push the car to the limit?
Yeah, I was pushing for the full 2 hours then, so it's really nice with these cooler conditions that we can actually race the cars. When it's 32, 33, 34 degrees, we really have to look after the tyres, and they won't last much longer than 50 minutes, really. So in these conditions, we get 2 hours, but yeah, certainly in the morning, we won't be able to do that.
What now, Richard? A bit of sleep?
I'll try. I've already tried to have a bit, but you always look at your phone, don't you, and check. But yeah, a bit of food, bit of sleep, some water. I'll be in again in a couple of hours.
Great stuff. Great to talk to you. Richard Abra, fantastic 2-hour stint from Richard Abra there in the Barwell car, and it still is in contention, isn't it?
Absolutely right, yeah, Joe. 52 car, well, just off the top of the screen, but to the tune of nearly 10 laps now. Is it 8? Is it 7 laps? It's somewhere between the two.
Gap is 7 laps, and yeah, it's going to come through. Where are we? Yes, the leader has just gone through, so it is 7 laps. In terms of time, that represents practically quarter of an hour. 15 minutes is the gap in terms of time, and the gap between that car and the next one back is a further 2 laps and a little bit. So, and that will be increasing because we have that's quite a long pit stop, isn't it, from the number 29 Sturzberg car, which has just gone into the pits, and so both the 3rd and 4th place cars in the pits at the moment, because the 53 Forgione car is also in the pits, the Spirit of Race car, and that has been a full stint from that car, but I don't think Sturzberg has done a full stint, so I'm not quite sure if Joe has sensed any problem with the Wochenspiegel Manthey car. It's already had one longer pit stop because of accident damage, strangely enough, when Sturzberg was driving it last time. Well, Sturzberg has brought it in again, so whether Joe's going to be able to find out what the problem is on that car, we'll find out in a little while. Lap times from Blake and Molen, very respectable indeed, though. 2 seconds a lap quicker than Ralph Bone at the wheel of the leading Porsche. Tom Dyer takes out the Spirit of the Race Ferrari. So he is the leading Ferrari. The Porsche, Lamborghini, Porsche, Ferrari, the top 4. Then Audi and Porsche in 5th and 6th places. The only difference being that the 6th place Porsche is a 991 class car. So Sturzberg still in the pits, and now as a result of both of their pit stops, we now have the car collection. Motorsports Audi has slipped up into 3rd place overall in the standings. That's the highest that car, in fact the highest any Audi has been in the race thus far. So number 33, Horst Felbermayr Jr., going very nicely indeed, and up into 3rd place out on the circuit, as I say, taking advantage of the fact that Sturzberg and Forgione both in the pits. Johnny?
Tom Dyer now driving the 53 Ferrari. You might have said that.
Yes, sorry.
To be honest, I wasn't really listening to anything you were saying because I was doing a bit of producing.
I could tell. Yes, I wasn't quite sure whether you'd finished producing and had something to say, or whether you'd just finished producing.
No.
In which case, to recap then, the thing to note is we've got an Audi up into 3rd place, and a problem, I believe, for the Wochenspiegel Manthey Porsche, which has been pushed back into its garage. I can't see it from here because it's been pushed so far back into the garage, and that is one that's up at this end, and Joe Bradley may have some news for us.
I can tell you exactly a man that's right on the spot, and that is Joe.
Well, if you look down from your pretty perch, you will see. Hello. But the car is in the garage, as you said, Paul, and it looks like it could be something very important. They're looking under they're basically taking their time to get the car onto its jacks, which means they've got a big job in hand. Now, whether that is we'll see if we can get a word with one of the drivers. Now, the guy who's just gotten out of the car is Mike Sturzberg, I believe. He looks the hot and sweatiest.
It was, yeah, it was
indeed.
indeed.
Okay with English? Are you okay with? Yeah. You speak, yeah. All right, the car's clearly got a problem, Mike. Could you tell us anything about that?
Yeah, we had a problem with the gearbox. So I think we have to change it. Yeah, I think we are P3. We have some problems, and we go forward and forward, but now it's looked like not so good.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a big job. I knew it was going to be a big job when the way that the guys are working. Yeah. So it's a gearbox change.
They're the best team. Manthey is the best Porsche team. I think they're very, very fast.
Yeah, I'm going to put a stopwatch on it and see how quick they can do this.
Yeah. Okay.
Bad luck, Mike. Number 29, Wochenspiegel Manthey Porsche was going so well. And now we're having a gearbox change.
Yeah, very bad luck for that Porsche. It had, as I say, it had a problem earlier on in the race when Mike brought it in with some damage, and so Just goes to show, you see, even Manthey, if Manthey can break a gearbox, then let's not say anything. But a Porsche does lead the race, and even though Ralph Bohn isn't lapping as quick as Jeroen Bleekemolen in the Barwell Lamborghini is doing, but Bohn does still hold the advantage. The 911 Herbert Motorsport Porsche does still hold the advantage on this incredible run of performances in the Creventic International Endurance Series races this year thus far, having won at the Paul Ricard 24 Hours and then at Zandvoort before then. As I say, just car just seems to go out there and run around like clockwork, and the team never seems to have to do anything to it apart from put new tyres on and fill it with fuel every few hours. So in the pits then is as well the Xavier Marson driven Porsche number 78, which leads the 991 class, gets topped up with fuel, the stars and stripes on the side of the car, and he heads down towards the pit garage, where Marson will probably hand the car over to a Charles Espenlaub at a guess, or he may stay in the car. No, he is handing the car over.
Here's Joe watching the driver change.
Yeah, it's, you were right with the first name, Paul. It's Charles, but it's Charlie Putman who's taken over from Xavier. If you remember, it was Charles Espenlaub who handed the car to Xavier Masson. It's just next door, actually, to where we're watching the Wochenspiegel Manthey team change that gearbox. And right next door, we've got the MRS Porsche team, current 991 leaders in class, and this is a team that knows how to win races also, and the car already off its jacks, and he just stalls the engine there as he pulls away, but car looking in pretty good shape, touch wood. And Xavier Masson walks to the back of the garage. Job well done. Joe Foster, teammate, pats him on the back, and Charlie Putman out in the car.
Thank you, Joe. 64 car being fueled, which is the SP2 leader of Philippe Paulette. I wouldn't be surprised to see Paulette get out of that car, because it seems to my mind that he's been in it for quite some time. Charlie Putman now back into the race, 8th position for that 991 class leader. Alex Osborne continuing, though, to put in some really good laps here, and not lapping as quickly as Christian Frankenhout, as you might expect, but the 68 car may have a chance once the 10 car has a driver change. And Alex Osborne, if he can stay in that car, will it? No, it won't have a chance, because the gap's far too large between Christian Frankenhout's Mercedes and the second place 991 Cup class car. Actually, we've got 3 cars on the same lap there for 7th, 8th and 9th, though. And Charlie Putman will soon be put under quite a bit of pressure from Christian Frankenhout, the charging Christian. That will be potentially a change of position, although it doesn't affect the class order. They'll be fighting over 8th place, will the 78 and the 10 cars.
I'll go along with what you were saying about Philippe Paulette having been in that car for a long time, Johnny, because I think he is getting very, very close indeed to his 2 hours. Is he in the pits already?
Who, sorry, Paulette?
Paulette, yes.
Pit lane, not sure about. Let's have a look. Stand up.
Yes, he is.
It's not in the fueling area, so it must be.
Yes, he is. So, yeah, I was getting worried because he's been in the pits for 2.5 minutes now. So hopefully, because he got into the car, as you say, a long, long time ago. It was 24 minutes past 1 when he got into the car. So, yeah, he's about 8 minutes inside his 2 hours driving limit was Philippe Paulette. So it was a long old stint for the SP2 class leader.
So,
also,
go ahead.
Yeah, also back into the pits. I don't think you mentioned the HTP Motorsport Mercedes, did you, Johnny? Number 41 into the pits, and Bryce Bosey is in after just under an hour. So Bryce Bosey is probably going to hand the car over. This is the car that another of the cars that was in a very strong position early on, but number 41 having fallen back to the tune of about half an hour, having had some accident damage on the car, and then it had another longer pit stop a little while ago, and Bryce in the car once again, or probably out of the car by now, handing it over.
Straight down to Joe Bradley, who is joined now from the 303 Seat by Rick Breukers.
Well, the last time I looked, the 303 was in a podium position in the TCR class. Rick, you were in the car, but now the car's in the pit garage with a problem. Can you explain?
Yeah, my dad got hit by the Aston Martin a few hours ago, and we thought there was no damage, but now it appeared to be there's something broken in the suspension. It's really disappointing because we were P2, but we are a lot better pace than P1, and I think we could have taken over the lead. So yeah, really disappointing.
How did the broken suspension come about? Did you feel something in the car when you were driving it?
I'm sorry?
Did you feel the broken suspension in the car when you drove it?
Yeah, it was suddenly in the corner, it broke, and I had no grip, and I was going out of the track, a lot of understeer, and yeah, it's really a shame.
It is a big shame. Does it look like the guys can fix it?
Yeah, it looks like they can fix it. I don't know how long it will take, but maybe we can still fight for the podium, so let's see.
Let's see. Fingers crossed, Rick, hopefully. Bad luck there for the 303 Seat of Rick Evil Breukers.
Yeah, he's been half an hour in the pits already, Joe, the 303 car. So, yeah, extremely bad luck. And as he says, even though they weren't leading the class, they were in a strong chance of being able to take over the lead of the class. And also with the problems that the 127 car in that class has